Come on. Yeah.
It'll let you charge if it's not there for the bridge.
Check time. I mean, that's the law. I mean, I don't think it's the law, because we got it. You're switching us out? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We went so late though, court too.
He's on his way out.
Yeah, please. I mean, like if it goes, because nobody touches it. Yeah, if you don't mind.
To not leave the screen. Yours So, even if we don't, I can always count on you. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Oh, they're scared.
Oh, yeah.
Question. How do you make this thing not flip the screen?
Have to not do what?
Like, if you don't touch the screen for a while, you know how it'll like go to blank, it'll sleep, the screen? How do you, I don't know how to do it on an iPad. In person.
Me. Display brightness.
Lock.
No, that's to turn it.
Oh.
All rise. Court's now in session. Honorable Judge William Henry presiding.
Hey, y'all be seated. How's everybody doing this morning?
Your Honor, thank you. Can't figure it out.
When you're ready. Ready? All right. All right, we'll go on the record. Y'all should have gotten an email, I don't know, somewhere around 8:30, 9 o'clock or something last night with the jury instructions that I melded together. Y'all have a chance to look at those?
Yes. Your Honor, I think both sides, after you sent them, submitted red line tweaks to your instruction.
When did that
I
go?
believe plaintiff sent them first to Ms. Smith, and then we followed up shortly thereafter.
Oh, all right. They just got to me this morning yet.
I can't believe you weren't sitting at your computer waiting for them. That's a joke for the record.
All right. Did you look at the red lines of each other's?
Yes, Your Honor, we did. We had a conversation before court this morning. There were three that we can agree on.
All right. Looks like on the plaintiff's ones, there were only 2 pages. Is there objections on the defense side to those 2 changes the plaintiff said?
Yes, Your Honor. On their, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah. Well, real quick, what's the objection on the plaintiff's ones?
Your Honor, the phrase "would understand" in their proposed, in their rewrite to your proposed number 8 is not the law at this stage. The jury has to decide whether somebody did in fact understand, so we would object to the second change they want to make. We have no objection to inserting the words "a reasonable" in the first part.
Okay. What about the other one where they were saying advertised online to the entire world and therefore to Afghans?
That was not the court's holding. That was not what the court's finding was in the takeaway in that motion. The finding was he advertised his services to Afghans. That's actually what they sued us over, for the alleged implication that he advertised directly to Afghans. So that's an inappropriate insertion. We haven't tried the history of this case. We have no objection to their second change, which is changing it from Young to plaintiff in that second to last bullet.
All right. And what about plaintiffs? Do you have objections to the ones proposed by the defense?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Real quick. What are they?
Right, so we have an objection to proposed instruction number 6, the addition of the each and every language, which we feel is extraneous because the elements that are listed there are already.
Okay.
Your Honor, it is
Hey, Mr. Tubman, stop it.
understood.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
With respect to defendant's proposed instruction number 8, we also have disagreement over the striking of the word desperate and adding by taking money directly from Afghans, which we believe to be contrary to the court's summary judgment order as well as the first case order. With respect to proposed instruction number 8,
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
With respect to proposed instruction number 8, we'd ask that the language proposed by the court last night be used for the edit, actually makes it for the jury as to what they're required to find and what's already been found. And then one more, proposed instruction number 13, the addition.
Hang on, wait a minute.
The addition of a separate section and a definition of outrageous, that argument seems to come from, and that inclusion of that definition seems to come from general case law on defamation, and I think specifically case
Which one are you looking at?
This is proposed instruction number 13.
Oh, 13. Okay. All right, go ahead. Sorry, I'm the outrageous.
I think that this definition seems to come not from defamation cases, but from IIED cases where punitive damages were discussed. The court has already found, and we agree, and surprisingly, that if we've met the standards for express malice and actual malice sufficiently to submit the issue to the jury, and if they find that those elements were met, then there's not a separate outrageous definition that needs to be met. So we would ask that, again, this instruction be reverted to what the court had proposed last night. And then I did have one, this is not really a change, and I think we've already agreed on this, but this is just a bit of cleanup. On its proposed instruction number 12, and I believe it's on page 12 of the set that was sent around by the court last night, there is in the third paragraph a one word that should be taken out, an extraneous word, and that is preponderance. I believe this happened when we were working through different versions and using something from case law that cited preponderance of the evidence rather than greater weight of the evidence. So we would just ask that the word preponderance be taken out and just greater weight of the evidence, which also appears there, be read to the jury.
Do you have any issue with that, on taking preponderance out of page 12, the instruction 12?
No, that last one.
Okay. All right, so other than the ones you've identified that you're objecting to their changes, you don't have an issue with their changes?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, hang on, let me go back in. All right. All right, so on proposed instruction 8 on page 7, Did you have an objection to that? Where they changed the second paragraph?
Yes. That's the one where we asked that we revert to what the court had
What we had before?
drafted last night.
And on 9, which would have been the definition of falsity.
That we're fine with those changes.
Yep. All right. Mr. Tubman, you got 3 minutes to make a record in terms of anything else that you wanted to state of your changes that they're objecting to.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the podium?
You may.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. As to instruction number 6, we think each and every element is necessary because it's not clearly disjunctive enough simply resting on the word "and" before that last element. So we think that's necessary and helpful to the jury to insert those words. On proposed instruction number 8 on page 6, Your Honor, we simply changed the language back to exactly what the court has already read the jury in the pre-voir dire instructions. Obviously, consistency is really important in these instructions, so we would ask the court to stand by its ruling yesterday and the language that it's already read. Your Honor, on instruction number, what's labeled number 8 on page 7, again, we discussed yesterday that if the court's going to instruct them about the implication and things that the court has already found, it's imperative to make clear that the court also make clear to the jury that it has not found that the implication is what plaintiff claims. That's the exact question for the jury. So that's the reasoning we would ask for that instruction. Your Honor, on the elements of punitive damages, it's in the first DCA's opinion in this case that outrageousness is a separate element to the punitive damages equation. So it's actual malice, express malice, and outrageous. And so it would be contrary to the holding of the first DCA in this case that there are 3 separate elements. Anything else will be up to the jury to decide what evidence overlaps for each separate element, but they really need to have the separate element laid out, and that's simply what we did in the revision to this instruction.
Okay. All right. Any other record you want to make in terms of the instructions requested by the plaintiff? 3 minutes or less? No. In 3 minutes or less, any other record you want to make in terms of the requested changes by the plaintiff?
Your Honor, only as to the first one submitted, I think I touched on this yesterday, but it's just that without any kind of clarification, it conveys the impression that the court has made a determination of intent. Just trying to make sure that the jury doesn't take that away. We have nothing else to say.
All right. Part of these instructions say that I'm going to give you the law. I may not know all the law, so these are preliminary instructions. These are not the set of instructions that are going to go back to the jury. We will finalize those in the language of those before they go back to them. In terms of the outrageousness argument, discussed that in a footnote in the summary judgment order that in general punitive damage stuff, they talk about outrageousness, but in the context of defamation, outrageousness is subsumed in the actual malice sort of analysis. That's in one of the footnotes in my order where I talk about that. For purposes right now, I'm not going to change and add the outrageousness part of it. What I will do is on page, without objection, on page 4, which is in, doesn't have a heading at the top of it, It's the bullet point of what the issues are in the case. I'm going to change Young's to plaintiffs. On page 8, it says at the top, proposed instruction number 10, and it talks about the definition of defamatory. Under the defamation by implication, I'll change in that first paragraph there. Even when statements are true, they are defamatory if the statements juxtapose facts and create a false impression. On page 10, without objection, and this is at the heading, says proposed instruction 9 based on Florida, it's the definition of false or falsity. In the third paragraph, I'll change that to a statement is also materially false if it creates a materially false impression or implication, period. On page 12, which is proposed instruction 12, I'll take out the word preponderance in the third paragraph, second line. And otherwise, I'm going to give the instructions as drafted. So to the extent that there's a disagreement on the additional instructions, I'm going to leave the rest of them as is and not make the other changes. We can certainly clean it up if there are changes that need to be made, and we can discuss the outrageousness argument and issues later on if we need to for the final instructions and the set to go back to them. Okay.
Your Honor, the court is staying with the changed instruction for page 6, proposed to instruction 8, defamatory. The court is going to give a different instruction on that than it gave the jury yesterday.
On which one are you talking about?
Page 6.
On page 6, instruction 8 at the top, the determining meaning.
Yes, sir. We changed it to match exactly what the court instructed the jury yesterday.
Do y'all have an issue on that?
Sorry, Your Honor, I closed them. I mean, yeah, Your Honor, we would like it the way you've written it out. I think it's important, including as it relates to the sanctions motion filed late, I guess really early this morning. But
Your Honor, we litigated this yesterday and I thought the court gave us this. I have the transcript from yesterday.
No. Yeah. All right. On that one, yeah, the instruction I gave yesterday said by creating the false impression that he was preying on Afghans by taking money directly from Afghans. All right, the first paragraph I'm going to change on page 6. At the heading, it says defendant's proposed instruction number 8, determining meaning, how statements are to be construed. The second half of that first paragraph will be, that is, as implying that he was engaged in criminal activity or that he was preying on Afghans by taking money directly from Afghans. All right. Otherwise, y'all preserved your and y'all objected, you preserved your objection, but otherwise those will be the instructions I read preliminary before we start openings here. All right, is there anything else we need to do before we get the jurors in here?
actually, good news, Judge. I understand we've been able to work out the stipulation issue we raised yesterday, so I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Dodd.
Very well could be. Sure.
And a reminder, everybody, if you got a phone, make sure it's off or silent.
Morning, Your Honor. We met with opposing counsel this morning and confirmed that the following exhibits are stipulated, and we'd like to move them into evidence now ahead of trial. So I'm just going to go ahead and read through them. The Plaintiff's Exhibit 7, Plaintiff's Exhibit 14, Plaintiff's Exhibit 19, Plaintiff's Exhibit 21, Plaintiff's Exhibit 24, Plaintiff's Exhibit 25, Plaintiff's Exhibit 26, Plaintiff's Exhibit 27, Plaintiff's Exhibit 31, Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, Plaintiff's Exhibit 52, Plaintiff's Exhibit 53, Plaintiff's Exhibit 55, Plaintiff's Exhibit 62, Plaintiff's Exhibit 63, Plaintiff's Exhibit 66, Plaintiff's Exhibit 69, Plaintiff's Exhibit 75, Plaintiff's Exhibit 78, Plaintiff's Exhibit 79, Plaintiff's Exhibit 80, Plaintiff's Exhibit 81, Plaintiff's Exhibit 87, Plaintiff's Exhibit 88, Plaintiff's Exhibit 95, Plaintiff's Exhibit 98, Plaintiff's Exhibit 105, Plaintiff's Exhibit 106, Plaintiff's Exhibit 115, Plaintiff's Exhibit 120, Plaintiff's Exhibit 122, Plaintiff's Exhibit 125, Plaintiff's Exhibit 128, Plaintiff's Exhibit 129, Plaintiff's Exhibit 130, Plaintiff's Exhibit 131, Plaintiff's Exhibit 132, Plaintiff's Exhibit 136, Plaintiff's Exhibit 137, Plaintiff's Exhibit 142, Plaintiff's Exhibit 156, Plaintiff's Exhibit 157, Plaintiff's Exhibit 159, Plaintiff's Exhibit 165, Plaintiff's Exhibit 168, Plaintiff's Exhibit 169, Plaintiff's Exhibit 170, Plaintiff's Exhibit 174, Plaintiff's Exhibit 185, Plaintiff's Exhibit 187, Plaintiff's Exhibit 189, Plaintiff's Exhibit 192, Plaintiff's Exhibit 201, Plaintiff's Exhibit 214, Plaintiff's Exhibit 216, Plaintiff's Exhibit 223, Plaintiff's Exhibit 229, Plaintiff's Exhibit 233, Plaintiff's Exhibit 234, Plaintiff's Exhibit 236, Plaintiff's Exhibit 272, Plaintiff's Exhibit 273, Plaintiff's Exhibit 276, Plaintiff's Exhibit 277, Plaintiff's Exhibit 313, Plaintiff's Exhibit 330, Plaintiff's Exhibit 332, Plaintiff's Exhibit 333, Plaintiff's Exhibit 334, Plaintiff's Exhibit 348, as well as Plaintiff's Exhibit 82, Plaintiff's Exhibit 84, Plaintiff's Exhibit 92, Plaintiff's Exhibit 94, Plaintiff's Exhibit 117, Plaintiff's Exhibit 121, Plaintiff's Exhibit 123, Plaintiff's Exhibit 127, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 268.
Defense stipulated the admissibility of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I won't run through the entirety of the list, but those exhibits, as described by Mr. Dellinger, admitted.
I think there's one more, Your Honor, because Matt, you referred this morning, Mr. Axelrod will correct if I get anything wrong. We filed a motion, which we don't have to deal with now. Part of that motion sought permission to add a video that was discovered yesterday to our exhibit list. I understand it does not object to it being added to our exhibit list or its admissibility, and that it should be stipulated into evidence. I got it wrong?
Right. That's fine, Your Honor.
So we don't have an exhibit number for it, but can we just call it exhibit 400? So we have exhibit 400, plaintiff's exhibit 400 will be the teaser trailer from Mr. Kaplan.
From the 4 o'clock hour?
From the 4 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Okay. And Your Honor, pursuant to your order on the Amentum Declaration, before we bring the jury in, plaintiffs would offer exhibit 24, 46, 48, 50, 51, 54, 55, 76, 79, 329, and 330 into evidence pursuant to Ms. Malone's declaration.
Is there?
Yeah, Your Honor, there are, we have 3 objections. I don't think we need to deal with these now. I mean, I think if plaintiff uses them with a witness, we can deal with them now, but there's a relevance objection, there's hearsay objections, even other business records. It's the hearsay within hearsay argument that we made before. I don't object to all of them. There's just 3 documents.
Do we need to admit them right now?
No.
All right, let's preserve that issue, reserve on that issue.
Thank you.
All right. All right, and we'll call the extra teaser video plaintiff's 400, and without objection, that'll be admitted. All right, anything else before we get the jurors in here?
No. Thanks, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And you gonna bring them around this way? Or you gonna bring that, all right. Yeah. Y'all want the podium over here for openings?
I certainly do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Watch out for the cable guys when you walk.
I'm definitely tripping Gary, but I'll only blame myself.
I'll have to take
Can we get a waiver signed by counsel if
Yeah, I'll
they
sign
trip
it.
over a cord?
There's no waiver for my clumsiness. Thank you very much. Do you, is this?
Yeah, that's the one.
If you want to double check during a break when Mr. Dodge.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I guess at some point, whatever those exhibits were, at some point, those exhibits will need to get to the clerk to throw labels on them.
Yes, we have a binder here. I think we're just using it for a few minutes, and then we will to Madam Clerk.
Jurors entering.
Do 4 in the first row and 4 in the second. All right, y'all can be seated. morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'll give you a moment to settle in there, and there should be the binders that's got notepads and stuff on your chairs so for you, but all right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've taken an oath to serve as jurors in this case. And before we begin, I'm going to tell you about the rules of law that apply to this case and let you know what to expect as the trial proceeds. It's my intention to give you most of the rules of law, but it might be that I will not know for sure all of the law that will apply in this case until all of the evidence is presented. However, I can anticipate some of the law and give it to you now so that you will better understand what to be looking for while the evidence is presented. If I later decide that different or additional law applies to this case, I will tell you. In any event, at the end of the evidence, I will give you the final instructions on which you must base your verdict. At that time, you will have a complete written set of instructions, so you do not have to memorize what I am about to tell you. All right. Plaintiff Zachary Young seeks to recover damages from defendant CNN for allegedly false statements that plaintiff claims defendant published about plaintiff on defendant's television programs, its website, and in social media posts. The law calls this type of claim a claim for defamation. The publications at issue in this case were made at the following times and through the following mediums. Number one, a video segment that aired on The Lead with Jake Tapper on November 11, 2021, hosted by Jake Tapper. 2, a video segment that aired on Connect the World on November 12, 2021, hosted by Max Foster. 3, a video segment that aired on CNN Newsroom on November 13, 2021, hosted by Boris Sanchez and Amara Walker. 4, a video segment that aired on CNN Newsroom on November 13, 2021, hosted by Jim Acosta. 5, a video segment that aired on CNN Newsroom on November 14, 2021, hosted by Michael Holmes. 6, a video posted on Facebook. 7, a video posted on CNN's website. 8, the lead tweet. 9, at NetSec CNN tweet. 10, Alex Marquardt's tweet. 11, Alex Marquardt's Instagram post. And 12, the digital article. The issues for your determination on plaintiff Zachary Young's defamation claims are: 1, whether CNN published the statements; 2, whether the statements were of and concerning Zachary Young; 3, whether the statements were materially false; 4, whether the statements were defamatory; 5, whether CNN acted at least negligently in publishing the statements; and 6, whether plaintiff suffered actual damages as a direct result of the statements. Additionally, if you find that the greater weight of the evidence supports plaintiff Zachary Young's defamation claims, you shall also consider whether plaintiff should be awarded punitive damages. If you find that the greater weight of the evidence does not support plaintiff Zachary Young's defamation claims, then your verdict must be for the defendant, CNN. I now want to instruct you on certain issues that have already been decided in this case. The following issues have already been settled. Defendant published the segment, the article, and each of the social media posts at issue. Plaintiff advertised his services to Afghans. Plaintiff did not act illegally or criminally. Plaintiff did not take money from Afghans. For purposes of the defamation by implication claim, that the publications were of and concerning plaintiff. Defendant's use of the words exorbitant and exploit to refer to plaintiff's prices and/or his business activities are not by themselves actionable because they are statements of opinion and cannot alone serve as the basis for liability for defamation. And defendant did not publish any statement that called plaintiff a scam artist or state that plaintiff was operating a scam. These are issues that have already been decided in the case and that you will not be asked to decide. In deciding the issues that you will be asked to decide, you may take into account these already decided issues. Greater weight of the evidence means the more persuasive and convincing force and effect of the entire evidence in the case. Plaintiff must prove that persons who viewed and read the segment and article understood them in the way that he claims, that is, as implying that he was engaged in criminal activity or that he was preying on Afghans by taking money directly from Afghans. The meaning of a challenge statement must be determined by its natural and probable effect on the mind of the average viewer or reader. The average viewer or reader is a reasonable person of ordinary intelligence, education, and background who would be representative of those who actually read or viewed the publication. To determine whether a statement is actionable, you must examine the statement in its totality, in the context in which it was uttered or published. You must consider all the words used, not merely a particular phrase or sentence. In addition, you must give weight to cautionary terms used by the person publishing the statement. Finally, you must consider all of the circumstances surrounding the statement, including the medium by which the statement is disseminated and the audience to which it is published. To recover on his claims for defamation, plaintiff must prove that the statement and implication he takes issue with were, in fact, reasonably understood by the ordinary reader as referring to him in particular, that is, that it must be of and concerning the plaintiff. I've already determined that for purposes of the claim for defamation by implication, the statements were published of and concerning plaintiff. For plaintiff's defamation per se claim, you must find the statements were published of and concerning Zachary Young. A statement is defamatory if it tends to harm plaintiff's reputation, tends to lower him in the estimation of the community, tends to expose him to hatred, ridicule, or contempt, tends to injure him in his business, reputation, or occupation, tends to deter third persons from associated or dealing with him, or charges that plaintiff committed a crime. Not every unpleasant or uncomplimentary statement is defamatory. A statement is not defamatory merely because it is mean, embarrassing, or upsetting. Florida law holds that certain statements are so harmful in nature that they are presumed defamatory as a matter of law. A publication may be defamatory per se when it, 1, charges that a person has committed a crime, 2, it charges a person with having an infectious disease, 3, it tends to subject one to hatred, distrust, ridicule, contempt, or disgrace, or 4, it tends to injure one in his trade or profession. Defamation can also be implied. Even when statements are true, they are defamatory if the statements juxtapose facts and create a false impression that tends to harm Zachary Young's reputation, tends to lower him in the estimation of the community, tends to expose him to hatred, ridicule, or contempt, tends to injure him in his business, reputation, or occupation, tends to deter third persons from associated or dealing with him, or charges that Zachary Young committed a crime. A defamatory implication can also be created by omitting facts. An omission of fact is defamatory if it creates a false impression that tends to harm plaintiff's reputation, tends to lower him in the estimation of the community, tends to expose him to hatred, ridicule, or contempt, tends to injure him in his business, reputation, or occupation, tends to deter third persons from associated or dealing with him, or charges that plaintiff committed a crime. To recover, the statement and implication about which plaintiff complains must be materially false. A statement is materially false if the substance or gist of the statement conveys a materially different meaning than the truth would have conveyed. A statement is also materially false if it creates a materially false impression or implication. To determine whether a statement is materially false, you should consider the context in which the statement was made. The fact that a publication may have contained some false information does not necessarily make the publication materially false. Minor inaccuracies regarding factual information do not make a publication or statement false. if the gist or sting of the allegedly defamatory statement produces the same effect in the mind of the recipient as the precise truth would have produced, then the statement is substantially true and not materially false. To be materially false, the statement must be factual in nature rather than statements of opinion. Negligence is the failure to use reasonable care, which is the care that a reasonably careful person would use under like circumstances. A statement is a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage if it directly and in natural and continuous sequence produces or contributes substantially to producing such loss, injury, or damage, so that it can reasonably be said that, but for the defamation, the loss, injury, or damage would not have occurred. In order to be regarded as a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage, a statement need not be the only cause. A statement may be a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage, even though it operated in combination with the act of another, if the defamation contributes substantially to producing such loss, injury, or damage. If you find for plaintiff on the defamation claims, you should award plaintiff an amount of money that will fairly and adequately compensate him for such damage as the greater weight of the evidence shows was caused by the statements and publications of the statements in question. If you find that the statement and implication plaintiff ascribes to the segment and article were not the legal cause of any actual injury to plaintiff, then your verdict must be for defendant. If you find for plaintiff and against defendant, you will consider whether, in addition to compensatory damages, punitive damages are warranted in the circumstances of this case as a punishment to CNN and as a deterrent to CNN and others. Punitive damages may be awarded if you find by clear and convincing evidence that CNN acted with express malice and actual malice. Express malice means CNN acted with a primary motive to injure Zachary Young, had ill will, hostility, or an evil intention to defame Zachary Young, or was motivated by a desire to harm Zachary Young. Actual malice means CNN either knew the statements were false or published them with reckless disregard of whether they were false or not. Clear and convincing evidence differs from the greater weight of the evidence in that it is more compelling and persuasive. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that is precise, explicit, lacking in confusion, and of such weight that it produces a firm belief or conviction without hesitation about the matter in issue. But now that you've heard the law, I want to let you know what you can expect as the trial proceeds. In a few moments, the attorneys will each have a chance to make what are called opening statements. In an opening statement, an attorney is allowed to give you his or her views about what the evidence will be in the trial and what you are likely to see and hear in the testimony. After the attorney's opening statements, the plaintiff will bring his witnesses and evidence to you. Evidence is the information that the law allows you to see or hear in deciding this case. Evidence includes the testimony of witnesses, documents, and anything else that I instruct you to consider. A witness is a person who takes an oath to tell the truth and then answers attorney's questions for the jury. The answering of attorney's questions by witnesses is called giving testimony. Testimony means statements that are made when someone has sworn an oath to tell the truth. The plaintiff's lawyer will normally ask a witness the questions first. That is called direct examination. Then the defense lawyer may ask the same witness additional questions about whatever the witness has testified to. That is called cross-examination. Certain documents or other evidence may also be shown to you during direct or cross-examination. After the plaintiff's witnesses have testified, the defendant will have the opportunity to put witnesses on the stand and go through the same process. Then the plaintiff's lawyer gets to do cross-examination. The process is designed to be fair to both sides. It is important that you remember that testimony comes from witnesses. The attorneys do not give testimony, and they are not themselves witnesses. Sometimes the attorneys will disagree about the rules for trial procedure when a question is asked of a witness. When that happens, one of the lawyers may make what is called an objection. The rules for a trial can be complicated, and there are many reasons for attorneys to object. You should simply wait for me to decide how to proceed. If I say an objection is sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question. If I say the objection is overruled, that means the witness may answer the question. When there is an objection and I make a decision, you must not assume from that decision that I have any particular opinion, other than that the rules for conducting a trial are being correctly followed. If I say a question may not be asked or answered, you must not try to guess what the answer would have been. That is against the rules too. Sometimes I will need to speak to the attorneys about legal elements of the case that are not appropriate for the jury to hear. The attorneys and I will try to have as few of these conferences as possible while you are giving us your valuable time in the courtroom. But if we do have to have such a conference during testimony, we will try to hold the conference at the side of my desk so that we do not have to take a break and ask you to leave the courtroom. Breaks in an ongoing trial are usually called recesses. During a recess, you still have your duties as a juror and must follow the rules even while having coffee at lunch or at home. After all the evidence has been presented to you, I will instruct you in the law that you must follow. It is important that you remember these instructions to assist you in evaluating the final attorney presentations, which come next, and later during your deliberations, to help you correctly sort through the evidence to reach your decision. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their final presentation to you, which are called closing arguments. After you have heard the closing arguments, I will instruct you further in the law, as well as explain to you the procedures you must follow to decide the case. After you hear those final instructions, you will go to the jury room and discuss and decide the questions I have put on a verdict form. You will have a copy of the jury instructions to use during your discussions. The discussions you have and the decisions you make are usually called jury deliberations. Your deliberations are absolutely private, and neither I nor anyone else will be with you in the jury room. When you have finished answering the questions, you will give the verdict form to the bailiff, and we will all return to the courtroom where your verdict will be read. When that is completed, you will be released from your assignment as a juror. Finally, before we begin the trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of rules you must follow as the case proceeds. You must pay close attention to the testimony and other evidence as it comes into the trial. However, you must avoid forming any final opinion or telling anyone else your views on the case until you begin your deliberations. This rule requires you to keep an open mind until you have heard all of the evidence and is designed to prevent you from influencing how your fellow jurors think until they have heard all the evidence and had an opportunity to form their own opinions. The time and place for coming to your final opinions and speaking about them with your fellow jurors is during deliberations in the jury room. After all the evidence has been presented, closing arguments have been made, and I have instructed you on the law. It is important that you hear all of the facts and that you hear the law and how to apply it before you start deciding anything. It is the things you hear and see in this courtroom that matter in this trial. The law tells us that a juror can consider only the testimony and other evidence that all the other jurors have also heard and seen in the presence of the judge and the lawyers. Doing anything else is wrong and against the law. That means that you must not do any research or investigation, directly or indirectly, about the case. You must not obtain any information about the case or about anyone involved in the case from any source whatsoever. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You must ignore any information about the case you might see, even accidentally, from news media or the internet or your social media platforms. This is because you must base the decisions you will have to make in this case solely on what you hear and see in this courtroom. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures of any place discussed during the trial. Do not provide any information about this case to anyone, including friends or family members. Do not let anyone, including the closest family members, make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So, do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communications, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, tablets, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate about this case. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting on social media, including electronically, or on the internet through email, text messaging, blogs, or social media, or any other electronic communication whatsoever. When we are in a recess, do not discuss anything about the trial or the case with each other or with anyone else. If attorneys approach you, don't speak with them. The law says they are to avoid contact with you. If an attorney will not look at you or speak to you, do not be offended or form a conclusion about that behavior. The attorney is not supposed to interact with jurors outside of the courtroom and is only following the rules. The attorney is not being impolite. If an attorney or anyone else does not try to speak with you or says something about, if an attorney or anyone else does try to speak with you or says something about the case in your presence, please inform the bailiff immediately. Only you get to deliberate and answer the verdict questions at the end of the trial. I will not intrude in your deliberations at all. I am required to be neutral. You should not assume that I prefer one decision over another. You should not try to guess what my opinion is about any part of the case. It would be wrong for you to conclude that anything that I say or do means that I am for one side or another in the trial. Discussing and deciding the facts is your job alone. All cell phones or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use those devices during recesses, but even then you must not use your phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If there are breaks in the deliberations, I may allow you to communicate with your family or friends, but do not communicate about the case or your deliberations. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay, and we provided that phone number to you yesterday to give to anybody that might need to get a hold of you. In deciding this case, it is your duty as jurors to decide the issues and only those issues that I will submit for your determination. You must come to an agreement about what your answers will be. Your agreed upon answers to my questions are called your jury verdict. The evidence in this case consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, all exhibits received in the evidence, and all facts that were admitted to or agreed to by the parties, and any fact of which the court has taken judicial notice. In reaching your verdict, you must think about and weigh the testimony and any documents or other material that has been received in evidence. You may also consider any facts that were admitted to or agreed to by the lawyers. Your job is to determine what the facts are. You may use reason and common sense to reach conclusions. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence. In addition, you may but are not required to make certain adverse inferences I will instruct you about. But you should not guess about things that were not covered here, and you must always apply the law as I have explained it to you. Let me speak briefly about witnesses. In evaluating the believability of any witness and the weight you will give the testimony of any witness, you may properly consider the demeanor of the witness while testifying, the frankness or lack of frankness of the witness, the intelligence of the witness, any interest the witness may have in the outcome of the case, the means and opportunity the witness had to know the facts about which the witness testified, the ability of the witness to remember the matters about which the witness testified, and the reasonableness of the testimony of the witness considered in the light of all the evidence in the case and in the light of your own experience and common sense. You will hear opinion testimony on certain technical subjects from persons referred to as expert witnesses. You may accept such opinion testimony, reject it, or give it the weight you think it deserves, considering the knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of the witness, the reasons given by the witness for the opinion expressed, and all the other evidence in the case. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited just because the witness talked with a lawyer about his or her testimony. If you find that plaintiff destroyed or otherwise caused evidence to be unavailable while it was within his possession, custody, or control, and the evidence would have been material in deciding the disputed issues in this case, then you may, but are not required, to infer that this evidence would have been unfavorable to plaintiff. The court has already determined that plaintiff had a duty to preserve the following evidence, but he destroyed or otherwise caused this evidence to be unavailable. 1, screenshots not preserved, transferred, or saved in electronic format after November 11, 2021. 2, data not preserved or transferred pertaining to messages or phone calls made on plaintiff's old cell phone after November 11, 2021. 3, signal messages that were deleted and not saved after November 11, 2021. And 4, plaintiff's LinkedIn private messages that were deleted after November 11, 2021. You may consider this together with other evidence in determining the issues in this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you will take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will collect your notes, which will be immediately destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. During the trial, you may have a question about the proceedings. If so, please write it down and hand it to the bailiff, who will then hand it to me. I will review your question with the parties and their attorneys before responding. You may also have a question you think should be asked of a witness. If so, there is a way for you to request that I will ask the witness a question. After all the attorneys have completed their questioning of the witness, I will ask each of you if you have questions of that witness. I will then give you a sufficient amount of time to write down a question on a piece of paper. If you don't have a question, you don't need to write down anything on a piece of paper. I'll ask you to tear out that paper from your notepad, fold it over, and pass it to the bailiff. The bailiff will hand me your questions. I will review your questions. I probably will have a discussion with the attorneys about the questions that are Under our law, only certain evidence may be considered by a jury in determining a verdict. You are bound by the same rules of evidence that control the attorney's questions. If I decide that the question may not be asked under our rules of evidence, I will tell you. Otherwise, I will direct the question to the witness. The attorneys may then ask follow-up questions if they wish. By providing this procedure, I do not mean to suggest that you must or should submit written questions for the witnesses. In most cases, the lawyers will have asked the necessary questions. As I instructed you before this trial started, you as jurors will decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. After you leave here, you must not conduct any research directly or indirectly about this case, including the facts, the legal issues, or the individuals and entities involved. This is important for the same reasons that jurors have long been instructed to limit their exposure to traditional forms of media and information such as television and newspapers. You also must not communicate with anyone in any way about this case. And you must ignore any information about the case that you might see on the internet or social media, including through email, text messaging, blogs, or social media, such as Facebook or X, or any other electronic communication whatsoever. Any other instructions from the plaintiffs before we do openings?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. Now you've gotten those instructions. We'll proceed with opening statements. Plaintiff, Friedman.
Your Honor, Mr. Roach will be delivering the opening statements from
All right. Rich. Y'all ready?
Ready.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Rich.
Henry, do you mind if I move away from the podium?
No, it's fine.
In August 2021, as American troops withdrew from Afghanistan under President Joe Biden's order, the world braced for the Taliban's return to power. Anyone watching the news at that time witnessed the chaotic situation that unfolded as millions of people attempted to flee the war-torn country. But CNN reporters sitting at their desks in Washington, D.C., wanted to tell Americans an even more sensational story. See, they had received a tip that Zachary Young, a veteran and CIA-trained operative, was illegally preying on desperate Afghans in a black market operation. Now, if that were the truth, there'd be nothing wrong with CNN telling millions of Americans and exposing this black market. The problem for CNN? It couldn't confirm any of the facts. It tried to get evidence that Zach is charging Afghans, but everyone they spoke to either said that they had never heard of Zach, or that Zach only worked with corporations like Bloomberg, who wanted to pay professionals like Zach to get their people out of the country. The facts didn't matter. CNN felt that they had a sensational story that would drive ratings, and they didn't care about the truth. How do we know that? Because the emails and behind-the-scenes video footage show that CNN took pleasure in casting Zach as the villain for their hit piece. To use the words of CNN's lead reporter on the story, it was all theater. The week before this story was set to air, that same lead reporter texted his editor, "I'm going to nail that Zachary Young motherfucker." That editor texted him back, "I'm going to hold you to that, cowboy." And as they were putting the finishing touches on a hit piece that would upend Zach's entire professional reputation, that same lead reporter wrote to another colleague, "It's Zach's funeral, bucko." On November 11th, 2021, that story aired on primetime evening news with Jake Tapper. Corey? Zach's face was plastered across TV screens around the world, painting him as a black market operator who preyed upon desperate Afghans. We're in this courtroom today because CNN chose theater over truth and destroyed the life of an American patriot. You're going to hear how this story turned Zach's life upside down.
despite warnings from CNN's own employees that the story had more holes than Swiss cheese and was 80% emotion and 20% obscured fact. When CNN's attorneys get up here, they're going to play the same playbook that CNN did, and try to convince each of you that Zach is a bad guy, even though they know that Zach didn't do anything illegal and he didn't take any money from Afghans. They know this because they've spent the 3 years since that hit piece aired trying to dig up any dirt they could on Zach, and they've come up empty-handed. You heard the court read you instructions this morning that Zach didn't do anything illegal. You heard the court tell you that Zach didn't take any money from Afghans. There simply is no excuse for what CNN did, and we're going to show that to you through the evidence. This trial is important, not just for Zach. At the end of this case, my partner, Bill Friedman, is going to get up here, and he's going to summarize all the evidence that you're going to hear over the next couple of weeks. And you're going to have an opportunity to send a message. That message will be heard not just in CNN's boardroom, but by every news organization in America. The message that we're going to ask you to send is that reckless journalism is un-American, it's dangerous, and if media companies engage in theater in the newsroom, Americans will hold them accountable in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your service. My name is Kyle Roche, and I'm joined at counsel's table with my partners Val Friedman and Joe Delich, and together we have the privilege of representing Zachary Young. Also with us back there is Corey Allen. He's going to make sure that all the exhibits and all the technology work smoothly throughout this trial. I want to spend the rest of my time with you this morning covering two topics: the evidence and the issues you will decide at the end. The evidence can be broken down into 3 different time periods. First, I'm going to introduce you to Zachary Young, about how he served this country, and about the business he ran before CNN upended his life. Next, we're going to cover the events that unfolded at CNN's headquarters between October and November 2021. This is the period of time that CNN pitched, pursued, and published their hit piece on Zach. This period concludes on November 11, 2021, when that hit piece aired on Jake Tapper. And as you heard from the judge's instructions this morning, the multiple publications at CNN republished thereafter on different shows and also on CNN.com. Finally, we're going to conclude with the aftermath, when Zach's reputation went from patriot to criminal, and when his career as a private intelligence and security consultant went from making him more than $350,000 a year to being worthless. We'll conclude today by addressing the issues that each of you will have to decide. There's 3 questions, at a high level, 3 questions that you're going to have to answer at the end of the trial, and all of the evidence that we're going to show you is going to help you decide each of those 3 issues. Let's start with the evidence. You heard yesterday and this morning that this is a defamation case. The judge read you the instructions, but at a high level, to defame someone means you've done harm to their reputation by publishing a material fact that is untrue. So, in order for you to understand the harm that Zach suffered by CNN's publication, you need to understand who he was before CNN put his face on TV screens around the world. Zach is 49 years old, and he was born in Pennsylvania. He had a typical American childhood, and like many young boys, he grew up proud of his country. He has 3 brothers, Matt, his brother over there, and he was raised by his mom. In the early 1990s, Zach, after his parents divorced, Zach moved with his mom to Wellington, Florida, which is about an hour outside of Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. After he graduated high school, Zach enrolled in college in South Florida, where he pursued a degree in history. But Towards the end of the studies, Zach felt a calling to serve his country. So, in 1997, he decided to pause his studies and pursue and join the Navy to become a Navy SEAL. During Zach's 3 years in the Navy, his scores were off the charts. Unfortunately, you're going to hear that towards the end of his training, he suffered a serious injury in a dangerous training exercise when a boat fell on his head, and it was discovered that he had suffered multiple herniated discs in his lower back. As a result, the Navy forced him to medically retire, and he was honorably discharged. Zach returned to college and finished his degree in history. But he made a commitment to himself to overcome that injury and still serve this country. So, not only did he decide to pursue graduate studies, but he also decided to take what he had learned in the Navy and join an intelligence operations company called Blackwater. Blackwater was founded in 1997 by a former Navy SEAL. At Blackwater, Zach continued to build on that skill set that he learned in the Navy, learning additional skills such as land combat, use of foreign weapons, battlefield first aid, and how to navigate dangerous foreign terrain. Between his time in the Navy and at Blackwater, he developed a particular set of skills that very few Americans possess. He was deployed to multiple tours in conflict regions, including Afghanistan and Pakistan. His mission, while he was deployed, was to provide personal protection to U.S. diplomats and employees of a U.S. government agency as they worked to gather intelligence that would help America take down the Taliban. During this time, one particular government agency took an interest in Zach. Now, Zach is not going to be able to testify directly to you about the name of that agency because of his obligations. But evidence produced by CNN and a third party in this litigation, in the discovery phase of this litigation, show that that agency was the CIA. In 2002, Zach went through a 2-year recruitment process with the CIA, where he was subjected to numerous interviews, cognitive ability testing, and psychological evaluations. In 2004, he was hired by the CIA. Now,
Objection, Your Honor. This was covered by one of your early pretrial rulings.
we discussed this yesterday. There's documents produced in this case that the jury's going to see.
In terms of, I mean,
I'm not going to go
going beyond those, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Now, we can't cover anything more about Zach's time in the CIA because that information is confidential. Very few people even knew about his affiliation with the CIA, and those who did, like his wife, were given very few details. They never knew where he was going, what he was doing, or who he'd be meeting with. Zach's work took him all around the world, and he ended up in Vienna, the capital of Austria. It was there that he met his wife, Irina, and after many years of service to the U.S. government, he decided to settle down in Vienna with his wife. He remains a U.S. citizen, paying U.S. taxes, and voting in U.S. elections. Do you remember that company, Blackwater, we talked about a few minutes ago? Well, after Zach retired from government service, he decided to pursue a career as a private intelligence and security consultant, with dreams of one day building a company like Blackwater where he could work with like-minded patriots. Over the 3-year period, he worked for 3 different intelligence firms: Arrow, Frontier, and Near East Consulting. And you're going to hear a lot in this trial that this work in this particular industry that I hadn't heard about until I started working on this case. It's based primarily on word of mouth. And during Zach's time at Arrow, one of the 3 companies I told you he worked at, he met a group of other professionals that, together with Zach, came up with a revolutionary idea. A private company founded by the dream team of American intelligence professionals that would help countries abroad, American allies, develop out their intelligence operations. In 2018, Zach's big break came when an American company called DynCorp landed a $400 million project to help the Saudi Arabian government build out the program that Zach had helped develop. Unsurprisingly, the first person that they decided to hire was Zach. And until about 2021, Zach worked as a director of training and in various other roles for DynCorp. His career as a private intelligence and security consultant was taking off, and he was proud of the work that he was doing in the private sector. Around this time, towards the end of August 2021, a new group of companies developed a need for Zach's skill set. See, this was the time, August 21, when the Biden administration began to administer some evacuations from Afghanistan. But it wasn't enough. American and European companies needed help getting their people out of the country. Around this time, an FBI agent recommended Zach to an American company called Audible. Some of you may have heard of Audible before. It's a multi-billion-dollar company that makes audiobooks. If you bought audiobooks on Amazon, sometimes it gives you the Audible option. It's also a subsidiary of Amazon. See, Audible had 3 women on the ground in Afghanistan, and they needed help getting their people out. Zach told them that he could help run an operation by relying on his former intelligence network, who had boots on the ground in Afghanistan. Audible hired him, and Zach sprang to action. And he successfully evacuated all 3 women out of Afghanistan. Over the next couple months, Zach went on to successfully evacuate 22 women on behalf of 4 companies. I already told you about Audible. He also ran 4 successful evacuations for women on behalf of the multi-billion-dollar news company called Bloomberg. And he evacuated an additional 15 women on behalf of 2 nonprofit organizations, one called Hero Inc. and another called Civil Fleet. Now, when CNN gets up here to argue, I imagine that they're going to say something like, well, okay, Zach didn't do anything illegal. They were wrong on that. But what Zach was doing was unethical. I imagine they're going to try to paint a narrative of Zach sitting in Austria in his underwear, profiting off of these corporate evacuations. You're going to hear from both Zach and a retired U.S. general why that narrative is false. It's false because if Zach tried to enter Afghanistan to help with the evacuations, it would have been a suicide mission. As a white man, Zach would have stuck out like a sore thumb, endangering not only himself, but those he was trying to evacuate. Zach had to rely on his network of intelligence professionals who were on the ground in Afghanistan, who all looked like Afghani men, because he needed the evacuations to go undetected by the Taliban. Which brings us to the second period in the timeline. November 11, 2021, the Jake Tapper story on Zach. I want to take you inside the headquarters of CNN in the days and weeks leading up to their airing of that hit piece. The timeline here is actually very short. CNN was initially pitched the story on Zach on October 27, 2021. Just 4 days later, that story was greenlit by CNN's Executive Vice President of Programming. After the pitch was greenlit, CNN spent 2 days pursuing the facts. By November 3rd, they had fully completed their investigation, and they had filmed all the shots that they thought they needed to make a good story on Jake Tapper. By November 10th, that story was ready to be published. This was the first time that CNN decided to tell Zach that they were going to run a story on him. And when Zach asked, hey, can you give me a list of questions so I can make sure that the story is accurate, CNN gave him 2 hours to respond. Now, you heard this morning that it's our burden to prove our claims. You also heard that there's different burdens of proof for us to show our claims, and in order for us to be entitled to punitive damages, we need to show you by clear and convincing evidence that CNN acted with malice. We welcome our burden, and we intend to show you it's not a close call. If you think it's a close call, don't give us a dime, because the evidence we're going to show you is overwhelming. You're going to have, when you go back and deliberate at the end of this trial, you're going to have all the emails and text messages between the CNN employees leading up to the airing of the hit piece. You're going to have the raw video footage showing CNN's lead reporter on the story laughing about setting Zach up on the hit piece and declaring, when he didn't think the cameras were filming him, that the piece was theater. And at the core of this trial is just that. Truth versus theater. When CNN's employees get up here to testify, I want you to think, are they telling you the truth, or are they just giving you more theater? Some of you may remember when the news used to be different, when it wasn't about clicks, scandal, and drama. When we had American reporters like Walter Cronkite, who's covered for everything from Watergate to the moon landing, and actually cared about delivering Americans the facts they needed in order to make decisions as a nation. You have an opportunity in this trial to move the pendulum back towards sanity intermedia. So, how did the CNN story start? Well, in order to walk you through what happened, I need to introduce you to a few individuals who are involved in the story. First, Joel Kornetsky, Alex Marquardt, we've heard his name a couple times already, Katie Bo-Lillis, and Tom Lumley. You're going to hear a few other CNN employees testify during this trial, but those are the key people who are involved with the story, and I want to preview some of the evidence and some of the testimony that you're going to hear from them. The story starts with Kornetsky. She's a Harvard-educated, American-born activist who's self-described as an ally towards Afghanistan and a social entrepreneur. She connects with Zach on LinkedIn after she sees one of his posts describing the services he's providing to corporations. Zach is initially civil with Kornetsky. And even though he thinks she's wasting his time, he breaks down his cost structure for her on the evacuations. Things, though, get heated between Kornetsky and Zach when she accuses him of planning for life on a private island. By this point, Zach understands that she's just trying to attack his work on corporate evacuations. So he tells her, go waste somebody else's time. He then blocks her and goes back to his work coordinating evacuations. Now, Kornetsky's not very happy about this. So she reaches out to a CNN reporter named Alex Marquardt and asks him if he wants to run a story about an American mercenary who was getting people out of Afghanistan and dumping them in Islamabad. After a single call with Kornetsky, Marquardt, the lead reporter on the segment that ended up airing on Jake Tapper, gets his idea for a big story. He's got his bad guy, the American mercenary. He was going to cast Zach as a predator running a black market operation to extort desperate Afghans. Marquardt's initial pitch of the story is October 28th, which is the day after CNN was initially pitched. He titled it Extortion of Desperate Afghans and chose Zach as the only subject for his piece. He told his bosses that Zach's the only one that needs to get investigated. The goal of the piece? To expose Zach as a criminal charging desperate Afghans. Never mind that Zach never charged a single Afghan. CNN wasn't actually interested in the facts. They just wanted sensational media. You're going to hear how Marquardt was so focused on Zach that he ignored real leads. Perhaps most telling is a text message exchange between him and Kornetsky. She tells Marquardt about an Afghan who paid to get out. But when he hears that Afghan didn't pay Zach, Marquardt tells Kornetsky, this story doesn't align with mine, unfortunately. Think about that. Marquardt is willing to ignore real stories about real Afghans because they don't align with the hit piece he's trying to run, where Zach is the villain. Now, Marquardt has zeroed in on Zach as his villain, but in order to make him a villain, he needs to find one of his victims. Unfortunately for Marquardt, he never finds any victim because Zach never charged any Afghan. But he does find a few people that Zach communicated with on LinkedIn. What he learns is that Zach only worked with corporations, the corporations I told you about earlier today. But Marquardt didn't want to tell a story about corporate evacuations. That isn't sexy, it isn't scandal, and it's not what drives eyeballs to the network. Marquardt never really tried to contact the corporations that Zach had successfully conducted evacuations for. Meanwhile, buzz starts building in CNN's headquarters about Marquardt's big piece. Taglines start getting shared a bunch amongst a number of eager employees, CNN employees who are excited about this piece. They exchange topics like extortion of desperate Afghans and a shadowy black market. Amongst all the excitement, CNN's executive vice president says that the story on Zach would make a great story or great piece for the lead with Jake Tapper, CNN star reporter. November 1, 2021, the story is greenlit. CNN has no evidence that Zach charged any Afghan. They have no evidence that he's done anything illegal. It doesn't matter. They have a tragic situation. People trying to escape a war-torn country. They have, as one CNN employee put it, a punchable face for their lead. Zach's face. Now all they need is theater. By this point, you're going to see in the documents that CNN's recklessness turns to maliciousness. Someone texts Marquardt, "I'd love to see you take this guy down." Marquardt obliges. Later that same day, he texts an editor from CNN, "I'm going to nail this Zachary Young motherfucker." His editor leans in and tells him, "I'm going to hold you to that, cowboy." This brings us to phase 2 of the hit piece, November 2nd to November 3rd, when they pursued Zach. We're now 1 week out from the hit piece airing. Marquardt tells his colleague, Katie Bolillis, the third person I told you about a couple minutes ago, that he wants to get Zach to a place where he's calling him on camera. See, they want to get that shot for the hit piece. The entrapment begins. Marquardt doesn't want Zach to know that he's lining him up. So he tells his colleague, Miss Lillis, that she should be the one doing all of the texting with Zach. They conspire to deceive Zach. They don't tell him that they're planning on reporting on him. They don't tell him that they've basically already written the story. Instead, Marquardt tells Lillis, "If the cover is blown, just tell Zach we're doing stories on evacuations. And we just want to talk to him about the lay of the land." Lillis is happy to help. She thinks Zach is a asshole and a shitbag. You're going to see the web of lies that Lillis was weaving in real time. While Lillis is conspiring with Marquardt about how to deceive Zach, she tells Zach, "I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are." This is a text message exchange between Katie Bolillis and Zach. While this whole ruse is going on, Marquardt texts Lillis, "It's Zach's funeral, bucko." To which Lillis responds, as she's texting Zach that she's the straight shooter, "Ha ha, bucko." Why does Marquardt declare it's Zach's funeral? Well, he's about to stage a shot of him calling Zach and Zach not picking up. He knows that if he includes that shot in the segment, it's going to make Zach look guilty for not answering questions. Even though what's really going on is Zach has no idea somebody's about to call him. He has no idea it's Marquardt. And he has no idea that CNN's about to run a story on him. We've got the raw footage of Marquardt making that call to Zach. You're going to see it in this trial. And what you're going to see is that Marquardt staged the entire thing. There's actually 2 calls that are made in the video, a real one and a fake one, where he pretends to call Zach. And when Marquardt thinks the cameraman is no longer filming him, when he thinks no one is watching, he reveals what the piece is really about. He takes a step back, he puts his hands in the air, and he declares theater. He's just staged the downfall of a man, and he declares the thing theater. Right after the theater video, Marquardt celebrates Katie Bill Willis, that he got his shot. He texts another colleague, we've got everything they need. They're ready to publish. The third P. It's now November 10, the day before the story runs. Marquardt has been waiting until the last possible moment to reveal himself to Zach, because he knows he needs a record of him actually reaching out to Zach. So approximately 24 hours before the story runs on Jake Tapper, he reaches out to Zach and he says, hey, CNN's about to write a story about you. He knows it's evening in Vienna time where Zach lives, and so he knows it's unlikely that Zach's going to respond. Less than 24 hours later, on November 11th, we're now on the day the piece is set to air. Zach responds to Marquardt and asks him if he'll send him a list of questions that CNN wants answered. He wants to set the story straight. He wants to make sure that if they're going to do a story on him, that they have their facts right. He doesn't know what the story's about. This gets Marquardt upset. Why? Because if he gives Zach an opportunity to respond to the reporting, it could jeopardize the story going on Jake Tapper, which could be bad for him. He texts Katie Bo-Lillis, for fuck's sakes, fucking Young just texted me. But Marquardt comes up with a plan. He'll send him a list of questions, and he'll give him an impossibly short window to respond. Marquardt does just that, and he tells Zach, you've got 2 hours. Zach responds in no uncertain terms. That's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure, some of your facts are assertions, I think they're supposed to be a sure there, for sure are not accurate, and if they are published, I will seek legal damages. Did CNN care? No. They published the Jake Tapper story anyway. The segment itself is 4 minutes long, and I have some evidence I still want to get through with you, and I have limited time. Zach's going to be the first person that testifies in this trial, and we're going to show you not just the Tapper segment, but all the republications of it when Zach gets up there to take the stand. You may see it when CNN gets up here to do its opening, but there's still some evidence I want to cover with you. The Jake Tapper show was seen by more than 650,000 individuals that night. CNN would go on to republish it at least 8 more times, and in total, more than 2 million people saw the segment around the world. Which brings me to the fourth person I wanted to speak with you about, Tom Lumley. Lumley was responsible for creating the digital article. That's the CNN.com article I told you about earlier. Now, he doesn't find out about Marquardt's story until just a couple hours before it's aired. Some of the employees you're going to see had known for like more than a week. Lumley finds out like 2 hours before it goes live. He tells one of his colleagues, though, that the story is full of holes, like Swiss cheese. That CNN employee writes him back, yeah, it's 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact. Lumley tells another colleague that there's a fundamental question missing in the story. Whether Zach actually preyed on any Afghans. Lumley saw the obvious problems with the piece. And you will see that evidence that Lumley found it so disturbing that he couldn't believe that CNN's leadership actually approved the story on Young. One of Lumley's co-workers agreed, writing, the inference running through Alex's story that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans might not be fair at all. CNN willingly ignored Lumley's journalistic concerns. After the article was sent for approval, Lumley writes that he just wanted it done to diffuse the drama and that it's only half a good story. At the end of the day, there was no one at CNN that was willing to stand up for truth. Theater prevailed. Which brings me to the final chapter in this trial, Zach's life after the hit piece. To use Marquardt's own words, it was Zach's funeral. The career that he had spent 2 decades building was decimated. You're going to hear how, after the story aired, Zach's former intelligence professionals wanted nothing to do with him. Overnight, he went from patriot to criminal, and his career as a private intelligence and security consultant has not recovered. CNN's reckless journalism stole Zach's income and reputation. But it wasn't just his career that suffered. Zach's paid a heavy cost in his personal life as well. After many years of service to the U.S. government, he deserved the life that he was living. And CNN took that from him without any justification. Now, I anticipate that CNN's attorneys and witnesses will make a couple arguments to continue to try to attack Zach's work in Afghanistan. CNN can no longer claim that he did anything illegal. The court has just told you that he did not. CNN can't claim that he took any money from Afghans because, again, the court has told you that you must accept that fact as true. So I imagine that they will create new claims to try to distract you from the issues in this case. I want to briefly address a couple of the arguments that I think they're likely to make. First, you're going to hear from Zach himself that about a month after the CNN piece aired, he deleted LinkedIn messages and other documents. CNN will argue that Zach did that to hide bad evidence. Zach will tell you that's not true. That he did it because he was in a panic, because he was worried that the Austrian government was going to see the story and the police were going to show up in his house, and then he had a bunch of online trolling on him from people who saw the story on his LinkedIn account. Zach deleted his LinkedIn messaging to stop the online trolls. The idea that he did that to hide some black market activity, and the court has instructed you that he did not do anything illegal, is simply a fiction that CNN hopes you believe. Second, you're going to see communications where Zach is rude, flippant, and arrogant. He calls Kornetsky, the person I told you about in the beginning who first found Zach, he calls her a spiteful bitch after she accuses him of charging $15,000 for the corporate evacuations. There's also messages with somebody living in Colorado where after Zach finds out the guy's wasting his time, he says, "You can't be serious, have them run for the border and see how far they get." Zach's language is rude and abrasive. He doesn't like distractions and he's mission focused. We've all seen the spy movies where actors like Liam Neeson pretend to have a particular set of skills. Hollywood does not cast its spies to be warm and cuddly, and in the real world, you don't want them to be either. None of this means that Zach is criminal. None of this means that he took any money from Afghans. Do not let CNN use these to distract you from the real issues in this case. Which brings me to the conclusion. I want to thank you for your time yesterday, today, and in the coming weeks. We all know that your time is valuable, and we're going to do our best to present this case as efficiently as possible. I want to end today where you will end, with the 3 issues that you'll decide at the end of this trial. First, you're going to be asked to decide whether CNN defamed Zach. There's 2 ways you can find CNN liable for defamation. Either their use of the word black market implied that Zach did something illegal, or the story as a whole painted Zach as a bad actor preying on desperate Afghans. Now, CNN's probably going to argue that the word black market doesn't mean illegal. They're going to tell you that the word means unregulated, like a kid at the corner selling lemonade at a stand. Problem for CNN? That's not how the dictionary defines it. We're going to show you that consistent with common sense your common sense, that the dictionary defines the term black market to mean an illegal trade or traffic. Don't let CNN redefine words. Next, if you find CNN liable, you're going to be asked to determine how much to award Zach. There's 2 forms of damages that Zach is seeking: economic damages for his lost future income, and pain and suffering damages. Finally, you're going to be asked to decide whether CNN should be punished. Punitive damages are different from the type of damages that Zach is seeking directly. In order for Zach to recover punitive damages, he must prove that CNN acted with malice. Well, what does that mean? If CNN just negligently published their story and got the facts wrong, they still might be liable to Zach for the economic harm, but we wouldn't be entitled to punitive damages. For example, if I was sped into the parking lot of the courthouse this morning in a hurry to get to this room on time, and I crashed into Bell's parked car, I'd be responsible for paying for the damage I caused to his car. I made a mistake, but I'm still responsible for making Bell whole because it's my fault he's got a massive dent in his rear bumper now. The evidence that you're going to see in this case is going to show you that CNN's reporting was not a mistake. From the beginning, they set out to destroy Zach's reputation. They didn't care about the truth, they cared about theater, and they cared about ratings. You're going to have an opportunity to do something incredible in this trial. You're going to have an opportunity to send a message to mainstream media. You're going to have an opportunity to change an industry. When I sit down in a moment, CNN's attorney is going to deliver their opening statement. You're going to hear from CNN's attorneys and their employees in this trial, and I imagine they're going to testify how it's CNN's mission to deliver the facts, how they care about that mission, and how there is nothing malicious about CNN's reporting. But when you hear what they say today in this courtroom, compare it to the words they used in their text messages and emails before this lawsuit. Compare it to what CNN said before they were facing a 9-figure verdict. When you make that comparison, when you consider the evidence, you decide who is telling you the truth and who is giving you theater. Thank you.
Y'all doing all right?
Yes.
Okay.
John, would you entertain a 5-minute quick
But,
break?
yeah, so I was trying to see
Yeah.
from a timing standpoint. Yeah. Just from a timing standpoint, I don't want to catch you short or break your opening up.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go, I'm guessing 45 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
That'll get us closer to 11 o'clock. So I didn't want y'all sitting there if you needed a break. All right, why don't we do this? We'll take a 5-minute break real quick. I don't know if y'all wrote anything in your notepads or whatever, but just take your notepads and throw them in the folders that are there, and you can leave them on your chairs. Let me give you an instruction that you're going to hear repeatedly. You heard yesterday for the first time, but we're about to take a recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with the trial except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation, and then after our recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off before we come back in the courtroom. If y'all want to go out, you can use the restrooms. There's that, you showed them the jury lounge where you brought up this morning. Just reassemble inside the jury lounge, and the bailiff will bring you back into the courtroom when we're ready to go. All right, we'll be in recess till then for about 5 minutes. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything?
One thing very quickly. I thought we had agreed to 40 minutes for opening. I cut showing them the video in the opening because I knew I was going to be brushing up against that 40-minute line. So I'd asked. This was at the pretrial conference back in December. We said 40 minutes. I think at one point, Mr. Axelrod said he was doing us a favor by agreeing to a lower time frame. So I I don't mind if he goes a couple minutes over, but I would ask the court to hold him to the rule that we planned for.
Yeah, we planned for a rule. We put it in the pretrial order. It says an hour.
Said an hour.
Oh.
I pulled it up when you started to see how long we
That's
had.
totally on me. That's totally on me. I have 40 minutes stuck in my head.
And just how memories can get changed. I did say let's do you a favor, but that was related to closings. That wasn't related to open.
Oh, we're going to do 40 minutes for closings?
That was what Mr. Axelrod's favor was about.
No, it says an hour in the pretrial.
Well, that's my fault then.
All right, I'll see you in a few.
Yeah, I just would be careful. I mean, you're not a lawyer, so I would be careful coming into the bar of the court. Unless you are. Did you enter your appearance?
All right. Is there anything before we bring him back in?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you got them all, bring him back in. Kristen?
It'd make it more comfortable for the jury to come through here and swing around rather than having to run the gauntlet over there.
I thought we were going to bring him around and come in this way, but
Also, you got the tripping hazard here, I wouldn't do that.
yeah. When we break for lunch, I'll talk with my bailiff about which way we're bringing him in.
Juror Derek?
Y'all can be seated. Give him a minute to settle in.
I'll wait till you tell me to go.
I was like, steps.
Y'all ready? All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday was really quick, so I didn't really get a proper chance to introduce myself. My name is Dave Axelrod. It's my privilege to represent CNN. For better or for worse, you all are going to hear a lot from me over the next 2 weeks. And just off the bat, we thank you for your attention and your service. Along with me, Joe Bailey sitting over there, Sandy Sanborn, and Chuck Tobin, who's somewhere around here, are the lawyers representing CNN. For me, the most important person in the courtroom is Gianni DeMezza back there, who makes sure all the documents go up well and make sure that we're doing everything the right way. And then, of course, Adam Levine, who is a senior vice president of news for CNN, is sitting there with us as well. And you'll be hearing from him testify later in this trial. But when you came in here, before you started hearing the instructions from the judge, and before you heard Mr. Roche, or you listened to me, you probably said to yourselves, why are we here? And the simple answer is we're here because in November 2021, CNN published 2 stories about Afghan evacuations. One was the video segment, which I'll show you in a couple minutes. And one was a written article that went up on CNN.com. So I'll refer to them as the segment and the article. And we're here because those 2 publications, the segment and the article, they were tough, but they were fair and they were accurate. That's what CNN's reporting was. After the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan in the fall of 2021, you're going to see the videos. Afghanistan was lawless chaos. People couldn't leave the country, and the Taliban was actively hunting Afghans who had worked with the U.S. military. Because of those horrible conditions, trapped Afghans, people who had helped the U.S. government for 2 decades, were forced to wait for the Taliban to find them and their families, or find a way to pay fees beyond their means to leave the country. Zachary Young was one of the private operators who saw these horrible conditions as a way to make money. You're going to hear, and you're going to see the documents, that there were many U.S. veterans, people who had served in Afghanistan, who volunteered. You're going to hear from General Young. Mr. Roche told you, he's going to come in, he's a plaintiff's expert. He and his colleagues set up a very good volunteer veterans organization that evacuated like a couple thousand Afghans. You're going to hear about those wonderful volunteer veterans organizations who came in and did a good service. And you're going to hear about Mr. Young, who saw this desperation as a way to get rich. And he didn't hide it. He's here, we're here because CNN published a story. But what you're going to see and what the evidence is going to show is that over and over again, Mr. Young advertised his services on LinkedIn. I don't know if you all use LinkedIn. A lot more people use Facebook, but LinkedIn is a social network site for businesses, for individuals looking for jobs, for individuals looking to get hired. Mr. Young advertised his services over and over again on LinkedIn, directly to sponsors sometimes, that's American companies, and directly to Afghans. And you're going to see his exchanges with those Afghans where he says, it's $14,500 for me to get you out of Afghanistan, which is, you're going to hear, is way more than any Afghan could ever pay. You're going to see CNN put up his picture. That was the picture that Mr. Young chose to use on his LinkedIn site, that he put up with every one of his messages. Back home in the U.S., in the fall of 2021, we Americans watched as networks like CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, all the big stations, they reported on those horrible conditions on the ground. They showed the desperation and the chaos that was left behind when our government withdrew our troops, and the dangerous situation we left for those people who had helped us for 20 years. The segment and the article delivered this message. They delivered this message about those horrible and desperate conditions. Because of the failures of our government, Afghans who had pledged their loyalty to the U.S. were left with few good options. And you're going to see that part of that reporting was about Zach Young, his advertisements, and the people like him who saw this as nothing more than a way to make money. Every word you're going to see in CNN's reporting was true. Every word was accurate. And CNN's reporting was tough. But it was tough, and it was fair, and it was accurate. And that's what the evidence is going to show in this case. Now, since I was a younger man, when I had a lot less gray hair caused by trials and kids, I was a federal prosecutor, and I prosecuted white-collar fraud. Trials, I learned, were the best way to get to the truth. A lot of people say, oh, jurors come in, they don't know anything, they can't be trusted. Completely disagree. You all have the power of using your common sense, your combined wisdom, your combined life experiences to look at all the evidence and get to the truth of a matter. And that's what you're going to be asked to do in this case. We trust you to do it. They trust you to do it. It's the best system in the world. But the evidence is what's really important. Now, Mr. Roche just told you a story. And that's all it was. It was a good story, but it's all it was a story. I'm going to tell you a story. I hope it's as good as his. It might not be. But my opening is just a story too. Because opening statements, those are statements by lawyers, are not evidence. Nothing Mr. Roche said is evidence. Nothing I'm about to say is evidence. Rather, they're just competing views of what we think the evidence will show. And good lawyers, like Mr. Roche, they can tell you a story that isn't necessarily going to line up with the evidence. And I'm just going to give you one example, but you're going to see a lot more as you go through this trial. Now, Mr. Roche said there's a text or a Slack exchange where Mr. Marquardt says, we're going to nail this MFer. And he's right, there is. But what Mr. Roche didn't tell you is that 2 lines later in that same exchange, Mr. Marquardt says, or maybe he'll just slip away. But that's what good lawyers can do. They can tell you a story that doesn't necessarily line up with the evidence. So what all of us in this courtroom are going to ask you to do is pay incredibly close attention to the actual evidence in the case, rather than just relying on my story or Mr. Roche's story. Now, I'm not going to break my opening down by kind of segments, but I'm going to tell you that during this trial, you're going to learn 3 very critical things. In November 21, CNN published a TV segment and the online article that included references to Mr. Young. These stories, as you're going to see, were carefully researched. They were carefully written, and many experienced journalists at CNN put eyes on these stories. They put eyes on the stories to make sure they were accurate. They put eyes on the stories to make sure they were fair. And the first important thing you're going to learn in this case is that neither story accused Mr. Young of doing anything illegal. Indeed, the reporting on Young truthfully reported his own public advertisements on LinkedIn. And as you're going to see in a couple minutes, they were almost all his own words. That's the first important thing you're going to see. The second important thing you're going to see is that Mr. Young, who has the burden in this case, will present no witness other than himself who will testify that they interpreted the stories that Mr. Young claims are the way that he did. Not a single person. He won't bring one single person who says, I watched the segment, I read the article, I saw it the same way as Mr. Young. Not a single one. Third, Mr. Young, whose burden it is, will present no witness who will testify about Mr. Young's reputation before the CNN publications or afterwards. He won't have any witness who will testify that they thought less of Mr. Young or wouldn't hire him because of the CNN stories. Not a single one. And you heard Mr. Roche talk about Mr. Young's background. All this service, all these skills. The fact that plaintiff can't bring one witness to testify that they thought less of him or that they wouldn't hire him tells you all you need to know about his case. It's just not there. Those 3 things, that's the case in a nutshell. And maybe I should sit down, but I'm going to go a little bit further. So I'm going to put a little more meat on the bones of what you're going to see. In 2021, the Biden administration withdrew our troops from Afghanistan. It was a disaster. And the Taliban took immediate control. And maybe one area where CNN and Mr. Young agree is that the conditions on the ground in Afghanistan were abhorrent. The Taliban is a repressive terrorist organization. It persecutes minority groups like Christians. It doesn't allow women basic freedoms. And third, it vowed to punish any Afghan who would work with the U.S. government. So as the U.S. pulled out, you'll see the videos, desperate Afghans fled to the airport. And you may have seen the video, they're like clinging on cargo planes. It's one of the most sad and horrifying images you can see. And then there was a suicide bombing at the airport. And 13 American service members lost their life, and 170 Afghans were killed. And that is the desperation that CNN did a ton of reporting on. But in the wake, so America leaves Afghanistan in that period. And in the wake of leaving Afghanistan, thousands of Afghans were trapped. And these three groups, women, minorities, U.S. loyal people, they faced assaults, they faced imprisonments, they faced death or worse because they dared to help the United States or because they were women who enjoyed basic freedoms for the last 20 years. So as I said, nonprofits and veterans groups started organizing volunteer campaigns immediately. And these noble people donated their time, worked their contacts, raised money from Americans in the United States, and charged those Afghans nothing for that. CNN covered the Afghanistan withdrawal extensively. In the lead up to the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and the months that followed, CNN covered the dire situation on the ground. CNN reported on the policy failures by the Biden administration, both before and after the withdrawal. CNN reported on the brutal conditions imposed by the Taliban after the withdrawal. CNN reported on the suicide attacks at the airport. CNN reported on the danger that Afghans who helped the U.S. faced under the Taliban. Most importantly, for why we're here, CNN reported on evacuations. CNN ran multiple stories on evacuations during this period. CNN dedicated hours and hours of coverage to the situation in Afghanistan because, as awful as it is seeing images of people clinging to airplanes and people facing horrible persecution by the Taliban, this is a story that we as Americans need to see because it was a policy failure that left people who were our friends in dire situation. And I know it's trite to say, but the saying goes, if we don't learn from our history, we're doomed to repeat it. And that's what CNN was doing. It was showing Americans what was going on the ground. Alex Marquardt, who's going to be someone you're going to hear from in this case, you're going to see his name a ton. Mr. Roche mentioned him a bunch. He's a CNN reporter. He covers national security. He's been a professional reporter for nearly 20 years. During his time at CNN, and before that at ABC News, Alex reported from war zones all over the world. This is what he's dedicated his life to. The Ukraine, Libya, Syria, Israel, Gaza. He's reported live from all of them, bringing these news from those conflict zones to our TVs. You're going to hear that he lived in the Middle East for 6 years, reporting on numerous conflicts in the region. He's been to Afghanistan, and he's reported from Afghanistan. He's exactly the reporter you would turn to cover this type of dire situation and help explain it to Americans. Indeed, after the Taliban took over, he did a number of stories about Afghan evacuations. He ran a story on U.S. evacuations of Afghan interpreters who helped the U.S. He did a story on the evacuation of Afghan pilots who trained with the U.S. military. He did a story on the CIA's role in evacuating a female Afghan American who had been volunteering in Kabul when Kabul fell. So in October, just after the withdrawal, Alex received information about people charging a lot of money for evacuations, $15,000 per person, which, as you'll hear to an Afghan, is just an unbelievably large amount of money. He believed, and you'll hear it from him, that it was important to report on the high prices people were charging desperate Afghans to escape death. And you'll see, one of the people that Alex learned of was Zachary Young. Alex saw Young's communications with multiple people, and so he started looking into it. And he quickly saw Young's advertisements plastered all over LinkedIn. So through the second half of October and into November, Alex Marquardt reported. He's a reporter, that's what he did. He talked to volunteers in Afghanistan and the United States who were trying to help Afghans. He talked to Afghans in Afghanistan desperate to get out. He talked to an Afghan in the US desperate to get his family out of Afghanistan. And you're going to hear that Alex wasn't working the story alone. That there's another reporter, her name's Katie Bo-Lillis. She's also a national security reporter. And she helped Alex out. And you're going to hear that in the midst of Alex kind of looking at this story, looking at Mr. Young, Katie Bo-Lillis learns about Mr. Young completely independently because he is so far out there on LinkedIn, sending these advertisements to everyone, trying to make as much money off the situation as he can. It's only when Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis showed each other the information that they had, they realized that they were both heard about Mr. Young independently. And here's exactly what Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis saw and what you're going to see in this case. Mr. Young was advertising to everyone on LinkedIn. He was charging over $14,000 a person to evacuate Afghans. He was promising people visas if they evacuated to certain countries. They saw communications where Mr. Young communicated directly with desperate Afghans. They saw communications where when Mr. Young was communicating with those Afghans, as soon as they said they didn't have a sponsor, Mr. Young would just stop responding. They saw communications where Mr. Young berated other Americans who had the gall to question what he was doing. Mr. Roche talked about one of those where he called this woman, Jill Kornetsky, a spiteful bee. They saw messages where Mr. Young represented that he could secure Afghans' refugee status. And you're going to hear from Ms. Lillis and Mr. Marquardt that this especially caught their attention. Because of their experience reporting on Afghanistan and war-torn countries, they knew it was incredibly unlikely to be a promise that Mr. Young could actually keep. And you're going to hear Mr. Young's own testimony. He had no idea if he could give people refugee status, but he was out there making those representations himself. Now, Mr. Roche talked about some of the internal communications at CNN, where Mr. Marquardt and others made callous observations about Mr. Young. You're going to see that those weren't made in a vacuum. They were made when the CNN reporters saw how Mr. Young callously replied to a question about his prices. That if Afghan can't pay his prices, they should run for the border and see how far they get. And let's put that comment in context. You have desperate Afghans who are being persecuted. And when Mr. Young was questioned about his pricing, he told this person, have them run for the border and see how far they get. That was one of the comments that Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis were responding to. Another one was where Mr. Young cussed out that volunteer, Jill Kornetsky, told her to F off, and then called her a spiteful bee because she had the gall to question his pricing. You're going to see those communications between Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis. We're not hiding from them. But you're going to see as those two reporters learned more and more about Mr. Young, and they saw the seemingly impossible promises that he was making on LinkedIn, they expressed their disdain for him. And you're going to hear directly from them why they said those things. You're going to hear that from their perspective as reporters who have worked in war zones and seen true human despair, that Mr. Young's comments were completely offensive. Now, over the weeks that they worked the story, Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis communicated with Mr. Young multiple times. They wanted to hear from Young. You're going to see that. They were trying to gather as much information for their story as they could possibly. You're going to see a very extensive back and forth on November 3rd of 2021, 8 days before the stories air, between Ms. Lillis and Mr. Young. They had a long back and forth where Katie Bo-Lillis repeatedly asked Mr. Young to jump on the phone and talk to her. Mr. Young declined, but he kept texting back and forth. And you're going to see that Mr. Marquardt called Mr. Young on November 3rd, but he didn't answer. You're going to see that Mr. Marquardt texted Mr. Young on November 10th, but he didn't respond. And you're going to see that on November 11th, Mr. Marquardt reached out to Young, and he again didn't want to answer questions about his pricing. Mr. Young had no obligation to talk to CNN, but as you'll see, there can be no dispute, and we're going to go through it carefully, that CNN didn't try to learn as much as possible from Mr. Young as they could. And so I want to kind of talk about two things that Mr. Roche talked about. First, he said that until November 11th, right before the story happened, Mr. Young had no idea that CNN was working on a story about him. This could not be less true. You're going to see the back and forth between Ms. Lillis and Mr. Young on November 3rd, 8 days before the story, where Mr. Young threatens to sue CNN because he says, I already know what this story's about. The other fallacy that Mr. Roche talked about is this idea that Mr. Young didn't have enough time to respond. You're going to hear Mr. Young admit when he takes the stand that he actually didn't need more time to respond to the questions that Mr. Marquardt asked him. They were all very simple questions. And you're going to hear Mr. Young say, oh yeah, I could have answered that question in a second. I could have answered that question in a second. You're going to see, and the evidence is going to show, that over the course of 8 days before the publication, it became very clear to CNN that Mr. Young was going to give limited, false information to CNN, and that at the end, he was just trying to stonewall the story. So after about 2 to 3 weeks of reporting, Mr. Marquardt drafted the segment for a show on CNN called The Lead with Jake Tapper. Over a period of days, Mr. Marquardt wrote and produced this 4-minute segment. The story, and I'm going to show it to you in a second, because this is a defamation case, and defamation cases are about the publications. The story, as you'll see, focused on the terrible situation on the ground for Afghans looking to flee. As part of the story, Mr. Marquardt interviewed two Afghan men, who talked about their efforts to flee and to help family members get out. One Afghan, located in California, we'll hear from him in a second, told Alex he was desperate to get his family out. They were being targeted by the Taliban because his mother was a doctor who helped our service members. And how this man turned to someone on Facebook, not Mr. Young, who he'd heard was evacuating people. And when he begged for that man's help, he was told it would cost $10,000 a person to get his family of 10 out of Afghanistan, which was, of course, more money than he could possibly find. That wasn't about Mr. Young. You're going to hear that. Mr. Marquardt then interviewed another Afghan who worked as a contractor with the U.S. and who was still in Afghanistan. And that man spoke about how he met with someone in Afghanistan who wanted $50,000 to get his family on a flight list. That was also not about Mr. Young. The third minute of this 4-minute TV segment focuses on Mr. Young. And the story says that Mr. Young is charging $14,000 a person on LinkedIn, and it shows his LinkedIn posts where he advertises his services. And then the story ends, and you'll see it, with Mr. Young saying that he only expects payments from sponsors. Those were the words that he gave Katie Bo-Lillis, and CNN included his words in the story. Most importantly, what you're going to see about the segment is it never says Mr. Young's doing anything criminal. It never implies Mr. Young's doing anything criminal. The story says that Mr. Young is charging a lot of money to get people out of Afghanistan, and it uses his own words, only his own words, to explain that. Everything in the story, we're going to walk through it in a minute, everything the story reports about Mr. Young came directly from his posts on LinkedIn, or things he said directly to people on LinkedIn, or things he said directly to CNN. His own words. Now, I'm going to put up a segment for you. G, can you just cue it up? DX 111. This is a defamation case. And you may ask why plaintiffs didn't show you the segment in their presentation. They had an hour to make a presentation. They went about 40 minutes. They chose not to show it to you. Because when you actually watch the segment and you actually look at the article, you'll see that there's no there. So I implore you, watch the segment carefully. Watch it as many times as you can during this trial. Read the article carefully. because you're going to see that there's nothing false about Mr. Young in any of it. So, Mr. Demeza, could we cue that up? Let it rip.
In our Worldly today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent.
Can you all hear that?
No.
Is there a way that we...
Is there a way we can bump it up? I'm sorry, the sound in the video itself is a little funky, so we're just trying to work through it.
In our Worldly today, the U.S.
You pause it there?
government, the Biden.
Is that a little bit better?
It's about the same.
Jennifer, just 1 second. We're going to work through this, and hopefully we have a better solution tomorrow. But for some reason, we can't get it louder right now. So I'm going to try to be really quiet. Hopefully you all can do your best.
In our Worldly today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent residents of the U.S. from Afghanistan since August 31st. Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
Stop it right there. So that is the first 40 seconds of the video. As you can see, it's a discussion of the U.S. evacuating Americans and a lack of options for Afghans who want to leave. And you'll see that this thing at the bottom is called the banner. We'll refer to that through this trial. You'll see that the banner says Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, etc. As you can see in this first 40 seconds of this video, nothing about Mr. Young.
These are the heavy steps of a young man trying to save his family. He's just 26 years old and lives in California. We can't show his face for the safety of his family in Afghanistan.
I'm desperate, the danger is imminent.
Since the chaotic international withdrawal from Afghanistan, his parents, siblings, and wife have been in hiding from the Taliban, who in the past, the young man says, have violently beaten his father, a doctor, and been angry with his mother, a women's rights activist who worked for the U.S.
Taliban left announcement to my parents that anybody who helped them find my parents or my family that ends up with their execution will gain a prize.
They put a bounty on your family's head.
Exactly. This is really serious. They went to our house. They destroyed every single thing.
Desperate, he turned to Facebook, finding people offering ways to get Afghans out of the country for a price.
That person came up to me and told me, hey, you know what, you got to pay $10,000 per person in order to be evacuated then.
Per person?
9, 10 people. It would be like $100,000, and I cannot provide $100,000 in cash. In a way, like even if I provide that money, there is no guarantee that they will be evacuated.
According to Afghans and activists we've spoken with, desperate Afghans are now being exploited, like that young man, told that they can get them or their families out if they pay exorbitant, often impossible amounts.
So that's the first interview that goes on in the story. We're now up to 210 on the story. As you just saw, the first interview features this man in California who was talking to someone on Facebook, not Mr. Young. And the story is all about how Afghans are desperate and stuck, and that people are charging prices that no Afghan could pay. And we're now 2 minutes, 10 seconds in. Mr. Young's name has not been mentioned at all. Sorry.
Only one family, $50,000.
We Skyped with a father of 3 in Kabul who had just met with a man offering to get them on an evacuation flight list.
They want to leave the country. If you say yes, they're going to say, okay, pay first. I said, how we can pay that much money right now? It's only business matters. People are making $100,000 per day.
This man, whose identity we also need to hide, worked as a contractor for USAID. He's a special interest visa applicant for the U.S. The kind of Afghan citizen the Biden administration says they're working to evacuate. What is the U.S. doing that you know of to try to get you and your family out?
Unfortunately, they are not doing now anything. Up to 31st, they said everything is closed and it's finished. We did not receive anything back from U.S. Embassy or from any other organization.
We are now 3 minutes and 2 seconds in this story. We've now interviewed a second Afghan person. That guy is in Afghanistan. Focused on people offering desperate Afghans flights out of the country, as you heard. He worked as a contractor for the U.S. government, and it's highlighting the fact that the U.S. government is not doing enough. That's the focus of the story.
So he went online, where he found a man named Zachary Young, who was one of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this.
Stop it there. So now we're at 310 in the story, and Mr. Young is first introduced. And so you'll see, we just saw his picture, but that is the same picture from LinkedIn. That's where CNN got it. And as you'll see, this is his open advertisements to anyone, including Afghans, on LinkedIn. And see, the first thing CNN does is it highlights his own words. If you are a sponsor with funding, series to evacuate people from Afghanistan on short notice, please reach out. We can provide references and we can deliver. So you can see, in the very first thing they say about, CNN says about Mr. Young, they're highlighting his words, where in this one, he's saying, if you are a sponsor, contact me. A sponsor being an American company or an NGO looking to pay for Afghans to get out. Mr. Nemex?
We can deliver. One LinkedIn user.
So again, we go to a next part of Mr. Young. I'm going to rewind it and play it in full again. But the next thing that's highlighted about Mr. Young, again, his own words. And this was a conversation Mr. Young had with someone before he deleted it. And you can hear about that in a second. And so this is the conversation. Yes, what are you charging and where does this get her? Mr. Young responds, $75,000 for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul to Peshawar. Can also facilitate passports and visits and transit to Dushanbe, but again, it costs money. Again, these are his own words. This was somebody asking him, what are you charging? And these are the prices that he is giving. $75,000 for a vehicle, for a ride. Mr. Nemex, you can start again?
Posted messages with Young,
If you could actually just
where
go
Young
back
said
a couple
it would,
seconds. Go back like 10 seconds. Thank you.
It was one of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this week, we can deliver. One LinkedIn user posted messages with Young, where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be $14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates, or Albania for another $4,000. Prices well.
So again, now this is the third thing talking about Mr. Young. Again, this was another advertisement that he made on LinkedIn. You see there's his face. Now he's charging flights for $14,500 per person. And you're going to hear in this trial that Mr. Young never evacuated anyone by flight. He promises a 4-month visa in the United Arab Emirates. You're going to hear that he had no idea how he would ever do that. Then he says, sponsor needs to arrange onward travel. So a sponsor could arrange onward travel, or we can offer onward to Albania for an additional $4,000, which includes refugee status on arrival. So So again, this is Mr. Young's own words, offering to Afghans and everyone that he can arrange refugee status in a country called Albania. And then you can see at the bottom, he says, if they have no passport, the price is an additional $1,000. Mr. Young's own words, CNN found them, they published them. But just to be very clear, this is what Mr. Young had put up on LinkedIn before CNN published it. Right?
Beyond the reach of most Afghans. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN that Afghans trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young says are highly volatile and based on environmental reality.
Stop right there. Thank you. Now, as we're getting towards the end of the 1 minute of this story, which is about Mr. Young, this was the comment that he made to CNN when they spoke to him about reporting. And this was his comment saying, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs. CNN took the quote that Mr. Young had given CNN during its reporting and put it in the story. That was Mr. Young's explanation for why he was charging so much money, and CNN used it. That's the information he gave.
Young repeatedly declined to break down the costs or say if he's making money. Back in California, Young...
And so now it's 3:58. The 1 minute portion about Mr. Young of this 4 minute story is over until the very end. Thank you, Mr. Mezzo.
Afghan American tells us even though he can't pay, he's still pleading to get his family out.
I have sent tons of texts asking these people, begging them to evacuate my family. If I don't be able to evacuate them within the next 2 weeks, I think I will lose them all. I think I will lose them all, my family.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Alex Marquardt, thanks so much for that important report. Coming up, Xi Jinping's power play, the new move from
that is the entire segment, why we're here, the first half of why we're here. And as you can see, when the story ends, again, CNN uses Mr. Young's own words. Things he was fine with saying. That's how economics works, unfortunately. Now, the evidence is going to show that after Mr. Marquardt wrote that script for the segment that the lead played, it went through CNN's extensive vetting process. And in this review process, commonly referred to as the triad, senior experienced editors with no prior involvement in the case independently review the script to ensure that it's fit for publication. And they use independent people because they want to make sure that we're testing it out, right? We're making sure that it's accurate. We're making sure that it's fair. There are two important components of the triad that we're going to talk about. The first is the row, where one senior editor checks the story to make sure it's factually accurate. That means if we're making assertions in the segment, can we say this? Do we have the support for it? CNN ran this story through that process. The second is called standards and practices. And that's where a different senior editor reviews the story and decides, okay, it's accurate, but is it fair? Is it something that we should publish? And you're going to hear from that editor, Emma Lacey Bordeaux, and you're going to hear that she thought the story was fair. You're going to hear and see from these experienced editors who did an independent review of the TV segment, and together, after much discussion and back and forth, confirm that the segment was fit for publication. And the point of this process is to ensure that CNN's reporting is fair and it's accurate. You're going to hear that all these people believe the story fairly and accurately depicted the conditions the desperate Afghans were facing, and it was entirely appropriate and fair to talk about Mr. Young's own advertising campaign. You're going to hear that they believe the story fairly described how Young was trying to profit off of human misery. You're also going to hear that they had no intention of publishing a segment that conveyed Mr. Young was doing anything illegal. You're going to hear it directly from them. Mr. Roche used the word sensational. I lost track. It was 3 or 4 times. There is no evidence in this case that there was anything sensational about the story. You all saw it. The headline wasn't American targets Afghans or ex-CIA, guy in Vienna, super spy targets Afghans. It had none of that. It's a 4-minute story that doesn't mention Zachary Young until the 3rd minute. Moreover, you're going to hear that the Jake Tapper show runs from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the East Coast. Now, if you were running a sensational story, you'd probably lead with this, something like that. This is a big story, a big expose we got. This story played at approximately 5:30 p.m., right in the middle of the 2nd hour. Not exactly the time slot you would use to draw viewers with sensationalized reporting. You're going to hear, the evidence is going to show that the TV story, the segment, never said Mr. Young was doing anything illegal. Mr. Young contends that using the phrase black market in the banner implied he was. You're going to hear from Mr. Young, you're going to hear from Mr. Young's expert, you're going to hear from the CNN witnesses, that the term black market was a perfect description of the market the Afghans were facing to get out of the country. That banner played throughout the story. It played long before the story focused on Young and when it was up after Mr. Young's portion. But black market was a perfect way to describe what was going on in Afghanistan. You're going to hear from Zachary Young himself that after the brutal Taliban captured the country, women couldn't move around. If you wanted to get a woman out of the country, like Mr. Young was doing, you had to use safe houses. You had to use covert moves. You're going to hear Mr. Young testify that he was so concerned about security with people on the ground that he deleted his messages. Now, if this were a situation where a woman who wanted to get out of Afghanistan because it was brutal could simply go to the airport, get on her phone, use Expedia, there would be no reason for Mr. Young to have a job. There would be no black market. But the black market, in this case, was created because the Taliban wasn't letting people leave, and people were actually threatened with harm, death, or even worse if they stayed. If you were a desperate Afghan looking to flee, you needed to find an operator like Mr. Young and then hide from the Taliban until you could be moved out of the country. And you're going to hear all that. Black market was an absolutely accurate way to describe the situation in Afghanistan. And as you're going to see in the instructions, when we finally get there, that when you evaluate what words mean in these stories, you look at them in context. And in the context of this story, what you just saw, black market was a perfect way to describe the situation. It described the situation and it said nothing about illegality. So we're almost done. After the TV segment airs, Mr. Marquardt drafted an article for CNN's website. And the evidence will show that at that time, CNN had a completely different process for editing a TV segment and for editing a digital article. So different people at CNN worked on both. So on the afternoon of November 11th, Mr. Marquardt sends his draft article off to a digital editor, someone who hadn't been involved. His name's Mr. Tom Lumley. Mr. Roche talked about him, with the hopes that the story could be published the same day. The written story could be published at the same time as the TV segment. And you're going to hear from Mr. Lumley very frankly that he thought the TV segment was good, but the written article needed more work. And he was very frank about it. He didn't like it. He didn't like the written story that Mr. Marquardt had crafted. And so you're going to see that over the next 2 days, from November 11th to November 13th, Mr. Lumley revised the article, and he revised it pretty substantially. And he sent it through the triad process again to make sure that it was fit for production, fit for publication. And only when that team and that triad independently reviewed and approved it again was it published on November 13th, 2 days later. And now you heard Mr. Young's lawyer, you heard Mr. Roche talk about Mr. Lumley's complaints about the story. And you're going to see that he said the story is filled with holes like Swiss cheese, And he didn't like it, and it was half a story. And Mr. Lumley thought there was more of a story to tell. That's his main complaint. You're going to hear that from him. But you're also going to hear Mr. Lumley say that he thought the story was accurate as it related to Mr. Young. We're not hiding from Mr. Lumley. Mr. Lumley's comments about the story, the written story, and that it needed work, are direct evidence that CNN employed a rigorous process. That editors at CNN had free rein to speak up and say, hey, let's slow down, hold on. Before we publish, let's make sure this is better. It shows CNN's editors weren't a rubber stamp. They were carefully considering the work product and speaking up where they believed they needed to. So let's look at the article now, which is the second piece in this case. Mr. De Meza, we won't have a sound problem with the article. This is the article, and you can just see the headline first. Some Afghans trying to flee country face exorbitant costs as Blinken touts success of efforts to help Americans. So right from the jump, again, this does not look like a sensational headline. I mean, many people may be fans of Tony Blinken, the soon-to-be ex-Secretary of State, but wouldn't say this is a sensationalized headline. But as you can see, it's a slightly different focus from the segment because it's focusing on Blinken and the efforts to help Americans. So let's look at the first page of the article. If you can blow that up, Mr. De Meza, thank you. So these are the first two paragraphs of the story that was ultimately published. Afghans desperate to flee the country are increasingly having to negotiate with private operators charging exorbitant sums, while U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken announced on Friday that all Americans who have asked to leave Afghanistan have been offered an opportunity to do so. So that first paragraph, which in reporting is like, the first two paragraphs are the most important thing. They tell the reader what the story is going to be about, is that this is about the government trying to get Americans out of Afghanistan. It goes on to say there are fewer than 100 American citizens in Afghanistan who are ready to leave, according to the State Department. And Blinken said Friday that there are a couple hundred more for now who want to stay. That's the first page. Let's go to the second page. If you could blow up the top half, Mr. De Meza. Yeah, keep going down until above. There's no guarantee. Yeah, thank you. So this is the second page. But in addition to those Americans, there are countless Afghans, including thousands who worked for or aided the U.S. during the 20-year war or believe they are in danger of being targeted by the Taliban or frantically trying to leave. The increased sense of desperation and limited space on evacuation routes have fostered a private market with private operations demanding exorbitant sums, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars, to transport people outside the country by different means and routes with no guarantee of success. The operators include individuals and groups both inside and outside of Afghanistan, often contacted on social media. Then the next paragraph talks about a family of 10 hiding in Western Afghanistan. And then as you see, go down, the 26-year-old who was in California turned to Facebook. So this is repeating the interview from the segment. And there's some of his quotes. So Mr. Meza, if you can go back up to the full page. Now grab the bottom. It's getting worse now because it's becoming normalized and desperation has grown, says Hazami Barmada, a humanitarian aid worker who has organized flights out of Afghanistan. So now this is something new that's been added to the digital piece. And you're going to hear that telling a story on TV and doing digital reporting is slightly different. You have more room in an article to include content. And so now this is an interview with this, I'm going to butcher names and I apologize in advance, Hazami Barmada, who's a humanitarian aid worker. And that's what this is focusing on. But then you see at the bottom, in Kabul, a father is hiding with his wife and 3 young boys, changing locations every 2 weeks and asking others to drop off his son at school so he's not seen. And so now we're going to go into the next page, but now this is referring to the second interview that was done in the TV segment. You go to the third page, Mr. Meza? If you could blow up the top. Yeah, thank you. all the way down to, that's fine. All the way down to that's how economics work. Thank you. And so you start at the top. Again, looking at this second paragraph, last week he says he met with a man in Kabul who told him it would be $50,000 to get his family on a list for an evacuation flight. And he kind of talks about the process that he's going through. So that's the second interview. So this is very much like the segment. Now down at the bottom, the very last paragraph before we get to the jump says, like the young Afghan American in California, the father tried multiple avenues. On LinkedIn, he spotted posts by Zachary Young, who repeatedly advertised evacuations to Afghanistan, promising this week, "We can deliver." Young appears to have at least recently spent time in Austria, communicated on an Austrian number, and met someone in Vienna who CNN spoke with. So, as you can see, Mr. Young, much like the TV segment, is not mentioned until the third page of the article. And he's not mentioned, and you can count it up, he's not mentioned until 20 paragraphs into the story. And anyone who got bored reading the first 2 pages would never even have seen his name. Again, we're going to, if this will give us, if we can go back to the main document and just blow up that last bottom part. When asked about his prices, Young responded to several people on the site, referring to LinkedIn, that a car from Kabul into Pakistan would be $75,000 or $14,500 per person for a flight to the UAE. To get to Albania with refugee status, Young said would be $4,000 more. So again, this is now the reference to Young quoting his exact words that he made on LinkedIn. And then they say, Mr. Young says, per person is expensive because availability is extremely limited and demand is high, he told the person who shared his messages with CNN. That's how economics works, unfortunately. Again, these are Mr. Young's own words. If we go to the 4th page, please. Yeah, if you can blow that up. Grab the top, please. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, very good. Go all the way down. Yeah, thank you. Young declined to speak on the phone, but sent in a text message that he asked Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors to cover them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs. So again, that was a statement that Mr. Young made to Katie Bo-Lillis about who he expects to pay. And he's saying, we expect sponsors to pay. And CNN included his own words that he had provided to CNN. And that's the article. And so, you can take that down, Mr. Meza. The segment was up on November 11th. The article ran on November 13th. And for 5 months after this, November, December, January, February, until mid-March, no one, not Mr. Young, not anyone else, said to CNN, you got a problem with this story. It's defaming Mr. Young. Nothing. 5 months in the middle of March, 5 months after the story ran, November, December, January, February, March, Mr. Young sends a notice to CNN saying, hey, black market defames me. It took him 5 months. And upon seeing that notice, CNN did a retraction. And it apologized directly to Mr. Young for using the term black market. And CNN issued that apology because it did not intend to imply that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal. And you're going to hear that CNN issued that apology because it never considered that Mr. Young or anyone else would take that implication from the story. You're also going to see that the correction that CNN did was viewed by more viewers on CNN than the first story on Jake Tapper's The League was. It was viewed like by 800,000 people. Did CNN say Mr. Young did anything illegal? Absolutely not. You saw it. Were Mr. Young's advertisements and his efforts to get people out of Afghanistan newsworthy? Absolutely so. Now, you're going to hear from Mr. Young himself that at about the time Mr. Young begins talking to lawyers, and this is December, so about a month after the publications, he did something remarkable. He took his phone and he took screenshots of the things that he wanted to save, communications that he thought were helpful to his case. And then he deleted everything else related to Afghanistan. You're going to see that Mr. Young was advertising on LinkedIn and communicating with people on LinkedIn about evacuations, and he deleted all of those records after he was meeting with lawyers to bring a case against CNN. And when we get done with this case, I'm going to come back and ask you to make certain findings about what that means. But you know the truth already. He deleted those records because he knew if he was bringing a case, he was going to have to produce those things, and it wasn't going to help. You're also going to see that during this case, Mr. Young's going to say that CNN's reporting caused professional contacts of his not to communicate with him anymore. You're going to see that Mr. Young deleted all of his contact information for all of those people. You're going to see that he didn't keep any records of his communications with those people. You're going to see that he actually did some of these deletions after he filed this lawsuit. And this goes back to my point about him not bringing a single witness who's going to testify about his reputation or the fact that they thought less of him. He's not going to do that because there is no one. But he also made it impossible for CNN to actually go and find those people. He deleted those records because he didn't want you to see those communications because he knew it wouldn't help his case. As you heard from Mr. Young's lawyers, he contends the segment in the article implied he was operating illegally and he was taking money from Afghans. And I've talked a lot about this, and I'm about to sit down. Well, let's talk about what you're not going to see during this trial. You heard Mr. Young's lawyer. He claimed that Mr. Young was this first-class professional. All this experience, deep professional contacts. Mr. Young is not going to call a single witness who will testify they interpreted the CNN segments the way he does. Mr. Young's not going to call a single witness who will testify that they thought less of Mr. Young because of the CNN segments. You're not going to see a single witness who will testify that they thought the story implied anything false about Mr. Young besides him. With contacts like he claims he had, it surely would be easy to find someone who would support your case. You won't hear any of this from Mr. Young because what he claims is not true. So through this trial, you're going to hear and see the following things. You're going to see that the situation, as we both described in Afghanistan, was lawless, it was chaotic, and it was desperate. And you're going to see that CNN's reporting, as we just saw, was fair and it was accurate. And you're not going to see a single witness who interpreted Mr. Young's, who interpreted the CNN reporting the way Mr. Young claims. And you're not going to see a single witness who will testify that they thought less of Mr. Young or wouldn't hire him. Simply put, for those three reasons, Mr. Young will not be able to meet his burden of proving his case. And for all of those reasons, in a lot more detail that we're going to get into, and I'm going to sit down now and we're going to start with this case. For all of those reasons, at the end of this trial, once all the testimony is complete, once you've had a chance to actually look at the exhibits, hear the witnesses, hear what they thought, I'm going to come back and ask you to return the only verdict that is supported by the evidence. And that's that CNN is not liable for defaming Mr. Young. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. We all appreciate it. Thank you.
And if you want to call your first witness.
Your Honor, plan to call Mr. Young.
Yeah, just come around the back of the witness stand. Turn and face the clerk and raise your right hand. Have a seat and just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth.
That's good.
You want to move the podium back in between the...
Mind if I you got to revisit?
Yeah, that, I was getting the bailiff to move that back for you.
Thank you. All right.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Freeman.
Good morning, Mr. Young.
Morning.
Known each other a long time now. It'd be a little odd for me to call you Mr. Young. Is it all right if I say Zach?
Please.
Okay. I'd like to take a moment to have the jury get to know you, but before I get there, just saw Mr. Axelrod show a portion of the video segment. Did you see that?
I did.
Did he show the jury the entire video segment?
No, he didn't.
And at one point he paused the video and he says, this is the first 40 seconds of the video. Was it?
No, definitely was not.
And did you ever interact with the first person, the silhouetted figure from California in the video?
No.
Did you ever interact with the second person in the video who was blurred out from Kabul?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You heard Mr. Roche's opening and you heard Mr. Axelrod's opening. Why are we here, Zach?
Kyle really nailed it. I couldn't have put it better myself. CNN claimed they did an investigation, which to me implies a deep dig into me and what I was doing in Afghanistan. They even have a label that clarifies exactly what they were trying to portray, and it says investigation. So that's what it looks like to me. I think that's what it looks like to anyone. And Kyle did a great job of describing the process of this investigation, and it had a very immediate and devastating impact on my life.
Let's get the jury to understand who you are a little bit, okay?
Sure.
I want to talk, just so you know where I'm going, I want to talk a bit about your family, okay? I know your mother's important to you. Is your mother important to you?
My mom is very important to me.
Tell me a little bit about your mom.
We talk daily. She lives in Colorado Springs. She's 75. She really wanted to be here today, but she has a disability that makes it impossible for her to travel. But she's with me.
And what does she do for support?
I support my mom primarily. I have some help from my brothers as well.
And how's that been going, supporting your mom?
It's going. I don't know how long it's going to go. So that's been a very significant point of stress for me because I've done it for decades. And she doesn't have any other way to support herself.
And siblings?
I do. My older brother is behind you, Matthew Young.
You want to point him out to the jury for you?
He's wearing the brown sweater. Matt's a family doctor in Colorado. He's had his own practice for years. Before that, he was in the Air Force for about 10 years, where he worked all over the world, including Afghanistan.
And do you have any other siblings?
I do. So I have two other brothers. Gabe is the next one down. He's a veterinarian here in Florida. And then the youngest is Caleb, and he's in Colorado Springs.
How's your relationship with Caleb?
Caleb's great. He's the youngest, so we all try to give him guidance, and he's very confused about all of this and how I got here. He's never known a whole lot about my life, my work, because I couldn't tell him much. But it was pretty surprising for all of them to hear about CNN's piece on me.
And, is your relationship with your brothers always perfect?
Oh no, I mean, what families' relationships, with siblings are always perfect. It's been rocky at times, but we've had I think a typical family dynamic.
What about your father?
father, I don't really have a relationship with him. It was a messy divorce, and we just haven't been in contact in quite a few years.
And, are you married, Zach?
I am.
What is your wife's name?
My wife, her name is Irina. I met her about 10 years ago in Austria. She was born in Kazakhstan and immigrated to the U.S. when she was very young. She wanted to be here today, but her mom is sick and unable to care for herself. So Irina has to take care of her mom.
Are we going to get a chance to see her?
We're hoping. We're trying to put together plans for someone to step in so she can come out next week.
And can I, Corey, can you put just for Mr. Young, court and counsel, Plaintiff's Exhibit 307.16? Oh, that's not, yeah, sorry, can you take it down, Corey? Your Honor, is there a way I cannot publish the exhibit to? Is it off?
Go on the witness.
I don't think it's by, can you see something on the screen?
No.
There's nothing on by the witness. Corey. Can you go again? Oh, we're broadcasting it there, but it's not on the screen.
We have it now. I think you have it too.
Yeah, it's on counsel table, but it's not by the witness.
Now I
Here we
got
go. Okay. Who are we looking at, Zach?
That's my wife, Irina.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would offer plaintiffs at 307.16 to evidence.
And Your Honor, for the reasons we discussed yesterday, we would object.
Let's do this. Let me reserve on admitting it at the moment. When we take a break at lunch, for the reasons I said yesterday, we'll need a little bit more argument on it. But if it's admitted, we can publish it when we get back after lunch. If it's not, I'll rule at that point.
Got it.
All right, so we'll reserve on that. What number is that one?
It's 307.16. Your Honor, there's going to be a few of these that are coming in quick succession. It kind of makes a lot of sense to do them now. It'd be odd to do them in the middle.
There may be a difference on each of them. Do you want to lay the foundation and we'll make the argument after we take a break for lunch?
Sure.
Or
I mean, I think I laid the foundation I thought I needed for the limited purpose of this exhibit.
yeah, and it's not necessarily that. It's the
I
other
know.
issue that we got to
I
address.
completely understand. Want to take a 5-minute, 10-minute break?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather go through and then take a lunch break.
Okay. All right, Corey, take down his
You- Yeah, so I mean, do you want to do this now and lay the foundation, and then it's just the issue we got to address?
I mean,
do it at
it
lunch,
doesn't make a lot of sense without the picture.
All right, well then let's just wait to do the rest of them after lunch. We'll argue that after the jury goes to lunch.
Very good. Okay. To the same limited people, can you pick the one with the dog, Misha, 307, is it 3075? 3075. What are we looking at, Mr. Young?
That's me and my German Shepherd, Misha.
And before I seek to publish it, do you like Misha?
I like him a lot. I love him, in fact. He's my best friend.
And has his role in your life taken on greater prominence lately?
It's become more important.
Why is that?
I spend a lot of time with him, and he's really helped with me deal with some of the trauma that's been affecting me for the last couple of years.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer 307.5 into evidence.
Right, and I'll reserve to address it during lunch.
What about friends, Zach?
That's a difficult thing to explain from someone who's not from my world, but because of the nature of my work and what I was doing, I always had to be very careful about letting people too close, let them know about me, because it's a security issue more than anything else.
And, does that mean you didn't have any work acquaintances or?
No, not at all. I mean, I have work acquaintances, of course. These are people that I've worked with officially, with the government, and also commercially. And those relationships are incredibly important, but they're professional relationships.
Do you still have those relationships?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I've had some contact, but, you know, it's hard to explain from someone who's outside my world how devastating it is when somebody puts your face on CNN all over the world with the label. It's not a banner, it's a label telling the viewer what they're seeing, and it says black market. And we can argue about what that means, but common sense, to me, you know, I didn't even think it was disputable that it means illegal activities. You know, I don't understand how someone could seriously argue that it means something else, but it's devastating when you're labeled a criminal all over the world for someone like me. And my network, I'll talk more about it later, but these are people that, you know, we refer to ourselves as quiet professionals. We don't look for recognition. We do very hard things in hard places, dangerous places. And discretion and trust it is everything. So when that happens to one of us, the effect is it makes it really hard to maintain that relationship, that professional relationship, because it's like guilt by association. Even though these people have known me for a long time and worked with me and trust me, how can they seriously bring me forward to work, you know, on sensitive projects for companies when the first thing the person at HR is going to do is Google me? And I've never been on Google, never been Googleable before all this. The first thing they're going to see is all this stuff about black markets, and they're not going to care if it's true or not. I mean, what professional contact, what company is going to take that risk if it's the black market guy, regardless of what you claim the definition is, or the other one that doesn't have all this stuff attached to it? It's common sense. So that's been devastating for me.
Back a little bit to childhood growing up,
Sure.
freshman, sophomore, junior year, where were you?
So in high school, I spent most of my time in Pennsylvania. Excuse me, this cough won't go away.
Can I get you a drink?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. But we moved to Florida after the divorce, my mom and three of us. And I finished my last year of high school in Wellington, Florida, and then went on to Palm Beach Atlantic University after that.
And did you start a business here?
I did. Later on, I started a business here. Yeah.
Corey, can you put up 307.19 just for, there we go. What are we looking at here, Mr. Young?
These are pictures of me, four of them, and in 3 out of 4, I'm wearing a Navy uniform. One's real, and 2 are just children's uniforms.
What is your approximate ages in the photos?
The one where I'm wearing the real uniform, I'm thinking I was probably 21, 22, and I couldn't guess about the others. Pretty young.
Give me your best estimate of the ages.
4 and maybe 6. That's a wild guess.
You're little.
I'm young.
Your Honor, please offer 307.19 into evidence.
I'll reserve on that.
Understood. Why are you dressed in a Navy uniform?
The real uniform?
Oh, that one I know.
Okay. You know, I was very young, but you know, even at a young age, I can't confirm this, but I'm guessing that my parents probably saw that I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted adventure, even as a young child. So that's why you're seeing me in those pictures.
So let me jump you back. You said you were in Palm Beach Atlantic University, right?
That's right.
Okay, so did you stay and complete your studies at that time?
No, I didn't. I stayed for a few years. But, you know, I was a young man at the time, and I had other ambitions that weren't really tracking with my studies at Palm Beach Atlantic, pursuing this degree. I wanted something more adventurous. I wanted to serve my country, and I wanted to do it in the most elite way that I could. So I wanted to be a Navy SEAL.
Okay. Did you try to become a Navy SEAL?
I sure did, yeah.
Did you take any tests to do that?
I did. So before I actually joined the Navy, I joined the Navy with a contract to become a SEAL. And they don't just give that to anyone. You have to be tested for it. You take an ASVAB test, it's called, for aptitude, and you take a very rigorous physical test. And I scored a very top tier on both.
And once you were accepted into the Navy SEAL program, what happened next?
It's been so long ago, I can't give you play-by-play, but you know, involved going through basic training, and then training that gets incrementally harder as it goes along. You basically are, they say the motto is they want to keep you cold, tired, wet, and miserable, and they're really good at it. So I spent several years in that program, you know, testing myself. They were testing me. The whole idea behind a program like that is even the people that have the capabilities to do it, the physical, mental, emotional capabilities, you know, you just don't know how they're going to really perform under pressure when things are at their worst, when they haven't slept in a week. So it's pretty intense. But
we heard earlier about an injury. Before that injury occurred, how were you doing in the program?
I was excelling. I was at the top of my class. I had no issues at all. I can't say that I enjoyed it, but you know, looking back, it was one of the more formidable periods of my young adult professional development.
And tell me a little bit about the injury. What happened?
So we were doing a dangerous night exercise. It involved landing a small boat on a very jagged rocks during high seas, and I was in a very bad place at the wrong time, and I was crushed under the boat.
And as a result of the injury, were you discharged?
No, not immediately. It was severe damage to discs in my back, and they were hoping that this is something that will get better over time, and something that would allow me to rehabilitate myself and continue where I left off. And they gave me some time to do that.
What did you do while they were giving you that time?
I spent, I think it was about a year in Iceland, which is an incredible place. It's not a place that I would have ever picked to go. I would have not been able to find it on a map, but an incredible place. Spent about a year there. Was doing just basic law enforcement and security for the Navy. And then they brought me back to SEAL training for more rehabilitation and try to get work back up in the program.
And what was the eventual determination?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, even with that lengthy break, fully rehabilitate to the degree that I needed to. So I was mentally discharged with a service disability.
You said medically discharged?
Yes.
Was it an honorable discharge?
It was.
Corey, can you put Plaintiff's Exhibit 42 up for the witness and counsel? What are we looking at, Zach?
That's my discharge form from the Navy.
Okay. Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibits 42 into evidence.
Objection.
42 of evidence.
Can we publish to the jury, Your Honor? Okay. So, Corey, on line A8, says like nav spec Warren Sen. Can you highlight? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. What are we looking at, Zach?
That's my primary command. That was the Naval Special Warfare Center in Coronado, California.
Okay, and Corey, on the right side, the box that says 12, it says, yeah, there we go. Do you see it says net active service period on C, 12C, Zach?
I do.
How long were you serving?
3 years, 2 months, 7 days.
And then Corey, in box 13, can you bring that up for me? What are these, Zach?
Those are the various awards that I got in the Navy.
Okay, so good conduct medal, overseas service ribbon. What is an expert pistol marksmanship ribbon?
That's the highest award they give for marksmanship with a pistol.
And what is the expert rifle marksmanship ribbon?
It's the same, but for a rifle.
Good with guns?
Pretty good.
Can you, Corey, on box 24, yeah, right there, character of service. Is that the discharge you're talking about?
That's right, honorable discharge.
Okay, and then Corey, on line 28, it says narrative reason for separation. What's written there, Zach?
Disability.
Was this the back injury you're talking about?
It is.
Corey, can we go to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the PDF? And there we go. And then in category 1, unfitting conditions, 1, can you bring that up for us? Okay. Zach, I'm a doctor's son, so I'm going to give this a shot for you. Multiple level degenerative disc disease without radiculopathy exacerbated by injury while on active duty. You see that?
That's right.
Is that the injury you were talking about?
It is.
And then, Corey, can you go down to 12, 13B, get that whole final paragraph? There we go. And it says additional findings. Zach, can you read for the jury the additional findings?
Sure. The disability may be permanent.
13A.
The disability was the direct result of a combat-related injury as defined by Title 26 U.S. Code, Section 104B3.
And then the final one, the board finds further that, can you keep going, Zach?
Sure. The board finds further that the disability was incurred in the line of duty under conditions simulating war.
And then, Corey, that last page for me. And can you highlight the doctor's writing? And that's, yeah, right there, that second line. I'm going to do this one for you also, Zach. Hell Week had both dropped on his head. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, Corey, can you take that down for us? After you were discharged from the Navy, Zach, did you complete your studies?
I did.
And what did you end up majoring in?
History. Got a history degree.
And so you got a bachelor's from Palm Beach Atlantic?
That's correct.
Did you end your education there?
No, I didn't.
What school did you go to next?
Florida State University.
Seminole?
I am.
And did you complete your studies there?
I did. I got a master's degree in international affairs with a focus in Arabic language.
And is that all you did during that time period?
No. I was also doing some contract work because of the training that I had in the Navy that was related to special warfare. I was a great candidate for private military consulting. Kyle mentioned the company Blackwater. It used to be pretty well known. The name's changed over the years, but they were really the first of its kind. And I started doing work for Blackwater.
How were you able to work for Blackwater given your injuries?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. How were you able to work for Blackwater given the injuries that you sustained?
Well, I'd had more time. This is a couple years. I went back to Palm Beach Atlantic. And I never stopped rehabilitating myself and continued working through my injuries, keeping my body strong. And I did make a lot of improvements to the point where I could pass the assessment for Blackwater, which was rigorous, and go through their training program. They have their own training involving lots of shooting, driving, tactical driving, off-road driving, combat first aid, land navigation, signaling, lots of different skills that you need to help them.
And why did you want to serve in Blackwater?
Well, I wanted to keep serving my country even though I wasn't in the Navy. And Blackwater at the time had a very vital role protecting U.S. personnel, primarily State Department and other government agencies that had people in places like Afghanistan and even some places where we weren't supposed to have government people, like Pakistan.
And was your life at risk in these situations?
Yeah, it was, yes.
Where were you deployed?
I did several tours in Afghanistan and also Pakistan.
I've heard folks sometimes describe this as mercenary. Are you a mercenary, Zach?
No, I'm not a mercenary, and I don't like the term.
Why not?
Because a mercenary is a hired gun. Mercenary is somebody who will work for anyone for money, and that's not what I was doing, and that's not what I am today.
What were you
I take
doing?
offense at the term.
What were you doing, Zach?
I was serving my country in a commercial capacity, doing a very important job that the government wasn't able to do.
Would you take any job, Zach?
No, I wouldn't take any job.
What were the job? Where did you draw the line? What kind of job would you take?
My core beliefs are that the world's a big place, and the U.S. government and the military has limited capacity to do all the things that we need to do. So there's a very, very strong dependence on military contractors to augment those things that the U.S. can't do. These are things that are in the interest of U.S. national security. That's always been very important to me. And at this time, I had a bigger vision of, the real importance it is that we take care of our allies, countries that we are partners with, and help them do things that they can't do.
So, excuse me, Zach, you spent time in Afghanistan. Did you have an opportunity to learn about Afghanistan there?
I did.
What did you learn about?
Learned about the geography, the culture, traditions, tribal traditions, ethnic traditions, on a pretty deep level.
The jury's already heard this case is going to involve evacuations from Afghanistan. Did that knowledge help you later?
Absolutely.
So, what was next for you professionally, Zach?
Well, so while I was this tour, I was in Pakistan doing security, protecting people from bad guys for a government agency, and that particular agency took an interest in me, and I think saw that I had potential for doing more than protective services for their personnel. So they reached out to me, and I started the recruitment process for that agency.
And how was that recruitment process?
Rigorous and long and thorough. It took about 2 years, and it involved, I think Kyle mentioned some of it, very, very rigorous personality assessment, lots of role playing, interviews with very seasoned officers, interviews with psychiatrists, numerous polygraph tests, security clearance, or a top secret clearance, the highest form of a top secret clearance, where they contact everyone that has any connection to me. Every professor, every friend, every neighbor, and they don't just stop there. They want to get additional contacts through them. They want to talk to your ex-girlfriend. They want to try to find people that have anything that's bad about you, and that took some time to do.
Can you tell me what agency it was?
I can't, because I still have an obligation to that agency to keep secrets.
Is there a term you use to describe that? Is the information classified?
I believe the information is classified, but it's it's a confusing area for me.
Can you talk about your work while you were with this agency?
No, I can't talk about my work for sure.
Was it more than one agency or just one agency?
It was one agency.
All right, so then, so we don't get confused, I'm just going to refer to it as the agency, okay? Can you say anything about what you did on a super high level?
So it involved doing overt missions.
Objection.
Your Honor, he answered the question in deposition.
Yeah, the transcript.
Throughout the deposition, he refused to answer these questions multiple ways.
It's just a misrepresentation. Show us the refused to answer question.
Hey.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We're not going to go back and forth and argue.
I'll have to pull out the PIN section.
I'll sustain the objection for now. We can address this again.
Okay.
I can rephrase it, if that's helpful.
Okay, Mr. Zach. I mean,
Yeah, and I don't know what the extent of his answer
can we come to
is gonna be.
sidebar for just 1 minute, Your Honor? Zach, during opening, Mr. Axtell mentioned an apology. Do you recall that?
I recall him mentioning it, yeah.
Did Mr. Tapper deliver that apology?
No, he never did.
Okay, so let me jump back into your background. Did you ever leave the agency?
Yes, I did.
And why did you leave the agency?
I can't talk about it, but I wanted to do, part of the reason was I never planned to stay there forever, and I saw that there's lots of other ways that I can continue serving my country and doing things that the government can't do, including the agency.
Your Honor, so I understand, are you planning to take lunch at 12 or 12:30 or 1?
Well, somewhere around 12. I wasn't going to cut you off, but
I'm about
got
to.
a good breaking point.
Yeah, I'm about to transition from the agency to private corporate work.
All right, that's fine. Then let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Let's take a break till 1:15.
Fine with us.
That would give us an opportunity for us to talk about the other things we needed to.
Yep.
All right, go ahead and put your notepads in the folders there, and when you leave here, just leave them on your chairs. And before we break, let me give you that instruction. We're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. After, when we come back from lunch, please double check, make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. We'll have you reassemble in that jury lounge outside of here at 1:15. Any questions or anything? All right, then we'll see you back here at 1:15.
There's wires on the floor.
All right, real quick, let's deal with the issue on the photos. We saw.
Sorry, we sent a revised list of pictures to CNN, so I guess given your ruling, Mr. Ashford can have the floor.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll tell Mr. Axelrod if he can have the floor or not.
I just saw here. I just meant you told me not to do this one here.
I was going to ask you, we've got 3 photographs that you laid a foundation of asking Mr. Young about. I think yesterday we were talking about somewhere on the order of like 16 or so.
23.
How many are we dealing with total now with your revised list?
Don't remember, but far less. Give me 1 minute, I'll figure it out. Corey, do you have the exhibit, the revised exhibit? John, is it all right if Corey just puts it on the screen for you?
Well, I'm just wondering how many more of these are we going to have to go through? And I guess all of these are being laid through Mr. Young as the witness?
And there are 8 in total.
8 total? Okay. What are the other 5?
Similar pictures of him and his wife's family.
Okay. And the objection that you're raising is they weren't produced previously other than until last week some point in time?
I mean, there's multiple, Your Honor. That's the first one. I mean, generally evidence is produced in deposition, so I could ask Mr. Young about it, then I could follow up, and I could go different places, and we could use those exhibits to integrate them into our case presentation. I obviously can't do that now. And I mean, and Your Honor, I thank you for the potential opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Young on those now, but I don't think that that's fair relief. If I had them back then, I could have done other stuff. I can't do it now. But the other objection is it's a pure sympathy play. Showing him as a kid wearing kid clothes and showing a dog, I think is irrelevant. I think it's prejudicial. I think that the jury instructions which you just read to the jury say you shouldn't decide this case based on sympathy. This is a pure sympathy play. I don't think we even need to have the cross-examination. I just don't think they should come in.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. Say you got these photographs a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And you asked him about it. He says, yeah, that's my wife, that's my dog, that's me as a kid, and I always wanted to be in the Navy because I dressed up as a Navy guy when I was going out trick-or-treating when I was 5 years old or whatever. And now they moved him into evidence. What would be the objection to that?
Well, if I had them then, the objection is that when you take a deposition, obviously you're locking someone in. And as we're going to find with Mr. Young, maybe tomorrow, is that stories change, right? If I had the opportunity to ask him about the questions, or the previous counsel did, he would have been locked into a story, such that when things change with the shifting sands of how Mr. Friedman wants to present his case, you have the ability to impeach. I don't have the ability to impeach now based on shifting sands. So that's part of the problem. The other problem is I suspect that Mr. Young's going to talk about his debilitating relationships based on what's happened with the CNN publications, and then use the pictures as kind of an emotional backstop to those arguments. Based on those arguments, based on that testimony, if he had made those in a deposition, we would have had the opportunity to see if there was evidence that we needed to go get. If he told us in a deposition, oh, this is my mom, now my relationship with my mother is fractured, well, maybe we would have gone and taken her deposition. I don't know. I'm speculating here because the evidence was not turned over in a timely manner. So I don't know what we would have done. But you have a credibility issue and you've got a discovery issue.
All right. Anything else you want to say on that, Mr. Friedman?
Yeah, Your Honor, you saw what we're doing with the pictures. We were going to show it to the jury and move on. This parade of horribles is simply not happening. The court said yesterday, this is standard. There's no discovery request that calls for pictures you intend to show in trial. And finally, Your Honor,
Right, but my order said give them these 15 days before trial, doesn't it?
the order does say to exchange exhibits, Your Honor. We did list on the exhibit list pictures of Mr. Young. I understand we did not give them, but Your Honor, that was bilateral. The way the parties did it was we just didn't exchange. Now, maybe we both violated the order, and it was inadvertent, I promise. We didn't intend to violate it, but it wasn't like we were holding these back. And Judge, I'd add one more thing. When we left here yesterday, I don't have a transcript in front of me, but I was under the distinct impression that you were going to allow Mr. Axelrod to voir dire Mr. Young on him and then let me put him up. If you
I said I'd allow him to voir dire him. I didn't say I was going to admit him after he voir dires him on.
Well, assuming I laid it's agreed, but maybe I misunderstood, Judge. I will tell you how I understood it. I walked out of here yesterday thinking, maybe, and you could understand it from the thing I said a minute ago, which is that he had the floor. I would never presume to take over. My understanding was that the process was going to be Mr. Axelrod had an opportunity to talk to him about it, and then as long as I laid the foundation, you would let them in if I did it right. Maybe I misunderstood you, but that's how I walked out of here. If I knew that it was still not, if that was not the case, I wouldn't have even tried to show him until you had ruled on the issue. But I did ask if we could do it first, and you said no, lay the foundation this way, and it just, be pretty prejudicial now that we've kind of teased the pictures to not be able to show them. So if you're inclined not to allow any more of them, then I would ask at least the ones we've already talked about, show them. I won't say anything more beyond, was this the picture we looked at? Was this the picture we looked at? Was this the picture we looked at? And that's it.
All right. Well, first off, the argument of we've teased him and now we got to show him to him. Let's deal with that issue first. What did I say? I mean, even getting to what your interpretation of my thing was, is that he was going to have the opportunity to voir dire him on him. You threw him up there before he ever had the opportunity to voir dire. So to say that I'm keeping him out and teasing him and that's creating an issue here, I'm offended by that argument because you chose to throw him up before Mr. Axelrod had an opportunity to voir dire him. Secondly, I suggested that as a way, if the issue is prejudice, to allow him to mitigate any prejudice by at least getting some information about those because they weren't produced previously, weren't produced timely, weren't produced in accordance with my court order in this case. Unfortunately, the law doesn't necessarily say, well, a court order says one thing, you got to stick to it because there's some other law dealing with prejudice issues. Anything else, Mr. Friedman? Anyone
Just that I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't mean to offend.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor.
All right. When we get back from lunch, I'll make a ruling about how we're going to handle the photographs. whether we're going to voir. What are the other photographs that we have beyond these 3 that we showed?
I think it's 1 or 2 with his wife and 1 with his mother.
That's 3 more. That gets us to 6. What are the other 2?
Second, Your Honor, we'll pull them up if it's all right. One with his wife, 2 with his wife, 3 with his wife, 1 of Mr. Young in Moscow, and 1 of his mom.
Okay. All right. We'll rule on it when we come back from lunch. Anything else, Mr. Freeman, before we break?
We can deal with it when we come back from lunch, but, Your Honor, we filed a motion for sanctions this morning, really early in the morning, and it relates to documents and questions we'd like to pose to Mr. Young. So, I'm sure the court, I just forgot about the voir dire thing, and then I just saw the pictures in my outline. I didn't know what to do at that point, and I apologize for that, but I'm trying to avoid that again.
All right. You have a copy of the motion for sanctions because it hasn't been processed and posted yet.
Your Honor, I don't think we actually need to hear it. As Mr. Friedman represented you before, Mr. Sanborn and I agreed with Mr. Friedman that he could show Mr. Young the exhibit that they proposed. So, I mean, from an evidentiary standpoint, I don't know that there's an issue.
I don't even know what is it pertaining to.
So, Your Honor, we don't have a printed copy. We could email it to you. I think we did email it to Brittany early this morning, but obviously not a lot of time.
Hang on, let's see if I got an email. All right, I've got it. Just dealing with the teaser before going to commercial.
Your Honor, it deals with 3 videos. One of them is a teaser before going. All 3 might be, but there are 3 separate videos: 2 from Jake Tapper, 1 from Mr. Acosta, none of which were produced by CNN in Discovery. And when we requested them, CNN told us to jump in a late because Discovery had been closed. And one of them we didn't even figure out until yesterday when Fox News ran a story that quoted from a segment. CNN never produced it to us. It took our associates a few hours to locate it, and we found it. These are highly, highly evident. I mean, these are clips where Jake Tapper says, preying on Afghans, desperate, people making them pay big money to pay up. And I can't do his inflections, Judge, but if you watch the videos, he doesn't just say praying, he goes preying on Afghans. And, we asked for 2 forms of relief. One is to get them admitted, which is resolved. I think, we'd want, first of all 3. Are all 3 stipulated into evidence? I don't know. I know they for 1 this morning they talked about. And the second form of relief is to advise the jury that they failed to comply with the discovery obligations to turn over these videos. And later in the deposition, I intended to ask Mr. Young whether CNN turned these videos over to him. And I don't want to do that without first ensuring you had an opportunity to say whether that's all right.
All right, so as for the 3 videos, is there an issue about them being exhibits at the trial?
There are not, but I dispute everything else Mr. Friedman said.
All right, so the first part of your relief you're asking for is permitted to add the withheld videos to the exhibit list. That's agreed to. All right, the second part of his relief is to inform the jury that CNN failed to produce the videos. Or, in the alternative, to allow him to question CNN employees on the failure to produce them.
No way, Your Honor. So let's talk about the first teaser and the Max Foster. Those transcripts were produced, and you can see the teasers in the transcripts. They had those, I wasn't part of the case, they had those years ago, and they could have asked for the video at any time. They never did, but in fact they had them because they added them to the exhibit list, and we didn't dispute them, we didn't object. Those are 2. Now last night, at 1 o'clock, we get a motion for sanctions. Never heard about it before, but what they found it was news to us too, is they found that, so the Tapper lead plays at 5:30. At the end of the 4 o'clock hour, Mr. Tapper does, I guess, what's called the tease to this segment in the 4 o'clock hour. It was news to CNN. It was, of course, news to plaintiffs because it wasn't in their complaint. It wasn't in anything. So it makes sense that CNN didn't know about it because Young didn't know about it. Young's attorneys didn't know about it. How can you sue on something you didn't know about? But so what I did when I got the sanctions motion is I went on CNN's transcript website, and you go on and you can look at it's all public. I went on my computer, and you find the 4 o'clock transcript, and there is the tease. And so, yeah, it was inadvertent that we didn't produce it. I'm not sure there's a discovery request specifically for it, but it was inadvertent. It certainly wasn't intentional. And then when Mr. Friedman says, when he discovered it yesterday, we discovered it today when he informed us about it. Mr. Sanborn and I said, fine, use the video. We got no problem with it. There's nothing to see here. So why would CNN hide something that was publicly available on CNN's website? We just didn't know about it. And one more point before.
What would be the issue? What would be the issue of questioning CNN, whether it's Mr. Levine as the corporate rep or whomever, of saying, did you produce these earlier, or you didn't produce them until last night or whatever? What would be the issue about asking a question about the late production or inadvertent, as you say, inadvertent lack of production earlier?
Your Honor, I don't see the relevance. I mean, if you were going to find that we did something intentional, then I think that perhaps you could ask that question. That is not proper. There's no evidence that this was intentional. If it was in the complaint, we would have produced it. If Mr. Friedman had said at any point, hey, there's another teaser we know about, will you produce it? We would have gone back and looked for it. We didn't know about it. So I don't understand what the potential relevance could be. If Mr. Young is going to testify that he knew about it 6 months ago, and that he sent an email to CNN and they didn't produce it, then that would be relevant. But it's not. I'm guessing that he found out about it yesterday too. So I don't know what the potential relevance is claiming there's some type of discovery issue here when there clearly isn't. And by the way, all this is a very transparent attempt to create some fake equivalency from this plaintiff who purposely destroyed documents to what CNN did. And there's no equivalency. We have on a public website, there's a transcript from 4 to 5 o'clock, that if you knew what you were looking for, you could have found it. We just didn't know it was there. Nor did they.
Your Honor, I feel like I'm in Alice in Wonderland. I mean, CNN didn't know about its own videos. It's news to CNN that they created these videos. We are at fault for not realizing that they failed to comply with basic discovery obligations. We shouldn't have to audit CNN's websites or its transcripts to make sure that they're complying with basic discovery requests. We're talking about the very segment at issue in this case. I don't understand how Mr. Axelrod gets up and tries to turn around that we did something wrong. They failed to produce the most relevant evidence in this case. Completely failed to do it. And then I'm being told that CNN's failure to provide the most basic and relevant evidence in this case is some fake attempt by plaintiffs to create false equivalency of document destruction. No one said CNN was destroying documents, but it is in our, he disagrees with everything I said. Really? Ask him, Your Honor, please, if he produced the videos to us. Not only that, ask him if after we realized they were missing, when I sent an email to Mr. Axelrod asking for him to produce them then, he told me no, discovery's over. So if it was inadvertent, why didn't he produce them then? Judge, this is like Alice in Wonderland, what's going on here. Their obligations, their breach, their failure to produce, somehow it's my fault.
We're in Alice in Wonderland. I don't know which character everybody is.
Me neither.
I mean, the outrage on both sides. I mean, there you have a discovery obligation. You've got a court order obligation. And people are violating it back and forth. Here's what we're going to do. We've resolved the issue. You want to use these. You have the ability to use them. if you want to ask questions of Mr. Young about whether he had seen these or until he got them yesterday or whatever, I'll allow that. In terms of cross-examination of any CNN witnesses of why you didn't produce it or whatever, I won't allow that. And I'm not going to give an instruction that this was not, that CNN didn't comply. I don't think those questions, I mean, to the extent that you're asking questions to Mr. Young and he can comment about it and he just saw it, I think that may be relevant for the purposes of, I don't know what his responses are going to be, and I don't know exactly the area you're going to go, but I'll allow some questioning about that. And in terms of relevancy of trying to throw in front of the jury about whether there was a discovery violation or not, I don't know that that's relevant to the issues in the trial in this case.
Your Honor, we cited a rule of civil procedure which permits you to do that. So in terms of relevance, it's relevant if you find that there was a sanction. If you're not sanctioning, then that's obviously true.
That's my ruling. Understood. All right. And other point, too, is if we've got objections, I will look at whomever is objecting. I'm asked a brief explanation of your basis. The other side is not going to jump in, not going to respond, not going to say anything unless I ask the questioning party to respond. It's going to be something that we've got a elongated explanation needs to be given by either side. We'll do it at sidebar, but otherwise we're not going to be jumping up and having an arguing display, A, in front of the jury, or B, on the record in this case, when the questions are done. So let's keep that to a minimum. Well, forget minimum. Let's keep that to a non-existent display in front of the jury. And then I forgot when we were going back from the sidebar there, everybody wait and make sure the court reporter's seated and ready to roll before we start with whether it's a question or whatever it is that we need to do. Okay? Anything else right now, Mr. Friedman?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Axelrod?
We'll grab lunch, thank you.
Yeah, all right. We'll be back here so we can get them in right after 1:15. properly exclude the testimony of a witness whose name has not been disclosed in accordance with the pretrial order. The discretion to do so must not be exercised blindly, however, and should be guided largely by determination as to whether the use of the undisclosed witness will prejudice the objecting party, in this case the defense. Prejudice in this sense refers to the surprise in fact of the objecting party and is not dependent on the adverse nature of the testimony. Basically, at the end of the consideration, the question the court should answer is whether use of the undisclosed witness will not substantially endanger the fairness of the proceeding. The pretrial order mandating disclosure should be modified and the witness should be allowed to testify. If the court determines that the use of the undisclosed witness will not substantially endanger the fairness of the proceeding, then the court should allow the witness to testify. I think the lack of compliance with the pretrial order in this case is the same as it relates to non-disclosure, non-exchange of the photograph prior to trial, or up until a week ago prior to trial, but was not in accordance with the pretrial order. Mr. Axelrod, you raised some arguments regarding prejudice and your inability to question Mr. Young about those, or that it may have changed discovery you would have done in this case. The problem with that prejudicial argument is I didn't hear that there was a discovery request that hadn't been complied with where you asked for those types of things, or it would have been disclosed. But had Mr. Friedman provided you the photographs 50 days before the pretrial conference, discovery was closed at that point in time. So questioning Mr. Young about it at a deposition or whatever, or doing additional discovery to go out and do something else or what have you, that wouldn't have been an availability to you at that point in time. So how it changes your analysis, I think, otherwise, or what you may have done or what you could have done, I think is completely speculative at this point in time without showing any real great undue prejudice. However, what I'm going to do is I think a number of the photographs where they're duplicative, 1307.8 and 12, I think were two pictures of both him and his wife together, basically the same venue, same location. I think those are kind of duplicative or cumulative. The other inquiry has to be that the evidence would be relevant to the issues in the case. So what I'm going to allow you to do under that nature is, I know there will, well, I anticipate there will be testimony that relates to his relationship with his wife. He did testify about his dog being his best friend and spending time with the dog now. What I'll allow is one picture of his wife, one picture of his dog, 307.5. If he wants it to be a photograph of him and his wife together, the 8 and 12, you can pick one. That one or 16. I don't know what you intend to have him say about the Moscow picture, other than it's a picture of him in Moscow.
Your Honor, we'll withdraw that one. It's okay.
All right. And I know he talked about his relationship with his mother. I'll allow the picture of his mother. So that would be 307.18, 307.5. The picture of him in his uniforms and stuff like that, I'll exclude that. Him being a 5-year-old, I don't see the relevance to it. And then he could pick one of the 4 pictures of either his wife alone or him and his wife.
Your Honor, so it's either the one of his wife alone or one of him and his wife together?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so it's one with him and his wife, one with his mother.
His dog, his mother, and him, and then one of either his wife by herself or him and his wife.
Okay.
You get 3 out of the 8.
You get 3 out of the 8. Are you willing to entertain an argument on the relevance of the uniforms, or? Very good.
Nope.
Understood.
All right. All right.
Can I have one moment just to make sure I get the right numbers so that I don't mess it up when we get back?
Yeah, I'm giving you 307.5 is the dog.
Okay.
307.18 is the mother.
Okay.
And then pick one of 8, 12, 15, or 16.
Perfect, thank you. 12, Your Honor.
12. All right. And I think that concludes any hanging issues from this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does it?
Don't hold your breath, Your Honor.
Well, I said from this morning.
Fair enough.
All right, ready to bring the jurors back?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Young, why don't you come back up here, just so that. Mr. Freeman, do this for me. Just roll that over to the side in front of your table with the cord out of the way so they can walk around without the tripping hazard. I think you'll be okay. Yeah, you're good right there.
I think that's much better.
Jurors entering.
Oh, well. All right, y'all be seated. Yes. Hope everybody had a good lunch.
You too.
I'll let you settle in and get your notepads out. And Mr. Young, I'll remind you, you're still under oath from earlier. And just remind, y'all have your phones off, and anybody in the gallery, make sure your phones are off, silence. Because if they go off, they are subject to being confiscated. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dak, before the break, we had tried to look at some pictures. Judge had to make some rulings. We're back now, so let's go back to some of those pictures we were talking about before. Corey, can you put up on a limited production for us 307.5? Your Honor, based on testimony provided earlier, plaintiffs offer 307.5 in evidence.
No objection.
Well, subject to your argument earlier.
Correct.
I'll overrule that and I'll admit 307.5.
Thank you.
All right, can we, Mr. Hagan, can we publish that to the jury? All right. Zach, is this Misha?
That is Misha, yes.
Where's this picture taken?
That was taken in Vienna. But he was born in Hungary. His father is from Germany, and he's a show dog. Pretty boy.
And do you know approximately when the picture was taken?
5 years ago, about 5 years ago.
So it would have been 2020 or so?
Yep,
Okay. Before or after the CNN broadcast?
before.
Okay. Can we, Mr. Hagan, can we go back to a limited production, and can we get 307.18 up? Oh, okay, there we go. All right, Mr. Zach, what are we looking at?
That is a picture of me and my mom.
You talked about your mother earlier. Your Honor, plaintiff's offer 307.18 into evidence.
Subject to your same objection, I'll overrule that. I'll bid 307-18.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Can we go to the jury, please? And about how old are you here, Zach?
It's hard to tell, but it was quite a while ago. I look a lot younger.
Is this pre or post Navy?
This is post-Navy.
Okay. And Corey, it's a little dark for me. Can you zoom in a little bit so we can take a look? There we go. Do you know where you are, Zach?
That is in Colorado Springs, where she still lives.
And how old did you say she is now?
Now she's 75.
Okay.
She looks a bit older now, but she still gets around.
All right. Thank you, Corey. And then, Mr. Hagan, can we go back to limited production? And can I get 307.12 up, Corey? What are we looking at, Mr. Hagan?
That's a picture of my wife and I.
Okay. Talked about her earlier?
I did.
What is her first name?
Irina is her name.
And, Your Honor, plaintiff's offer 307.12 into evidence.
Subject to your same objection.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll admit 307-12.
All right, Mr. Hagan, can we go to the full jury now? Is this Irina?
That's her.
Where are you guys?
We're in a place called the Wienerwald, or the Wild Woods in Vienna.
And do you know approximately the date this was taken?
Sometime in 2019.
Okay. Pre or post CNN publication?
Pre.
And have you had another walk like this?
No, that's the last time we've been there.
The picture of your mom and you, I didn't ask this, but pre or post CNN publication?
Pre.
Pre. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Young. Corey, can we take it down? You have to forgive me. I'm going to go back and forth because I'm used.
Okay.
All right. We left off, you had left the agency, and I want you to talk now, just so you know where we're going, I want you to talk now about what you did when you left, okay? So what was the first non-government job you did when you left the agency?
So the first non-government job was working for a local company in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates. They're a very, very close ally to the U.S. We work together all the time. We provide them with a lot of support. And I was doing this for the first time in a commercial context, which was all new to me and very interesting.
And maybe I missed it. Did you say the name of the company you were working for?
It's called Near East Consultants. It's a boutique consulting company, geopolitical consulting, intelligence and security.
How did you get connected with Near East Consultants?
An agency chief of station, which is the highest ranking representative of the U.S. government active, referred me to a contact in this company. And they only hire people like me.
And when you were working for them, what exactly were you doing for them?
We did various work, but some of the more memorable involved providing very, very specialized training to Emirati Special Forces.
And is there a name for that type of training?
Yes, it's SEER training, urban SEER. So this is survive, evade, resist, and escape. And this is really specialized because it's designed to prepare somebody, a solo operator, that's in a failed state environment or in an active war zone, how they can survive and basically get out of the place alive, evacuate, if you will.
What was your role in providing this training?
I built the training because I have significant experience in that from the U.S. government, from Blackwater, from the Navy, and I integrated all this for a deliverable for the Emirati client.
And you talked about how it's important to be a U.S. ally, but can you put a little bit more color on that? Why is it good for the allies to have this sort of training?
I talked about that a bit earlier. So The U.S. government has limitations in how much support that we can provide directly, so they rely a lot on defense contractors, and everybody knows the big ones. Boeing, Lockheed Martin, we do aircrafts, munitions, all sorts of ballistic support, but this was much more refined. It was really my first experience in what was becoming a very new market focused on the intelligence space. That's something that hadn't been done before. It's on a very, very small scale.
And then, did you ever do any kind of evacuation work for Near East Consultants?
I did. So this was operational as opposed to training. There was a case where we had a client. I don't know who the client was. Need to know. I didn't need to know. But they had two of their people who were British nationals who were being unlawfully held in India, in Mumbai. So I went to Mumbai by myself and put together a very sophisticated operational plan to get them out.
Why were you able to go to Mumbai, but you had mentioned earlier, we had heard from Mr. Roche, there could be problems going to certain areas. Do you recall that? Yeah, I think you mentioned you might stick out like a sore thumb in certain areas.
Well, certainly I stuck out like a sore thumb in Mumbai. A 6-foot-tall white guy with red hair and blue eyes. I didn't blend in. But at the time, it wasn't really necessary for me to blend in because Mumbai is actually a very bustling capital with lots of expats, lots of international people. So I didn't stand out doing what I was doing, which was just putting together the plan. We call it casing, and putting together the logistics of what was required to actually execute an evacuation.
Did that evacuation for Near East Consultants, did it actually go through?
No, it didn't, and I don't know the reasons why. The client decided to abort, and I never had any feedback beyond that.
Is that common in evacuations?
I wouldn't say that it's common, but it happens. And, like I said earlier, you have to be flexible, and that was it.
Okay, so when you were done working with Near East, or maybe, what did you do next? Let me put it that way.
Sure. So the next thing I did, about the same time period, I wanted to continue to develop this professional network outside of the government with that strong U.S. relationship, U.S. government relationship. So I did some work for a company that had a project in Malta this time. This is a company called Frontier Services Group. If anyone's ever heard of Blackwater, the same people were involved in Frontier Services as Blackwater. And this was a little different, though. This was focused on developing a private air charter service in North Africa, primarily in Libya. We did a lot of traditional charter work back and forth between Europe and Africa, North Africa. But we also did a lot of evacuation work, medical evacuations from Libya.
And what was your role in these evacuations? Are you a doctor?
Well, I was directing those types of operations, but I was also physically going into Libya and providing various services, including security for the movement.
Can you talk about all the work you did for Frontier Services Group?
Not all of it. Some of it was classified for the U.S. government.
Okay, so after Near East and Frontier, what was next?
The next one, so this is a common theme. I wanted to keep on building this network out. And the UAE is just a very, very active place for this kind of support from various companies. And this time I went back for a company called Arrow. There's no significance to the name, but the significance was the type of training that we were delivering to the Emirati SSD, which is it's an acronym for the State Security Directorate. And they're like a combination between our CIA and FBI, internal and external service.
Okay, before I get into what you did for Arrow, tell me a little bit more about Arrow. Are they still called Arrow?
No, I mean, that was a while ago. And I haven't tracked the development of the company, but it's turned into a giant defense contractor in the Emirates. In fact, I believe it's the largest one.
And what's its name now?
That's what's the name of that one?
Is it Beacon Red?
Beacon Red, that's right, just slipping my mind. Beacon Red, it's the largest there.
How did you meet folks at Arrow?
I mentioned same, my network from the U.S. government, it's all referral based. There's no application online, no monster.com, some place to apply online and send a resume. It doesn't work that way. This is a very, very close-knit network, and it's word of mouth. They have to know you personally, they have to have worked with you, they have to trust you.
And was this also a station chief?
Yes, it was. Sorry, I'd like to rephrase that. He has served as a station chief, but his background was a little bit different. We call it a NOC. It stands for non-officially covered officer, and I could explain what that is if it's helpful.
Please.
So in that agency, you have typically the people that go out and collect information, human intelligence, we call it, are called operations officers. And they go overseas and they pretend to be diplomats. They typically pretend to be State Department. So they're still official representatives of the U.S. government, but they don't really work at the State Department. And that's the vast majority of what they do overseas is that model. But there's some places where if I show up and to some conference in, we'll say, Dubai, a nuclear conference, and I say, hi, I'm Zach. I'm with the U.S. government from the State Department. And I'm introducing myself to an Iranian scientist who's involved in their ballistic missile program, who's there for the conference. They're going to run away. It doesn't matter what part of the U.S. government you're from, you're the U.S. government. So the NOC, the non-official cover, it's a way more sensitive and very small part of that group. And these are the people that have the most advanced training, training beyond what an operations officer gets. Because NOCs have to be able to operate effectively by themselves in areas that are especially challenging. They're called denied areas. These are places like Iran, North Korea, China, Russia. These are places where you show up as somebody from the State Department, you're going to have some problems. So we have to have more advanced training, more advanced, we call it cover, and that's what a NOC is.
And so was it a NOC that introduced you to Arrow?
It was.
And talk to me, what did you do at Arrow?
Arrow, we were the same types of training, but a lot more of it. We did it for the Special Forces, and we also did it for SSD. It was basically rebuilding their entire operational platform for their case officers, their versions of an operation officer. It involved a lot of client interaction, working with them daily to see how they perform, how effective they are, and then rolling out training to help them get better and become better partners for the U.S. The whole idea behind this is we want to help our partners, not our adversaries, partners that we have common adversaries with. And in this case, when we're talking about the UAE, the bad guys are Iran. They're our counterbalance, part of our counterbalance to Iran in the region. Iran is a very, very big adversary of the U.S. So we're trying to act as a force multiplier, but like in a commercial context, to help them operate better, safer, and more closely aligned with our values so they can be better partners for us. And it's a great relationship.
While you were in Arrow, let me ask a different question. Did you meet someone called Mark Sullivan?
I did. I met Mark Sullivan while I was at Arrow. He was also part of that project.
And did you work with him?
I did. I worked with him, and we had a very good relationship. And Mark was, he was very impressed with what I brought to the table.
Objection. Foundation. Hearsay.
What did you do after Arrow?
After Arrow, Mr. Sullivan, who was a very, very senior and well-regarded, highly regarded officer in an agency, introduced me to one of his contacts named John Keeley.
And who is John Keeley?
John Keeley is another former senior executive at a U.S. government agency who I can't speak for Mr. Keeley, but my impression was trusted him immensely, and that's essential in order to meet someone like Mr. Keeley and have any kind of credibility. You have to be recommended by someone else from the network. So that's how that happened.
And are you able to talk about which agency Mr. Keeley worked for?
I cannot because it's classified.
Did Mr. Keeley have any connections abroad?
He did, and that was really the purpose of Mr. Sullivan introducing me to Mr. Keeley. Mr. Keeley had served in very, very senior, in fact, the most senior positions in Saudi Arabia for many years. So he had very good relationships there up to the highest levels, including the Crown Prince, which is the highest official in the country.
So once you were introduced to Mr. Keeley by Mr. Sullivan, what did you do with Mr. Keeley?
Mr. Keeley was very, very senior. I don't know how many years he'd been working for the government, but it was many. And he had the same feelings that there's a lot we can do to help our friends.
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sustain the objection. You can't talk about what other folks said to you. So,
okay.
I don't know if you want to rephrase the question.
Yeah.
I can rephrase
Move on to a different question.
Can we see you briefly at sidebar? I think there's a reason it.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So,
hang on.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
This one. This is from Mark.
Wait, Mr. Friend. All right, I got a question from the jurors. And what I was going to say is, if there are questions for the witness, hold the questions. It looks like it's a question for the witness, so just hold the question until the end when the witness gets done testifying. You can keep a running list of whatever your questions may be, and then submit those at the end of the witness's testimony, and I'll ask you all to submit those at that point, okay? But otherwise, I'll give this, for right now, I'm going to give this to the clerk, but whoever submitted it, go ahead and keep a running list of your questions, and we'll hold them till the end. Okay? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Okay, sorry, Zach, we're talking about Mr. Keeley.
Yep.
Why were you brought in by Mr. Keeley?
I was brought in because of my experience in developing and delivering and training in these areas that I knew that he was interested in.
And what were the areas you were working on with him? What was that area he was interested in?
So it's something that developed over time, and that's why it was necessary for me to be part of that. Mr. Keeley was involved in very high-level discussions in Saudi Arabia. He knew, I can't speak for him, won't speak for him. We all know, because we've been in the space for a long time, the Saudis are one of our most important allies in the region. They have a bad reputation sometimes, but they are definitely one of our most critical allies in the region. They are a significant part of the counterbalance to Iran, which is one of our biggest enemies. It's a fact. We've been working together with the Saudis, the government, for many, many years, usually in more traditional areas, giving them aircraft, equipment, weapons, aircraft, munitions, many decades. So this is not new in terms of the requirement to support our allies, like Saudi Arabia. But what John had in mind, what I had in mind, was, helping people like John, who were very senior, that had the relationships in these high-level places, and help them refine those relationships to a point where we could really develop a contract, a plan, a proposal for something that they needed. But the problem with that is, if you ask a place like, as an example, in Saudi Arabia, their intelligence organization is called the GIP. It's the General Intelligence Protectorate. And they needed a lot of help, and they still do. Their idea of how to safely conduct intelligence operations outside their borders is very, very basic and ineffective. Their idea of doing this is go out and meet a contact, whoever you think that should be, and collect some information, whatever kind of information you think that the policymaker might be interested in. Write it down, if you can read and write, and then send it by fax back to the main office. And then from there, it gets printed out in paper and filed away in some repository and probably never seen again.
Is the GIP does this?
They do, yeah.
So you were working with Mr. Keeley to make a proposal to the GIP, the Saudi Arabian CIA?
I was, and
was it only Mr. Keeley?
No, it wasn't only Mr. Keeley. This is the very beginning. I was also working with another legend in the community named Lance Hamilton, and Lance is. If you look for him online, and I'm not suggesting you do, but if you do, you can find him. He's out there, and he's a former officer.
So his background is not classified.
I can't speak for him. I don't know what parts are or are not.
Good point. Let me phrase it this way. Tell us what's publicly known about Mr. Hamilton.
Publicly, I can tell you that he was a former chief of station in several overseas locations. And
for which government agency?
I can't name the agency.
Okay. And did you work with Mr. Hamilton on this GIP-related project?
That's right. I worked more with John Keeley because he's the one that had the personal relationships that were required. If you can't talk to the right people, it doesn't matter how great your project is. You need that entry at senior levels, and that's what John had. But what he didn't have, and what Lance didn't have, was the actual operational experience and the training experience. And they just didn't know how to do it. They'd been through it a long time ago, and things change. Technology changes. The CIA when I say CI, I mean counterintelligence. That means the local security services, the bad guys that are trying to find you, they change, their tactics change. So everything has to be modernized and kept up to speed. So go ahead.
So you were able to do that because you were less senior to them? Is that what I'm understanding?
I was less senior to these two, yes.
And so quantify for me, how often were you working with Keeley? How often were you working with Hamilton?
Keeley was over a 2-year, so a contract doesn't just happen. You know, the client has an idea, the Saudis, for what they want, and they always want intergalactic space travel before they've mastered the basic principles of flight. They always want the best, the fastest, the most expensive, you have to have a lot of engagement to really understand what they want, what they think they want, and develop a program for what they really need, how to help them improve over a 2, 3, 5, 10-year period. You don't just start running marathons. We call it crawl, walk, run. You master the basics, and over time and repetition, basics become advanced. So that was what we had to do in Saudi.
And did you eventually get to a place where their contract was signed with the Saudi government?
We did, but it took some time. Contracting takes time.
Did you help build that contract?
Of course. It was a 2-year period where I was working with John and Lance.
And could the three of you, Lance, Hamilton, John Keeley, and Zach Young, just go to Saudi Arabia and get them to sign a contract?
I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. Did you need a company behind you, or could you do it just with the three of you?
We did a lot, just the three of us.
Okay.
But, you know, I was really guiding the development of what became a contract. You can't just, over an afternoon, cobble out a contract based on requirements from a client that doesn't really understand what they need. There's a lot of interaction. In this case, it was 2 years. But after that 2-year period, we got to a point where we put together a contract that was realistic and that would have been the first of its kind. It was a contract to totally rebuild their security service from the ground up.
And did you enlist anyone's help? And how much money was this contract for?
So it was a 10-year program, and the first phase of it was 30 months, and that was $400 million.
Okay, and it was $400 million to just the three of you?
No, we brought other team members on as we need them. I mean, nobody does everything themselves, so they wanted everything. They wanted different types of collection methodology. They wanted security. They wanted analysts. They wanted lots and lots of things. And we had to go out and find all these things.
Have you heard of a company called DynCorp?
Yeah.
And did you approach DynCorp about this?
Yeah, DynCorp was brought on later. You know, we had to understand what the opportunity was before we're going to get a company like DynCorp to come on and support it and put their label on it.
Tell us, what is a company like DynCorp?
DynCorp is one of the largest defense contractors in the U.S. They help out. They do lots of different types of contracting. This was new for them.
I think you said it took about 2 years to build this contract or so?
That's right.
So after the contract was built, and did DynCorp come on board?
They did. I mean, this is a flagship project, and they were very interested, and they understood that we need a lot of traditional, we'll call it back office support, and we needed legitimacy, the corporate legitimacy that DynCorp brought to the table. So we were partnering with DynCorp.
And so who were the parties to the contract? The Saudi Arabian GIP, and who was the other counterparty?
DynCorp.
DynCorp.
Yep.
And then did your relationship with DynCorp develop after that?
Oh, yeah. Of course it did.
Okay, and were you hired by DynCorp?
I was. I was the first person they hired. I mean,
for this project?
They had to wait until the contract was signed and funded before they start onboarding people. That's very typical in the defense space and contracting. But as soon as we had the contract signed, before the ink was dry, I had an offer.
Okay. Corey, can we get a limited production of Plaintiff's Exhibit 19? Sorry? Oh, it's in. Sorry. Your Honor, I've been advised by my partner that Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 has been admitted into evidence, so can we show the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 19?
Yeah. You agree is it already admitted, 19? Okay.
Thank you.
Pull it up on all the monitors.
Okay, and despite my glasses, I can't see, so I'm going to pull it up here. Your Honor, can you Let me just make sure, there we go. Okay, what are we looking at, Zach? What are we looking at?
This is my contract with DynCorp.
All right, so I see in the top, it says DynCorp International. And then it seems like it says being offered the position of Mentor 3. What is Mentor 3?
Mentor 3 is just a job category with 3 levels, and 3 was the highest.
Okay. And then it says you will report directly to Bill Purdy. Who's Bill Purdy?
Bill Purdy, at the time, was the program manager for the Saudi program on the DynCorp side. It was their representative.
Okay. And can we go down to the salary? There we go. And what was your annualized salary over there?
It was $361,000.
And then can we go down to the next paragraph, Corey, the one with severance in it? And can you see 3 lines down, it says for reasons other than cause?
Yep.
Yeah, Corey will highlight it for you. And then Corey, can you highlight where it says for cause shall mean? It's right at the end of the line here. You can point out to you. It's over here, Corey. And then can you highlight number 2, engaging in any dishonest, unethical, immoral, or fraudulent conduct, or any gross misconduct which discredits or causes harm to the DynCorp International. And then 6, which says failure to comply with any applicable laws. Okay, thank you, Corey. Zach, what do these clauses mean to you?
This is a defense contractor that does a lot of sensitive work, so the reputations are very, very important for these big companies. Most of the people involved in these companies have clearances, but more importantly, the company has a reputation, so they don't want anybody that's involved in any crimes, involved in any dishonest, unethical, fraud, anything that says it very well, which causes harm to DI, discredits or causes harm to DI. It's their reputation. That's what this clause is for.
And what would be the consequence if you did these things? I think that it's called severance up at the top. Corey, could you highlight severance for us at the top? Thank you. What would be the consequence if you did these things in your mind?
You'd be severed. You'd be terminated.
And then, Corey, can you go to the next page on page 2, right at the top? It says intellectual property. Yeah, can we zoom in on that? And then, see where it says training materials shall mean the full curriculum of written course instruction designed to impart operational tradecraft and/or clandestine intelligence collection concepts to trainees suitable for use by an external intelligence service. And then the representation here where it says, you are the sole and exclusive inventor and owner.
That's right.
Okay, what's that about, Zach?
This is the part that I brought to the table, that I was the one that was delivering, developing the operational tradecraft, the clandestine intelligence collection concept. This is from me.
And then, was this the final contract you entered into with DynCorp?
No, this is the initial one, but we had to do a new contract to comply with local Saudi business law.
Okay, so let's bring up, this is already admitted to evidence, Judge, Exhibit 24. Is this the contract you were just talking about a second ago?
Yes, this is it.
All right, and Corey, the salary remained the same here?
No. Well, the base salary is about the same. It might have been off by a few numbers.
So that's the $10,000 for, Judge, it's all right if I come up to the screen. That's the $10,000 paid bi-weekly, and then there's also, I think you told, is there also like a hazard pay provision or anything like that?
So I can probably just explain it. That they had to, when they put people overseas in places like Saudi Arabia, as a policy, they have to include different type. They have to break out the pay into different categories, including like hazardous duty pay, cost of living allowance, things like that.
Okay, so they dropped it and then upped it with hazard pay, so you were coming out about the same?
It was about the same. Yep.
Okay. Corey, can you go to page 3 for me? And can we bring up the part that says other requirements? And then here where it says that the employee acknowledges that his or her employment is contingent upon adherence to the employer's and client's code of ethics, business conduct, the employer's policies, procedures, ethics requirements. Oh, here we go. And the host country law. You see that?
I see it.
What did that mean to you? Sorry.
It's similar to the other clause where they have a reputation that they have to protect, and if you're involved in anything that could be interpreted as unethical business conduct or a violation of even host country law, then you're going to be fired.
So DynCorp was an American company,
It was,
but they required you to follow the law wherever you were?
of course.
Corey, can we go to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Let's go to 12, the conduct of employee. Yeah, perfect. Can you bring that up? So this section is titled Compliance with the Law. And it says the employee must comply with all laws and regulations of the host country, including but not limited to laws related to currency. Zach, can you read that first one there?
It says black market.
So the employee must comply with all laws and regulations of the host country, including but not limited to the laws related to currency, black market, prostitution, drug use, and alcohol use. What does that mean to you, Zach?
In Saudi Arabia, these things are all illegal. Alcohol is legal in the U.S. It's not legal in Saudi Arabia. So it's included in the bucket of all those other things which are obviously illegal.
Okay, and then the next sentence also requires you to fulfill the law. Is that right? The employee must comply with applicable laws and regulations of any country where the employee is a citizen or resident.
That's right.
Was compliance with the law a big deal to DynCorp?
Very much so. Which is standard for a defense contractor.
Objection. Foundation.
Overrule that.
What about the clause black market in here? You explained drug use, you explained alcohol use. There's an express reference here requiring you contractually. Is there express contract reference, requiring you to not engage in black markets?
It's right there.
And what did that mean to you?
It means what it means to, I can't speak for everyone, but it's an obvious definition. It means illegal or illicit trade.
Can you, Corey, can you go down to the termination section 18 where, let's see, page 7? And, okay, that's great, termination for cause. Can you highlight that, Corey, but then I'm going to push you down to page 8. So, oh, man, you're good. So we're in the termination for cause section, Zach, and can you read for me, I'm terrible with Romanettes, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you read section 8 for me of what you can be terminated for cause for?
The employee violates or is charged with violating any host country law.
What does that mean to you, Zach?
It means that you don't have to even be convicted. If you were charged with a law, then you're going to be terminated for cause.
And then, Corey, can we go to D, severance? We'll pick that up. And so, Zach, I think we saw similar language before. Corey, can you highlight 2 and 6 again for me in severance? So here we've got, again, engaging in dishonest, unethical, immoral, fraudulent conduct, causes harm to DynCorp, and 6, failure to comply with any applicable laws. Would you get severance pay if you broke the law, Zach?
No. If you violate the law, then you lose severance pay. And this was especially important to me because I actually had a severance package because of my importance to the program.
And does 6 say that you have to be convicted or just that you failed to comply with the law?
It says failure to comply.
Thanks, Corey. Can you take that down for me? So you mentioned this $400 million contract for 30
months.
Okay, and you were involved in drafting that contract?
I wasn't the lawyer who typed it out, but they needed my input for the statement of work.
Corey, can we have a limited production of Exhibit 18, please? Is that the contract we're talking about?
That is.
Your Honor, plans to offer Exhibit 18 to evidence?
Objection relevance. It's not his contract.
Come up here.
Corey, let's.
Hang on. Hang on.
Sorry, yep.
Right. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Zach, before we start talking about all the provisions with everybody, I want to talk a little bit more about your involvement with the contract. So, Corey, keep it limited, but can you bring us to page 4? Zach, did you eventually go to Saudi Arabia and provide services?
I did.
And were you obligated to follow this contract when you were doing that?
Of course.
And did you have this contract and have to follow it to provide those services?
Of course.
The contract references is Exhibit A, I think, on page 4. Corey, can you zoom out a little bit so you can see or show them where it is? Did you have a hand in drafting that Exhibit A statement of work?
I probably wrote it verbatim. Yeah. This is why they needed me to build out this part, this appendix.
Your Honor, plans offer Exhibit 18 to evidence.
My objection stands.
Yeah. Subject to same objection, I'll overrule that, and I'll admit, what number was it?
18, Your Honor.
18. I'll admit 18.
Corey, can you bring us back up to the top, please? And thank you, Mr. Hagan. So this is the contract program for the development of the GIP. Is that? Can you remind me what that stood for?
The General Intelligence Protectorate.
What is that? Like, if it was in the United States, what would it be?
So it's like their CIA. They have two services in Saudi. They have one that's focused on internal things that happen within their borders, like the FBI. And then they have the GIP, which is for everything outside of Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Corey, let's go to page 4, section B, where it says vendor personnel will perform the requirements identified in Appendix A. Is that the Appendix A we were just talking about, Zach?
That's the one.
Okay. So, Corey, let's skip the legalese and jump to Appendix A. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, Corey, bring me to 15, please. Page 15, paragraph 18. Okay. So, Zach, this paragraph says, vendor agrees that persons serving as mentors, what was your position?
Mentor 3.
Will be former employees of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency or the U.S. National Security Agency with a minimum tenure of 20 years or its equivalent unless the parties mutually agree otherwise. See that over there?
I see it.
Did you have 20 years of experience in the government?
I can't say how long I was there
Okay.
because it's classified.
Let's go to Exhibit A, Corey, on page 18. And can we, the objective portion of the contract, it says the Eclipse program will support institutional transformation through mentoring, training, and side-by-side capacity building. Talk to me on a high level. Is there a difference between mentoring and training? How does that work?
There is, and that's really what made this program very, very much the first of its kind. There have been other programs, other companies that were doing training. I mentioned a few examples in the UAE, but one of the lessons that I took away from that experience was that when you try to teach someone very, very hard skills, very hard to learn, take a lot of practice, a lot of discipline. As an example, it's a lot easier to go meet somebody at the mall, meet them at Starbucks, collect some information, pay them, be on your way. Give them a call on the phone when you want to meet again. But you would never want to do that. It's a very bad idea for lots of different reasons. So we have a whole methodology of how to do that the right way. But the right way is hard. You have to be trained up to do it. You have to practice it. And even if you have all that practice and all that training, if you go back to the place from where you came, this feral operational element at your organization that's used to doing it the old way, we found that they almost immediately default back to the old way. They throw the training out the door. Let's just go back to being lazy. And that's what they do.
The mentoring part?
That's what I was getting to. So the mentoring part is, we need something more. We need to teach them the techniques, teach them the trade craft, teach them our ethics, our values. And then we need to stay with them. You don't just teach somebody to fish, you go out fishing with them. So that's what we were doing. We were working side by side with them. That was the plan, to make sure that what we were teaching and how we were teaching them to operate aligned with U.S. values and interests. And what better people to do it than people like us that had the respect and the trust of the U.S. government right there in Saudi Arabia. So that's the mentoring part.
Objection. Foundation, hearsay, speculation, all of those things.
I'll rule that.
Corey, can you bring us to page 20? The part that says Senior Advisory Board. And can we get that all the way down to the bottom? Just draw it higher, bigger, zoomed in. Okay. Zach, this mentions a Senior Advisory Board and some folks underneath there. Do you see that?
I do.
Corey, can we go highlight the first person, the Honorable Leon Panetta, former U.S. Secretary of Defense and CIA Director. Zach, did you work with Leon Panetta?
I did. He was part of our team.
He was part of the team that was going to Saudi Arabia?
He wasn't personally going to Saudi Arabia. That he needed people like me, the operators, the trainers, to go there and do the client interface. And that was my job. Leon Panetta is just a legend in the community, in the defense community, in the intelligence community. Former director of CIA, former Secretary of Defense. So he brings a lot of legitimacy and trust to what we were doing.
How closely were you working with Leon Panetta?
Definitely not even on a weekly basis. But when he would come to Saudi, we would meet, we would have leadership meetings, and I had to be at all those.
So he knew you were, and he worked with you on a regular basis?
Yep.
All right, let's go to the next name, Michael Morrell, former acting and deputy director of the CIA. Did you work with Mr. Morrell?
I did, and on the same level. Mike Morrell was former acting and deputy director of the CIA, extremely senior, and he was also on our board.
And how often would you interact with Mr. Morrell?
Periodically, as required. When he wanted to be physically part of the program and touch it, make sure that it's what he expected, and that was my involvement with him.
And we got Jeremy Bash, former chief of staff to the Secretary of Defense, and also the director of the CIA.
That's right. Chief of staff to the director of CIA.
Thank you. But separately, so he was Chief of Staff is Secretary of Defense, and separately, he was the Director of the CIA.
Yeah, correct.
Did you work with Jeremy Bash?
I did.
Similar amounts or more than?
Less than the first two.
Okay. Martin Peterson, former Deputy Executive Director of the CIA. Did you work with Martin Peterson?
On a almost daily basis.
What were you doing with Mr. Peterson?
The same thing. I was responsible for training for all of it, not just the operations. I can explain more about that in a little while. But Marty really needed a lot of feedback and where we were going, what we were doing, and how I plan to make everything consistent across the different types of training that we're doing.
And then we got Paul Nevin, former Senior Operations Officer of the CIA.
That's right.
Did you work with Mr. Nevin?
Not as frequently, and he didn't stay on board throughout the whole program.
Got it. And then we talked about Lance Hamilton, right?
That's him.
Is that the same Lance Hamilton?
That's the one.
Corey, can you bring us to the next page? I think it'll have his title in it. Okay, so Lance Hamilton is the former senior operations officer of the CIA.
That's right.
And I guess it's public now. And how often did you work with Mr. So we talked about how you were working with Mr. Hamilton before this contract was secured. But talk to us about how you worked with Mr. Hamilton after the contract was secured.
So Mr. Hamilton had a role. He wasn't fully on the ground in Saudi Arabia. He had a lot of what he did was on the U.S. side, facilitating the approvals that we needed back in Washington, D.C. So he was going back and forth.
And then Daniel Ennis, former director of operations of the NSA.
Right. So the NSA is the National Security Agency. They collect intelligence in a different way than the CIA. It's called SIGINT, Signals Intelligence. And Daniel Ennis, or Mr. Ennis, was responsible for all of their operations, was his last posting officially.
And how closely did you work with Mr. Ennis on this contract?
Daily basis.
And then we got David Terry, former director of analysis and counterterrorism center of the CIA.
I see that?
Did you work with Terry, Mr. Terry?
I did.
How often?
Daily.
So is there a way you would refer to, are there others, before I get there, were there others that you worked with? Don't name them all off, but
Yeah.
of this caliber?
There are. There were others. I mean, these are real. Everybody knows who these people are. So that's why you're seeing them as part of the leadership team. We had other officers that were there too, typically specialists in various areas.
Is there a way you all would refer to yourselves?
Mentors. We were mentors.
Under the contract, but I'm saying as a team, was there
Oh, right. So I like to give a comparison. If you've heard of the Dream Team, the basketball team that had all the famous players, Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley. I know I'm dating myself with these names. Maybe you don't know them. But there was a point in time when the U.S., to compete at the Olympics, just gathered the best players that we could find. And it wasn't even fair to the other teams. So this is really the comparison for what the team that we had all in one place in Saudi Arabia. It had never been done. It hadn't been done officially. Never a group of people like this has been on the same operation, and it had never been done commercially. So I call it the Dream Team.
Okay. And what was it like working with the Dream Team?
It was fantastic. I mean, it was such an incredible experience and honor to be working with these people. I mean, I was definitely the youngest on the team, and it was humbling to be part of that.
Excuse me. Corey, can we place that down for a minute? We'll come right back. And can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 76 in a limited production? These are one of the documents we've all been through, the declaration, and there are certain redactions that have been applied consistent with your order. Plaintiffs would offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 76 instead.
And Your Honor, my objection remains that this is a document that has hearsay upon hearsay, especially in the bottom email.
Okay.
Hang on. You ready? Mr. Friedman.
Your Honor, we will take care of the issues of the document you want, and we'll revisit this document tomorrow.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's put 18 back on. All right, and let's go to 22, please, Corey. Can we zoom in on this? Yeah, exactly, up until number 6. Zach, do you see where it says Centers of Excellence at the top?
I do.
And then it lists 6 things: signals intelligence, Iran task force, field focused operations capability, hostile operation, area operations, all source strategic analysis, and comprehensive security, right?
That's right.
Talk to us on a high level. Don't go into them yet in detail. We'll go by one, but what is this, Centers of Excellence? What are we looking at?
These are the key areas, the foundational areas that for the Saudis were the most critical points that we need to focus on to help them rebuild their organization. You had to focus on creating specialists in different areas, not generalists that can do everything. There's nobody that's good at everything. So that was our model, was to really focus on creating jobs that are tied to an operational reason for the job, and then training that's also tied to an operational objective in the operational job. So we just divided those into 6 areas.
Okay. So I would like you, if it's all right, to take us through them. But before we get there, what was your job at DynCorp as it relates to these 6 centers of excellence?
So I was the director of training for the program, and this is the program. Different people have different approaches to training, and I had to oversee everything to make sure it all fit together. It was consistent in the way that it was delivered, in the way that it was evaluated, quality control, the mentoring part of it. It had to be consistent. So I managed all of that. I'm not a specialist in all these areas. I couldn't be.
And, all right, so let's start at the top. Signals intelligence. What's that?
Signals intelligence, or SIGINT, as we say, is collecting information out of the air. This is what the NSA does. I won't give you a technical overview of it, but it's very, very helpful for people that are on the ground collecting the information from humans to have something to supplement that with. Is that sufficient, or shall I elaborate?
Give me a little bit more.
Okay, so
What do you mean pulling things out of the air?
this can mean monitoring phones and communication. It can be digging up cables and making modifications so that we can monitor large volumes of information. But this really isn't my specialty. This is what the NSA does. And we were trying to help them develop a basic capability in that area.
So how were you director of training over something like SIGINT if it isn't your specialty?
I didn't have to be. I had the specialists. These are the people that worked for me. In this case, with the SIGINT, Center of Excellence, we had technical specialists in all these areas.
All right, so then let's go to the second one, the Iran task force. What's that?
The Iran task force was focused on Iran, but I think it would make more sense if I explain number 3 first.
Sure, let's do that. But before you do number 3, or while you do number 3, Corey, can you bring us to page 26? And then, actually, let's start at 25, 3.3. So this is the field focus operations part of the Contracts Act, right?
That's right, correct.
Then I want to bring you down to section 3.3 in the, that's right, inventory. And do you see where it says that, vendors shall create, develop, and train advanced programs of instruction to significantly improve clients' operations, officers' ability to conduct the full range of secure collection operations, to include operational tradecraft. Let's start there. What is operational tradecraft for the conduct of clandestine operations?
So operational tradecraft, this is really part of the COE that deals with operations as opposed to SIGINT. Tradecraft is how to successfully collect information from another human being outside the U.S. who has access to information that's of interest, in this case to the Saudis. And they have the right training to do that without getting themselves killed or getting the person who's giving them the information killed.
So let's start with the first one. Corey, can you highlight surveillance detection for me? What were you teaching them about surveillance detection?
So surveillance detection is really the most important part of tradecraft, because you can teach them all the other skills, but if they're do this surveillance detection, which is determining whether or not they're being followed, is all for nothing, because they're going to get themselves killed or arrested, and the same for their source. So surveillance detection is just a methodology to figure out if you're being followed and do it in a way that it doesn't look like you're looking for surveillance. If you're doing things like in the movies, you see people looking in the window as they pass by to see who's behind them, or pretending to tie their shoelace while they get a peek behind them. These are things that will, if you do it, you can do it once. But you look like you're looking for surveillance. You look squirrely, I'll say. So you have to look very normal and natural.
What's the problem if I bend down and tie my shoelace and somebody sees I'm doing a big deal?
So if you have a professional team, and that's what we were training professional operators to work against professionals, they're going to see that, and maybe you had 4 or 5 people following you. They were behind you, one was behind you, they were on your left, on your right, they were in front of you, but only 4 or 5 people. It's fairly easy if you've had some training to detect that kind of surveillance.
Where are you doing this? Where are you teaching them to do this?
You do this out on the street. That's the only place you can do it.
I mean, you're training them to do this like in foreign places, in their own country, like where?
Oh no, this isn't foreign, outside of your borders. They go someplace for a mission.
So give me a place.
China.
China. Okay.
China.
So you got an agent in China. People are following him. He's trying to pick it up. He goes down to tie his shoe. There's 4 people tied. What's the problem?
Well, it's not necessarily China. This is anywhere, and it doesn't have to be to meet an agent. You're there to conduct an operation, any type of operation. You need to, before you do that operational act, it's called. An operational act is something, if the local service saw you do it, they know that you're a spy. You're in trouble. So you have to determine how many people are following you. If you go to a place like China and you have 5, and you go to tie your shoe or look suspicious, they won't arrest you. They'll just drop you. They'll leave you alone, and they'll go home. But they'll come back. They'll come back tomorrow. But tomorrow, 300 of them will come back, and your vehicle will be beaconed, and there'll be a tracking device will be somewhere buried in your vehicle. You won't know it. You can't detect for it. But if you use your vehicle, they're following you without even following you physically. They'll have aviation assets up in the air following you with infrared cameras so they can track your heat signature. They'll have multiple ways to follow you without requiring to be with you. You'll never see the same person twice. So when you're working against a team of 300 people with beacons and aircraft, it becomes significantly harder to detect it, almost impossible.
You don't want to tie your shoe.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
And what happens if you get tagged? What happens? So 200 people. What happens next? Like what would happen if they have all these people following you? What's the next step?
Well, they want to see where you're going and who you're meeting. And as the people that we were training here, and anybody who's in that category of intelligence officer, the most sacred duty that you have is to protect the people who are putting their lives in your hands to keep them safe through training for you and training for them. So it's a real violation of that trust. So that's why there's so much emphasis placed on this very hard skill to learn. Not everybody can do it, even with years of training. This is one of the key elements of tradecraft.
And then, so the next operational tradecraft is the recruitment cycle for the acquisition of sources. Before you explain that to me, you mentioned you've got the sacred responsibility to protect your folks or your sources. Are these the sources? I forgot the word you used. Is this what your assets? Is this what you meant?
You can say assets or sources or agent. An agent isn't the officer. The agent is the person who he's working with that has the access to information that he's training and meeting with.
So the government, the person that works for the government is called what?
We'll say the case officer.
Case officer. And then the case officer identifies it's called an asset or an agent?
No, they're not an agent yet until they've been recruited. They're looking for targets is the word. They're looking for people that have access to the information, and then they have to go through a process, a lengthy process. Sometimes it can take years to make sure that they're really suitable to be an agent. An agent would be once they're recruited.
So I get, and I always think of this like you hear about these movies where secret agents, but actually the agents aren't working directly for the government. Is that right?
It depends. They can. It depends on the information that you're looking for. One target is Iran, and one target within Iran is their nuclear program. So in that case, you're looking for scientists, nuclear scientists. They have access to the weapons program. They have access to the technology. They travel. So they're not necessarily working for the government, but it's anyone who has access to information that you're interested in.
Okay, so but I guess I'm thinking about it, let's say we've got the Saudi Arabian GIP, they're a U.S. ally, and you're trying to train their people, right? Those people that work directly for the GIP, they're called case officers?
That's the term, yes.
Okay, and then they're trying to target Iranian scientists because you talked about how they're a foil to Iran. So when they find an Iranian scientist, what do we call the Iranian scientist? I guess it starts off as a source, and then once they become recruited?
I'll explain. So they're initially a target. You haven't met them yet. You haven't had any interaction. You're pretty sure that they have access to information, but you need to confirm not only the access, because if they don't have the access, you're wasting time, you're taking huge risks. It's a bad idea. So you have to go through this process of making contact with them, developing a relationship with them, and assessing them to determine if they're suitable for this, because it's not for everyone. It's very, very specific, the type of person that you're looking for.
So bring us through the recruitment cycle for the acquisition of sources. How does that work?
So the cycle, it's pretty basic in that it's spot, assess, develop, recruit, handle. And that's pretty common nomenclature in the intelligence community.
Walk us through those spot, develop, recruit.
I can't give you the actual techniques because that would be getting into more sensitive areas. But targeting or spotting is what I described. You're looking for somebody that works in Natanz nuclear facility. You have a good idea where they go, the conferences they attend, where to find them. You go to those places and you try to meet one. And you make contact. And the whole idea is you have to make it appealing for them to ever want to see you again. We always say the first step in any relationship is you need to get the next meeting. So that's always the first step, is getting the next meeting. Hopefully that works out if you've done your job right. But if it doesn't, you try again. Once you have that initial relationship started, you go into the assessment part. And the assessment part is the most important. You're assessing for a lot of different things. The access and the suitability. It's not for everyone. You don't want to recruit somebody who goes back and tells their colleagues about this great side gig that they just got offered. You don't want somebody who has alcohol problems or drug problems. You don't want somebody who can't be trusted to keep a secret because it's a secret. They have to understand that this relationship, if it becomes official, is between you and them. And there's a good reason for that, because It's very sensitive, and it can get them in trouble, and they have to understand that this is something that could get you into trouble. But all along the way, you're doing the assessment, and then if it becomes determined, you don't make the call yourself, but everybody involved
Who makes the call?
It's really a group decision. A lot of very smart people are watching the process. They're asking hard questions. They're making sure that everything is being done as it should, and all the boxes are checked.
So you spot an Iranian scientist.
Yep.
You go to the Iranian nuclear conventions. You assess, and now you have to determine, you need a decision from the higher-ups within whatever organization you're training to go ahead and develop them?
No, the assessment and the development is really, it goes hand in hand, and in fact, the assessment never stops. Even once they're recruited, you're always assessing. You could have been meeting with a source for years, but every time you meet with them, you ask different types of questions. You want to know, is everything okay back at home? Have you had any problems at work? Anything that you want to talk about, is there anything on your mind? And you're always looking for things, flags, red flags.
So the recruitment decision is the one that's made by the higher-ups, or the group?
Well, you're doing the groundwork and making sure that you have the information to make that decision. And other people are, watching over your shoulder and making sure that they all agree. But the way that I like to describe it is the recruitment is a marriage proposal. You don't ask the question unless you already know what the answer is. Because if they say no, they're going to run back and tell someone, and it's bad.
What does bad mean, Zach?
It can mean very bad. It can mean you're arrested and thrown in jail, and that's the end. It can mean you're killed. It depends where you are.
Okay, so targeting capabilities to identify and access targets of interest. What's that?
That's what I described earlier. Targeting a target. A target is someone who has access to information. Every operations officer should be able to do it by themselves, but we were focusing on developing a designated job, targeters we'll call it, to work hand in hand with the operations officer to really act as a force multiplier and help them do that more effectively.
Okay, and secure handling of assets.
So once you've gone through the process, this recruitment cycle, the next part is you need to continue meeting with them and collecting information, and you have to do it in a safe way, even if you're in a dangerous place. So that's what this is. It's the methodology of meeting them securely. You don't meet them in public. You don't meet them in restaurants. Sometimes you don't meet with them at all. Sometimes you meet them in hotel rooms. Sometimes you meet them in cars in the middle of the night. Sometimes you do, in the movies, you may have seen two agents, usually say agents in the movies, they walk past each other and pass information very quickly. That's called a brush pass. It's not quite as easy as you see in the movies, but that's one way. That's impersonal communication. So you're only meeting for a very short period. You might have heard the term dead drops, where someone is going out into the woods and digging up a hollowed out piece of wood. We really teach that. It's not as simple as it is in the movies, but we teach dead drops, we teach signaling, we teach brush passes. There's many different ways to do this.
If I hollow a piece of wood and I put it somewhere in the forest, how do I signal to my agent that he needs to go collect it?
That's a good question. You can't just call them and say, hey, I left something for you in the woods. That'd be a bad idea. So this is part of the training, the ongoing training with the agent. So you would teach them how to do this. And one plan could be, the route that this person takes to work every day. And they're trained, they know when they pass a specific place, they're supposed to look somewhere, maybe on a wall. And they may see a very small 1 to 2 inch white chalk mark, a vertical chalk mark. And that's a signal. It tells them there's something waiting for them at this other place that's already predetermined. They know where it is. They don't have it written down anywhere. They're trained to know where to go. So the next day, they're going to determine that they're not being followed. They're going to detect surveillance. They're going to go retrieve this thing that you've left in the woods for them. And then they're going to have to tell you that it was successful. Otherwise, maybe something happened. You don't want compromising material buried in the woods someplace for a long period. So they have to do the same thing. They have to find a way to signal to you that it's been collected, it's been retrieved, So maybe that's another chalk mark someplace else, not the same place. So you're going to go check that the day after. And if it's not there, you know you have to go get your log and dig it up and try again. And there'll be a backup plan and a backup plan and a backup plan. We plan for redundancy. If not A, then B. If not B, then C. So that's the basics of a communications plan.
And what are the operational and reports writing and production of intelligence reports? What is that about?
This is the way that we would train how to collect and write the reports that go back to policymakers in a way that protects where it came from, the source. The intelligence reports have a very wide dissemination. A lot of people see those. So you don't want to have the name of the person that gave it to you go to a large number of people, because if there's a leak, and that does happen, you're going to get your source killed very quickly. So you have to learn, you have to teach them to write in a secure way that collects the information that the policymaker really needs and separates the operational details in a different kind of writing. So that's what this is.
Corey, can you bring us to page 22 again, the Centers of Excellence? So, hostile area operations, what's that?
So I wouldn't want to call it the type of training that I just described basic, because it's not, but that would be the foundational training that a collector would want to have. But then if they're going to go someplace like a war zone, in Saudi Arabia, they were very focused on Yemen. They still are. So if they're going to go to a place like Yemen or to a war zone, they need other training. And this is more paramilitary training, special forces type training. So more combat arms training, close quarters battle, land navigation, more advanced surveillance detection, things like that.
And then all source strategic analysis?
So analysis is you collect the raw information, the intelligence, and it has to go someplace to be compared with and integrated with other intelligence. And an analyst would do that. That's not the operations, not the collector on the ground. It goes to these very smart people that know a lot of stuff, and they're looking at the reporting from one source, comparing it to another one. It can be used to confirm that it's good. Two people from separate places are saying the same thing, so that's good. It's more credible. And they're taking all this information, this intelligence, they're combining it with the signals intelligence from the first COE, and they're creating finished intelligence reports that go to the policymakers in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, and comprehensive security, what's that?
Comprehensive security is, you still have to have physical security for your people and for your facilities. So that's what this was focused on, the physical security part of the project.
Your Honor, I've been told they were able to take care of those issues you wanted with the document. So if it's all right with you, I'm going to do that now. Can we make a limited production of 76, please? I haven't seen it either, Judge.
You got it.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Fire, are you moving?
Can we move it to evidence, Your Honor?
Oh, don't object.
Okay.
Subject to our conversation, which before this. Yep. Thank you.
Subject to our conversation before, I'll overrule that and admit plaintiff 76.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hagan, can we publish that? Who are you reporting to in amendment? We looked at before in your contract.
Bill Purdy.
And this is an email from Mr. Purdy.
Yes,
And the first bullet, he says a little background on Zach. Do you see that?
I do.
And then can you read the next line? Worked for me as a director.
Yeah, worked for me as my director of training on a special project for 18 months.
Is that the project we've been discussing?
It is.
Thanks, Corey, to take that down. Okay, so great plan. How were you planning to execute it? What did you do next? Did you end up going to Saudi Arabia?
I did, yeah. I did physically go to Saudi Arabia, and I was working with the client on a usually daily basis going into their headquarters. I stood out and working with their leadership, their operators, their managers, hundreds of their officers, and asking them lots and lots of questions to confirm all of these things that we thought we knew, but we needed to confirm. We had a lot of assumptions that needed to be confirmed, and it took a long time. This was really the first part of what we were doing there, is confirming their current state and making sure that what we had planned to deliver was ready for that.
And was it?
No, it wasn't. And this is why we built this into the plan to do this. And it was basically, I don't remember exactly how many months it took and how many hours and meetings, but it was a lot of work. We compiled a compendium several inches thick of findings. These are deficiencies that we discovered after interviewing hundreds of their officers. How do you operate? How do you communicate? What's your security like? How do you meet with sources? How do you write intelligence? Where does it go? How do you get requirements? Who drives it? Do you have any kind of objectives, or are you just going out and collecting stuff? And to be perfectly blunt, it was worse than we thought. It was a lot worse. So that's the first part, is doing that very detailed assessment to understand all of their deficiencies across the board.
And so did you also create a sort of like a plan of fixing it, or just tell them what their problem is?
We did. So, but we turned that over to the client. This isn't something that required any kind of approval from the U.S. government. This was just, it wasn't the same type of consulting that, one of the big consulting firms like in the U.S. would do, but it was the same methodology. This is how broken you are, and we're going to give you a follow-up plan on how to fix it. So it took a lot of time and a lot of work with them. No one wants consultants to show up and say, what is it you do here? They're very defensive at first. They were very threatened, because in Saudi Arabia, you're not picked because of your background or because of your abilities or because of your education, because of things that matter or should matter. You're picked because of your last name, who you know. The term is called wasta. It's your social status. So that you're picked for a very important job, a very hard job, because you know somebody. Nepotism. It was all over Saudi Arabia, and it still is. It's very common in that part of the world, but especially in Saudi.
So you were able to provide them with this is what's wrong with your report. Did you prepare this is how you fix it report?
We did.
And were you allowed to hand that to them?
Unfortunately, we were not.
Okay, why?
This would be considered a transfer of knowledge, the plan to fix it and how we'll help you fix it, but that would have required an approval from the U.S. government called a TAA, a Technical Assistance Application. This is a process that we had started a long time before, in the very beginning of the project, and we were certain we would have no problem whatsoever getting the approval from the U.S. government, considering the people that we had on our team.
And did that happen?
It did not.
Do you know why?
I don't know why. I have ideas, but I don't know.
What are your ideas?
Well, before we got to Saudi, there was an incident in Turkey, in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. A journalist named Jamal Khashoggi was brutally murdered by Saudi intelligence. And when it happened, this is in the very beginning of the contract. I don't know if it happened just before or just after it got signed. But my view, which was, I can't speak for them, but my view was that this only underscores how important it is, that the project that we were doing, that we had people like the names you saw before, the most trusted people in government that would be physically in Saudi Arabia providing this very important training that they needed, and we're going to be with them to make sure that they operate in accordance with our values and our ethics. And murdering a journalist is certainly not aligned with our values and ethics. So we thought that this would be something that really highlights the urgency of the U.S. government approving that program. And I still feel the same today, that was a big mistake. But for bureaucratic reasons that I'm not aware of, probably that had something to do with it. The decision was made to not issue it.
And what happens if you withdraw? Do you create a vacuum?
Yeah, that's the flip side to this. When the TA was rejected, I was there and I know that the Chinese were also there in Riyadh, also talking to the GIP, and they were talking about doing the same things that we're doing for them, but they were willing to do it for free. And they do that because they want more influence. They want more influence in Saudi Arabia that wouldn't have been aligned with U.S. interests. Even though it was free, the Saudis were more than happy to pay $400 million to have people like us there because they wanted that to be not only the best training and the most effective, but they wanted that to be, they saw that, I can't say it, they saw that. I believe that that was something that may have been viewed as enhancing the relationship between the U.S. government and the Saudis, even though we were private.
Your Honor, I know it's a little earlier than you anticipated, but this is a good spot for us. Does it work for the board?
That's fine. All right. We'll take our afternoon break real quick here. Before we move to the next section of questioning. Go ahead and take your notepads and the folders that you have there, and you can leave them on your chairs when you leave. And I'll again remind you, we're going to take our afternoon recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom. At recess, remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff, which means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation, and then after the break here, just double check if you do use your phones, that your phones or electronic devices are turned off before we come back in the courtroom. When you gather back up in the juror lounge at 3:10, and we'll get you back in the courtroom and finish out this afternoon. All right. Y'all can be seated. Juror, courtroom. Anything we need to address before y'all run out?
No, we're good.
All right. I'll see y'all back in 10 minutes.
First Amendment, Sandy. First Amendment.
freaking out trying to figure it out. Because I'm supposed to go.
Is there anything?
No, Your Honor.
And I'll have her bring the jurors back in. She gets them. And Mr. Young, why don't you come on back up here? Yeah, before they come back, yeah. Was it Exhibit 24?
Which one?
Can't remember which one.
Which exhibit are you looking for?
Clerk thought you said Exhibit 24 that you showed Mr. Young.
He did.
Is that one of them that was admitted?
I think it was admitted. Let me look at my notes real quick.
They had 4 written down, but not 24 written down as being a stipulated.
Yeah, 24 was stipulated.
Yeah, 24 was admitted.
Your Honor, it was supposed to be 24. I don't think 4 is not.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Okay, so on the stipulation, it should have been 24 was a stipulated exhibit, not 4.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Not full.
All right. No, the clerk leaned over and she said, I don't see 24 on the list of what was stipulated, so I just want to make sure we had that right.
Thank you.
All right. I'll bring the jurors back in. Whoop.
Which way we go?
Well, I think they go around behind your desk. All right. Then y'all can have a seat. So I can get settled and get their notepads back out. All right, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Zach, I want to shift gears a bit and talk about the corporate evacuation side of your business, just so you know where I'm at, okay? So you're working for, just before I get there, did DynCorp have a name change?
It did. So after the Saudi project, DynCorp was acquired by Amentum, which is another much larger defense contractor, and they're still combined now. So there was an acquisition.
Okay, so it's now called Amentum.
Amentum DynCorp.
And you were working for him back then?
I was.
And then how did you get involved in the corporate evacuations that brought us here today?
Someone reached out to me from Audible, named Brian Andrews.
Who's Brian Andrews?
He's I'm not sure his title at Audible. I think he was a vice president, but I'm not sure. Former Department of State official at Audible.
What did he say to you?
He said that someone had referred him to me, someone from the FBI. He didn't tell me who, and I didn't ask. I wouldn't have. Asking if I could help evacuate 3 people, 3 females from Afghanistan.
And what company was he working for?
Audible.
That's the billion-dollar Amazon subsidiary, Audible?
That's the one.
Like audiobooks and stuff?
That's right.
And before we drill down on the specifics of the evacuations, tell me how these evacuations... well, before we drill down, were you on the ground in Afghanistan?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Why not?
That would have been silly. In the movies, you see Mark Wahlberg goes into the dangerous place and kills all the bad guys and rescues. That's movie stuff. It's Hollywood. In the real world in which we live, a person like me wouldn't have gone into Afghanistan to rescue 3 females from Audible. They would use the same methodology that I've been describing today, leveraging their skills, their background, and their network to do it.
So, are networks important for someone in your line of work?
They're everything. It's critical.
Okay. To both get business and perform business?
Correct. As referrals, as everything spreads by word of mouth within this community. It's all based on personal relationships and professional networks, and that also applies operationally to do things, for example, like evacuate 3 females from Afghanistan after terrorists took over. You need local resources to do that in the real world.
So who are your local resources?
I developed a network over many years of government service, and one of them, his name is Yuri.
Okay, and Yuri was your boots on the ground?
No, Yuri wasn't. He's a Ukrainian national that I have a relationship with that I'm not able to talk about because it's classified. It has to do with my work with the U.S. government, but he's part of that network.
And what were you doing with Yuri?
So I got the requirement from Audible, and I anticipated that I knew Yuri had very good access in Afghanistan, and I reached out and asked him if he could assist with this, and I was right. He could.
So if Yuri's helping and there are locals on the ground, what's your role?
As an analogy, a football player is on a team, and every team has a coach. I'd be comparable to a coach in football. I was overseeing the operations on the ground, coordinating with the client. I was getting information that was required from the client, managing that relationship, and I was involved with the operational side as well, not in that I was physically in Afghanistan doing the evacuations, but I was coordinating with Yuri and oftentimes with the ground elements as well to develop the plan and make sure that it's operationally sound.
So once you have an agreement to
All right, go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Okay. Once you have an agreement with Audible to move forward, or any company, let's not be Audible specific, talk to me a little bit more of a high level. Walk us through how an evacuation maneuver should occur.
Beyond the initial part of coordinating with the client to get the information that I need?
Yeah, talk us through it.
Okay, so I need basic details, at least as the client understands them, which aren't always correct. As much as they know about the mission, about the passengers. And then I would take that information, I'd work with the ground element to confirm that. And we have a term called getting off the X. And what it means is if you're in a dangerous place and your vehicle goes down and you're being shot at, you don't want to stay in the vehicle. The vehicle's a bullet sponge. So the first thing that you want to do is get off the X. And the same applies to evacuations. You want that to happen as quickly as possible. But the first thing is, in Afghanistan and in Pakistan, there's a tradition. It's a tribal tradition. Even if they don't know you, even if you're not family or friends, once they take responsibility for you, they will protect you, even if they don't like you very much. It's actually a very endearing part of their culture. But they won't do that unless they're sure that they can help and they can protect you, because they won't just abandon you. It's forbidden. It's against their culture. So you want to get them off the X, but there needs to be an initial outreach to the local, the three girls in this case, that don't worry, don't panic, help is on the way. So we want to get the operational element in contact as soon as possible.
Okay, so you make the connection. What's supposed to happen next?
The operational element would go physically to the location, and not a long meeting, a short meeting, collect whatever information they need, whatever the client didn't provide, confirm that what they provided was correct, review their ethnicity, their religious background, their ethnic background, their gender, their age, their documents, their lack of documents, all of these things that have to be considered to develop a plan to get them out. It's not just as easy as calling up a car. We saw some examples in Kyle's presentation where someone was asking me, so that's just for the transportation? Well, no, it's not. It's a lot more complicated.
Okay, so you arrive at their house, the operational folks arrive at their house, and what happens?
So they make that initial contact and provide them the reassurance that we're here, we're real. This isn't fake. We're really here, and we're really going to help you. This is what we need from you. They have the exchange. They leave for a short period, and that's when they begin working with me to develop the plan to actually get them out of country.
Okay, so a plan is developed. What does the plan look like? What's the first step? Or walk us through just steps to evacuation, to out of the country.
So in Afghanistan, or really any place like Afghanistan, you don't just get in a vehicle and then drive and cross the border. In a hostile environment, typically you use what we refer to as safe houses. So the first step would be to take them to one of these safe locations, a safe house, someplace close to where they were so you can really refine the plan and put together the next step. And
That's getting them off the X.
after they're off the X, correct.
Okay.
Then
Yep.
you need to, once you have the plan, and it's, I've been involved in this process, and it's operationally sound, it's safe, it's redundant, meaning we saw this area yesterday, we cased it, we did the reconnaissance. There were no Taliban checkpoints, or if there were, we wouldn't have a problem there. That was yesterday. Well, what does it look like today? What's it going to look like tomorrow? Things change fast. So you have to have redundancy. If not that route, we need to have another route, and sometimes another route beyond that as the next leg. And the idea is it's like being on a frog jumping from lily pad to lily pad to lily pad until you get to the border. Once they get near the border, this is often, pause me if I'm going too fast.
No, you're great.
Okay. Once you're close to the border, and the one that we use primarily was Torkham border crossing. It's east of Kabul. It's very stressful because it takes time, and things do have to be as the operational environment permits. And this is something also part of my role, to sensitize the client that, look, this might not be today or tomorrow, might not even be this week, but you have to trust us that we're not in a rush. When you rush, you get people killed, and we're going to do it in a safe way and safely extract these people from a war zone, a very dangerous place. So it was sometimes challenging with clients to manage that. You have to be patient, and the passengers as well. In this case, very young females that were very scared and just wanted to get out. And to tell them you have to wait here for a while, maybe a couple days. It's a very stressful environment. So it was a lot of emotion, a lot of work, and a lot of stress. But when you get to that point where you're near the border, you can even see the border in some cases. There's a strong desire to just make a run for it, to really speed things up. And that was one of the most difficult parts, is making sure that when they do that crossing, it was at the right time. So when it was determined that the coast was clear, they can move on, the operators who were male wouldn't be able to physically cross the border. It was an official border crossing. So they have to have the right documents, but they can't be escorted through by security elements. So they'd have to do that part by themselves. Once they were across, we had another team separately on the Pakistan side that would pick them up, and the same thing continues. It wasn't very far to the next location, which was almost always Peshawar, which is just a short distance from Torkham.
So you talked to me about your role coordinating with the client, gathering information, overlooking the high-level plan. But once they get off the X and they start leapfrogging toward the Torkham gate, what is your role there? You described it like a football coach. So what is your role there?
The same as I've described, and it's not like they engage with me at the very beginning and then again at the gate. But at every movement, I'm involved at an oversight level, working with them, talking to them, asking questions. Have you considered A? Have you considered B? Do you have a redundant plan in case this doesn't work? So it was a lot.
Okay. Are there certain safety issues with you being in literally constant communication, or did you need to space it out? How did that work?
It depends. We wanted this was always a problem, or maybe not a problem, maybe a concern is the better answer. The passengers, they want constant reassurance, and they're contacting back to Audible, and Audible isn't involved at an operational level like I am. So they're getting information from the passengers who really don't have a lot of information about the operational side. They get told very little, and we always told them, don't do that. Stay off the communications. In fact, it can be something that's tracked. We knew that. So we did what we could to really sensitize them to that, but it wasn't always perfect.
But I'm talking about were there times when you had to be blind of what was going on for safety reasons?
Right, this is just basic, very basic operational security. This wasn't unique to evacuations. The concept is called need to know, and this is just to ensure operational integrity if you're doing something sensitive. I get the information that I really need. In some cases, I didn't need to know all the details. I don't need to know the names. I don't need to know the roads. I knew, at times I knew more, at times I knew less. If they needed my involvement, it'd be more.
So in order to propose an operations team for evacuation to you, you may not know their names. What did you know about the operators?
Well, I mentioned my contact Yuri before, and Yuri and I have a history and a lot of trust. And the trust is both ways. He trusts that I'm not going to go around him.
Objection.
Okay.
You can't comment on what Yuri's feelings or beliefs are, so I'll sustain the objection.
Talk to me about your faith in Yuri.
My faith in Yuri, I already had trust in him. This isn't something that I needed him to prove to me. He proved it in more dangerous situations than the evacuations. So this is something that Yuri was already vetted, and I knew that his people were pros. These were special operators. They had combat arms training. The majority came from Afghani special forces. So these weren't random people that he found on the fly. I felt that he would never use random people. I knew that he was using operators.
Would you vet kind of the qualifications of the team?
That's right.
Okay, so you didn't know their names, but he would talk to you about the backgrounds of various peoples, and you'd prove it, or you'd say, no, this guy's got to switch. We need a SIGINT guy, or I mean, I'm obviously not SIGINT, but is that the way it worked?
That's right, but in this case, it wasn't like the Saudi project where we needed SIGINT people, analysts. We needed operators.
Operators.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and then I'm going to get into the specific evacuations at issue in the case in a minute, but when, just as a procedural matter, when they've leapfrogged through, they cross-torque them, you hand them off to the client on the other side, is there another step you now need to take to secure the safety of the passengers?
Sure. As I mentioned, it's standard there that they would never just be abandoned until they're transferred to safe hands. So the client, Audible in this case, had local security teams that would take over, and Audible had the relationships to get them onward travel and asylum or any residence that they need in a third country.
Is this part of the reason you're working with corporations?
It is.
Okay. So now it's over, the operation is done, and you've got these. How did you communicate with the operatives on the ground when you needed to?
Through Yuri.
Okay.
A lot was through Yuri, and there were many times where he would create a group channel.
On what?
On Signal.
Signal. What is Signal for those who don't know?
Signal is it's an encrypted messaging app that is widely considered to be one of the most secure that's available.
And what would you do with those communications after the operation ended?
They would be destroyed. The communications would be deleted, and this is very standard in this type of movement. You don't maintain the operational records of a clandestine movement from Afghanistan to Pakistan. Nobody would do that. You would be a clown if you did.
Why?
Because it's an operational vulnerability. They had family members that are still in Afghanistan.
And so?
So they could be killed.
If what happened?
If the wrong people get the operational details of the who, what, when, where, why, how, the meat of an evacuation, you don't want that falling into the wrong hands. What would happen would be they would put surveillance on those routes. They would know how we're doing it. They would know how it's made.
So it wasn't just a threat to the people's families that were evacuated, it would be a threat for your ability to get others out too?
It'd be a threat. Rephrase.
Is there a danger being posed to more than just the folks you took out? Because you talked about the families of people there. Are there any other dangers?
Yes, it's not just a threat to the family members of the passengers. It's a threat to the operation now. And when we do it next time, the level of risk is significantly higher.
Your Honor, it's coughing. Can I just...
Yeah, you got that or water?
Yeah.
Or he's got a water.
Thank you. The water makes it worse.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay, so, you ready to go? Talk to me about Audible, the actual evacuation. You got contacted, you know, who found you and how?
Brian Andrews, I mentioned, reached out to me, told me somebody in the FBI told him that I could probably help, and I did.
And who was being evacuated?
3 females.
What were their ages?
In their early 20s, 19, 20.
How long did it take?
About a week.
And what was the route you went?
I don't remember the exact routing, but it was fairly direct from Kabul through the Torkham Gate and to Peshawar.
Objection foundation.
Overrule.
And how, so Audible finds you, they want to contract with you. How did you price this evacuation?
I have experience in the defense contracting space, and typically a defense contractor would add 100% margin or oftentimes more. DynCorp, for example, they would take their pricing, add a margin, and then double it. And that's pretty standard in the industry. That wasn't what I was doing, but I do have experience in the pricing part. I was part of the pricing on the DynCorp project. What I was doing is I was evaluating the details, the operational details, the complexity, the work involved, estimating the amount of time it would take, the resources it would take. Wasn't precise. Sometimes things took longer than we planned. We had to be flexible, but I would get my costs determined as close as possible, and then I would work with the client and see what their sensitivity was. We're talking about a company like Audible, and I can recall distinctly when Brian reached out to me, and I confirmed that I could do it. He had a board meeting at Audible, and the operation was greenlit because they had tried.
Move to strike hearsay.
And he told me it.
Okay. I'll sustain it to the extent that it may have been involved in the conversation at a board meeting, overrule it to the extent that he got authorization to go forward with the mission. So,
Maybe I could, were you comfortable knowing you get paid by Audible?
Very comfortable.
How were you comfortable that, Brian Andrews would actually be able to pay you?
He paid me.
No, but before he paid you, did he tell you anything that made you feel comfortable that the company itself behind you, as opposed to just him, besides just Brian Andrews?
He told me that.
objection. Yeah. What exactly he told you is hearsay. So I'll sustain an objection to you talking directly what he said to you.
Did you understand Audible would get you paid?
Of course they would.
Okay. And so did you, did they tell you, did Mr. Andrews tell you anything about the price that went into your decision of what to charge Audible?
He said that the price was no problem.
Objection.
Sustain.
Your Honor, can we have sidebar for a minute on this? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I'll remember next time.
You ready?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Okay. So without telling us exactly what Mr. Andrews told you, how did you formulate your price?
Based on my conversations, I felt 100% confident that price was no problem. It was no issue. In fact, I felt based on that discussion that I could have gone much, much higher if I wanted to.
What kind of money were we talking about? What's the margins here on average of this evacuation business? What were you making?
It varied from mission to mission and client to client, but on average, I'd say between 60 and 65%, but I don't have a precise margin for you.
And did you have any problems getting that percentage from Audible?
No.
And where are the documents from the Audible movement itself?
They were sanitized as I described for operational security, which is consistent with industry norms.
Can we put up plan says that 62 is already in evidence? Can we publish it, please?
62.
Yeah, 1 second here. Oh, it's fine.
I know. It's fine.
We're fine.
Okay. You can put them on all.
Okay, is this the invoice to Audible?
It is.
And so it was $54,000
Yes.
to move 3 females?
Yes.
And what's the date up in the top?
26 August 2021.
And when did you issue this invoice in relation to the movement?
Right before the movement. As soon as I'd issue the invoice, it would be paid immediately, same day wire transfer, and we would go.
This company, Nemex Enterprises, Inc., this is you?
That's my company.
Okay. So when did you sanitize the documents?
I'm sorry, you're talking about the operational?
Yeah.
After every mission.
Okay, and so approximately what date? Can you bring that back up? Sorry, Corey. Approximately what date did you sanitize the documents?
So this was 26 August. It was about a week later.
Okay, and when?
I don't have a precise date.
So sometime in late August, early September.
That's right.
When was the CNN broadcast?
That was November 11th, 2021, a date I'll never forget.
So before or after?
This is well before.
Okay. You can take it down. Thank you, Corey. One more document. Can we publish just limitedly? That's a word. Number 61. It hasn't appeared here on the witness screen. Mr. Hagan? There we go. What are we looking at here, Zach?
That's a general release between Audible and Nemex, my company.
Okay. And is it executed?
Yes,
And did it relate to this evacuation?
it did.
Your Honor, plaintiff's offer exhibit 61 to evidence.
No objection.
What is it, 61?
Yes.
Exhibit 61 will be a minute.
Can we publish that to the jury for a minute?
You may.
Gary, can you just show it to us for a minute, Corey? All right, let's take that one down. Let's move to Bloomberg. How did Bloomberg find you?
The same way as Audible. Someone had told Eduardo Gianni, who was their chief security officer, about me and my ability.
Objection. Move to strike.
Strike a portion about his ability or what the substance, but I'll sustain the objection on that. And jury should not consider what may have been said by an individual that's not a party or in the courtroom here.
Did you ask Mr. Gianni who passed your name to him?
I did.
What did he say?
I was curious, and he,
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know who passed your name to Mr. Janney?
no.
Were you eventually retained by Bloomberg?
I was.
And how'd it go?
It went well. This was a more complicated movement. These were 4 passengers, 4 females, and an infant. And they were not in Kabul. They were in a place called Mazar-e-Sharif. And that's, it's in northeast Afghanistan. It's about a 9-hour drive if you go due south, under best conditions, to Kabul. Under very dangerous areas. You cross very dangerous areas.
Did you successfully cross the 4 women in the trial?
We did.
And where did you hand off those individuals to Bloom? Well, after they crossed, what happened?
This was a longer mission because of the distance, the terrain, and the risk. But same scenario. I believe it was, I'm not certain, but I think it was also through Torkham.
Okay. And then once they got through Torkham, did your team pick them up on the other side?
The same scenario.
And then where did your team take them?
The same scenario, to Peshawar.
Okay, and then who did you hand the evacuees off to?
To a Bloomberg security element.
Could I briefly see you? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good job. Ready? No. Mr. Freeman.
Okay. Talk to me about what you did next. So you're coordinating this team to pass through Peshawar. Did you coordinate with anybody else in Peshawar so that you could hand the folks could be handed off to them.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It's the same scenario. Nothing has changed. There's a local element that received the passengers in Pakistan. They had to provide a safe house location.
It's a foundational objection, and hearsay objection.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Young, you testify about what you did of making arrangements, but in terms of information you got from other individuals that were on the ground, that's a hearsay issue, so I'll sustain the objection on that and tell you not to talk about that specifically.
Okay.
Zach, did you coordinate with anyone from Bloomberg about picking up their people in Peshawar?
Yes, I would coordinate that as well.
Okay. And what did you do to coordinate that?
I would do it through Edouard Janney, their chief security officer, and
what was the plan you coordinated with him to hand them off where?
Wherever they needed it.
And where did they need them?
I don't recall specifically for Bloomberg. It was either Peshawar or it may have been all the way to Islamabad. I just don't remember today.
Okay. And can we put up PX 332, which has already been stipulated as evidence?
Yeah, two.
This is an email from you to Mr. Janney from Bloomberg.
Yes.
And says, invoice attached as discussed. Please let me know if you have questions. Right?
Right.
Can we take a look at the invoice on the next page? This is the invoice you sent Bloomberg?
It is.
It was $141,500 for the 4 women and the child?
That's right.
And this covered this, you said this was a more complicated?
It was. More complicated, longer.
Okay. Does that come with any risk to you?
It does.
What are those risks?
There's a liability risk. I'm doing it through my network, with my reputation, with my company. If something could go wrong, if God forbid, and someone ends up getting hurt, then that's on my hands. It's the same as I described in an official capacity. When someone is willing to work with me and trust me, they put their safety in my hands. And once I've assured them that they have my protection, however that is, then it's a very big responsibility, and I took it seriously.
Okay, we talked about the profit margins before being around 60-65%. Is that the right number?
Yes.
So about 40% of this you had to pay on to someone else. Is that fair?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question specifically without seeing the documents, but that sounds right.
Okay. So then, we can take that down. Thank you, Corey. Who was the next person you handled the evacuation for?
The next one was, I think it...
Somebody called Hero?
I think it was Hero came next. And this Hero is an NGO. It wasn't an incorporation. It was an NGO. And I couldn't really explain what an NGO is on a sophisticated level because I've never had a lot of experience with them. But Jason Jones is the CEO of Hero. And Hero was interested in evacuating various groups of females, same scenario from Afghanistan to Pakistan. And I did several evacuations for Hero.
How many people did you move for Hero?
I don't know exactly, but it was about a dozen.
Okay. And it was a dozen split over 3 movements?
That's correct.
And were there any specific types of people that were included in the movements?
There were. I didn't have a lot of details about, at least the details that I didn't need to know about the passengers, but they were particularly interested in Christians and also journalists.
And how did that operation go?
They went well.
And it went from, do you remember from where to about where?
These were 3 different movements, and they were all from Kabul to Peshawar.
Okay. Can we put up in a limited production Plaintiff's Exhibit 70? Okay. What are we looking at, Zach?
This is an email between myself and Jason Jones, the CEO I mentioned.
And what are you attaching?
An invoice.
And can you show and was the invoice for this movement?
It was, for one of them.
Your Honor, plaintiff's offer plaintiff's exhibit 70 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, plaintiff 70 will be admitted.
And Corey, before we publish that one, can we bring up plaintiff's exhibit 72? And is this also an invoice that you issued to Hero?
It is.
And for one of these three movements?
It is.
Your Honor, plaintiff's offer exhibit 72 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, plaintiff 72 is admitted.
Corey, does your computer have a brilliant way of putting up PX 70, 72, 75, and 80? The last two have been stipulated in at a time? Two at a time. Let's look at 70 and 72 at the same time, please.
Do it every, yep.
Okay, so 70, there we go. So we've got one invoice in September, another on the 30th,
That's correct.
both for 75,000.
Yes.
And then, Corey, can you put up 75 and 80? Okay, and then you've got beginning of October and October 21 for 38,000 and 8,000.
That's correct.
I'm not a math genius, but I will tell you I calculated it before. I'll represent it's 196,000 together.
Okay.
Trust me?
I do.
Okay. Does that sound about right?
It sounds right.
Okay. So you can take them down. Thanks, Corey. So this was in September. Did you sanitize the documents for Hero?
I did, along with everybody else. That was standard, as I said.
All right. And so when would you have sanitized the Hero documents?
Immediately after the movement.
And is the same true for Bloomberg? I don't think I asked you that.
The same is true with everyone, including Bloomberg.
Okay. Did all of your evacuations take place before the CNN broadcast?
They did.
All right. So then, were you able to observe Hero taking action after you went ahead and evacuated these people? Did they do anything with your evacuations that you were able to observe?
Yes, they did. So, because of my success, and you see they came back multiple times with more evacuations because I was successful and they were happy. But more than that, it was a proof of concept for them. I felt that because they were interested in rescuing people from Afghanistan, that was a good way to demonstrate a very unique capability and something that would be very effective to raise a lot of donations for this NGO. Excuse me.
And did the donations come in, and did Hero keep hiring you for more evacuations?
Objection, Foundation.
Art.
I would object to the question. I think it was a form issue. I think Mr. Freeman said that the donations come in, did Hero keep hiring you for more evacuations? That's two questions in one.
I'll sustain it as to the first part. The second part about whether Hero hired him, I'll overrule that.
Thank you. Did Hero keep hiring you?
They did. There were 3 movements.
And then let's move to the last folks that hired you. What was the name of the last company that hired you to evacuate?
The last one was a German company called Civil Fleet.
Okay, and how did Civil Fleet find you?
They didn't find me. One of my professional contacts, named Henry Clark, came to me with the requirement.
Did you ever talk to Civil Fleet?
Never.
Have you ever contacted anyone at Civil Fleet?
No.
So, what did excuse me. Have you heard of an individual named Ralph Otto?
Not before this lawsuit.
Did you ever talk to Ralph Otto?
Never.
Have you ever communicated with Ralph Otto?
Never.
Did you send a message to him?
Never.
All right, who did you evacuate for Mr. Clark for Civil Fleet?
Civil Fleet was, we successfully evacuated 3 females, but They were also interested, I don't want to speak for them, but the requirement included 3 males as well.
Okay, so you were planning evacuation for 3 females and 3 males?
That's right.
And did you charge them for that?
I did.
And did you evacuate was it a combined movement of 6 people?
No, because they were males and females, it wouldn't have been safe in general to do it that way. But there were other reasons that this became more complicated. The 3 males, we were told.
Can I keep you on the females first?
Okay.
Were you able to successfully evacuate the females?
Yes.
And where did they go from and where did they go to?
From the same model.
Hang on.
Objection, foundation.
Rephrase the question.
Where did you plan the evacuation to take place from and to?
From Kabul to Peshawar through Torkham. But I don't recall if we actually went through, that was the original plan. Things change. You have to have this continued theme of redundancy and backup plans. So Torkham wasn't the only crossing point. Occasionally we'd have to use others.
And when you were planning the male evacuation, were there different requirements than the female evacuation?
Yes.
Why?
Because the males, we were told,
You told?
Okay, I can't say that. I'm catching on.
Well, why did you, Zach, why did you have to plan a different evacuation for the males than the females?
Because I was under the perception that the 3 males were under a higher threat category. I was under the impression that the 3 males were being specifically hunted by the Taliban, as opposed to the Taliban looking for people from a certain ethnic background or gender. It was these 3 males personally were being hunted.
Your Honor, can I have 1 minute? Okay, sorry, thank you. Did you eventually evacuate the males?
No.
Why not?
Because they aborted.
Okay, and did anyone ever ask you for a refund?
No.
And can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 69? Those are stipulated evidence. It is stipulated evidence. Okay, is this the invoice that you issued to Civil Fleet?
Yes.
And did you actually issue to Civil Fleet?
It says Civil Fleet right here.
Who did you hand it to?
I passed it to Henry Clark because I had no contact with Civil Fleet.
All right, and did they actually pay $65,000?
No, they didn't.
How much did they pay?
They were about $9,000. I don't remember the specific number, but it was about $9,000 less.
And did you make an issue out of it?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I was very busy for one thing. I was extremely busy during this time, working night and day, conducting these evacuations. So I really just didn't have a lot of time to quibble about someone who paid me less than I asked. But then, as I mentioned, the 3 aborted. The work had been done. In any kind of contracting, not just this kind, when you hire a contractor to build a house and they do all the work and lay a foundation, and then you decide you just don't want it anymore, typically you don't get your money back. I don't want to say that's a perfect analogy, but a lot of the work had been done. We put together a lot of work in the planning for 3 males that were being hunted by the Taliban. We were getting the visa for Pakistan that was required to leave the country to go anywhere. You couldn't do it legally without it. And we were also getting a gate pass for Torkham Gate, which were very hard to come by. And we got it for the 3 males. We were ready to go, and for some reason, they aborted.
And I think I asked you this before, but did you sanitize these documents
I did.
around the time of the evacuation?
This is 30 August 2021. So it would have, this was a couple weeks after 30 August 2021. All the communications, the operational details would have been sanitized for operational security.
Before the CNN broadcast or after?
Before.
So, thank you. You can take it down, Corey. Did you put it in like classified ads or Google bid on Google keywords to get hired for evacuations?
That's funny. No, so if you need something specialized, like an evacuation from Afghanistan, you wouldn't Google Afghanistan evacuations and come up with a bunch of companies that are advertising this on their website. It's just not how it works. You would rely on professionals like me and my network to make a recommendation for somebody that can do something very, very specific and challenging. So that's all word of mouth.
We put Plaintiff's Exhibit 76 as redacted. Publish that one. It's already in evidence. Okay, can we zoom in, Corey, on that? Yeah. Is this one of the recommendations we're talking about? We see, as we discussed on getting our folks out of Afghanistan, the person who I mentioned, he said he is good with sharing his information with you to discuss assisting Amentum. His name is Zach. His number is +36.
That's what it says.
And this is Bill Purdy. Can you remind us who Bill Purdy was?
He was from the Saudi project. He was the DynCorp senior person, their program manager.
Can you take that down? Your Honor, I'm happy to keep going, but I didn't know if you had any other. Are we just going to the end now?
Yeah.
Fine with me?
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right, so then. Did you hear the judge reading the law to the jury in the beginning of the case?
I did.
One of the findings the court had was that you advertised to Afghans. Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Did you intend to advertise to Afghans?
Objection.
Let me rephrase that. When you post something on LinkedIn, do you understand? Do you have an understanding of where LinkedIn posts your post?
It's to my network. That's what LinkedIn. It's a professional network. So you add connections that are interesting for you professionally. Mine are primarily security related. A lot of former government officials, a lot of security officials, a lot of corporate people. I have a lot of CEOs, chief executive officers, chief operating officers, and chief security officers, a lot of those, the chief security person for corporations. That's my primary focus for LinkedIn is that group of people.
But you understand they're public.
I do. I'm not very LinkedIn sophisticated because I just don't rely on it that much. But I do understand that now more than ever, now that I'm here and I've learned more about LinkedIn, that more people see it than just my intended network. So
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm going to move to strike the entire last answer, which is, I would say no.
All right. I'll sustain the objection to the continued testimony in terms of intent or things of that nature. I'm not going to strike it. The other answer I think is okay. I'm not going to strike it.
Let's take a look. Well, Corey, can you put up PX 311 in a limited publication? What are we looking at, Zach?
that is one of my postings on LinkedIn.
And is it related to evacuations from Afghanistan?
It does.
Your Honor, plaintiff's office, PX 311 into evidence.
No objection.
All right. Plaintiff's 311 submitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we please publish the jury? So, Zach, it says, if you are a sponsor, and then you put with funding in caps. You see that?
I do.
Why did you put with funding in caps?
Because I thought it was important to emphasize that what I'm doing is specifically for corporations, sponsors, and it wasn't free. It cost money. Things cost money in the real world. And I thought I was sending that message pretty clearly in this very, I think, easy to understand post.
Did you start out using caps like with funding?
I don't know exactly when I posted this in terms of other posts that I also put on LinkedIn, but if I needed to emphasize the with funding part, I know there were other times that I posted and didn't put that and had the unintended consequence of being contacted by people who were not corporate, which was my focus.
Objection.
What space?
Your order. The same sidebar we just had.
Yeah, I think this question is different. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay.
I'll also point out in the bottom left-hand corner, I noticed, even though it's very small, that's Alexander Marquardt from CNN who was trolling me at the time.
Objection. Move to strike non-responsive.
I'll strike the last portion of his answer. The jury's told to disregard what the last statement made by Mr. Young.
Who's in the bottom left corner of the...
That's Alexander Marquardt. He was the chief architect of the piece that you saw earlier this morning.
Hey, Corey, can we take that down and put a PX 313, judge has been stipulated into evidence? Another posting on LinkedIn, Zach?
Yes.
And again, on the bottom, if you have funding, and in the middle, in caps, funding is required.
That's right. That's what it says.
Is that because, as you said here, you were not focused on raising funds?
That's right.
Zach, do you look down on people that were providing volunteer service or donations to extract people?
Not at all. And I can add maybe what would be some useful context. I was aware of other groups, nonprofits. There's no such thing as a free evacuation. There's costs. The difference is where the money comes from. The nonprofits were very effective at raising piles of money, donations, that they used for similar but different types of evacuations. These were usually chartering very expensive aircraft, especially in the very beginning, the early days of following the U.S. withdrawal. It wasn't viable. You couldn't even land an aircraft because the airport was closed. And even if it wasn't, you weren't going to get clearance to land an aircraft. So it was the problem with that is once you charter a large aircraft, even if it can't land, it's a sunk cost. So that to me what was a big problem with that model. Also from an operational, it just didn't work. And from an operational view, which I have deep experience in, I talked about getting off the X, that concept. You can apply it in many different scenarios here. One of them is you don't necessarily have to go out by the quickest or the most comfortable way. It doesn't have to be in an airplane. My opinion is that the most effective and safest and fastest way to evacuate from a failed state is over land. I also know that these free models, these nonprofits, when they could get an aircraft, the list of people that wanted to get on, whether they should have or shouldn't have is a different conversation, but there were thousands and thousands of people that wanted to leave, and I understand why. It was a bad place. It still is. It was bad when the U.S. was there. It was bad when I was there. And when the U.S. left, they got cast back to the Stone Age. It's terrible. I wouldn't want to live there. And most of the Afghans that are there, not just the ones that helped the U.S., all of them wanted to leave. And they've heard about these aircrafts that are being chartered. They wanted to go to Europe. They wanted to come to the U.S. They wanted to go to Canada. Not many other places they wanted to go, but those. So they were very, very much aware. I can't speak for them, but my perception is this is something that created an opportunity to kind of leave that place. And, it was happening. But the problem is, lots of problems. One of many problems was that there was huge numbers of people that wanted space on these very, very limited flights. I said there needs to be something different for my contacts, for my corporate contacts that want specific people out. They didn't want people to be added to a list of names with 3,000 other people on it, only to be disappointed time after time after time again when it doesn't work out, when the flight doesn't happen or they can't get on it. This is a long-winded explanation, but I think it's important that my model is very different from theirs. So I was focusing on corporations, very small scale. These specific passengers must leave, and I was the one that was doing it.
And Zach, we've seen a bunch of LinkedIn postings. We saw some in the segment. I'm sure CNN's going to show you some. Did you get any business from any of these LinkedIn postings?
Zero.
Why'd you do it?
Because, I am a business person. I'm also a patriot, and I leverage my background and my network, and that's what I do. I do it for different reasons. One of them is because I want to continue to serve my country and help our friends, but I also am trying to build a business. So I already had relationships with companies. I already had a reputation. I was known to be able to...
Objection.
You can't talk about what other people's impressions are.
I promise I'll catch up.
That's fine.
This is complicated.
It's hard to remember.
Let me rephrase that. I already had this business. I had done business in this space. I'm not talking about evacuations per se, but hard things in hard places. Security consulting would be a broad term. I had those relationships already. Audible, Bloomberg, Hero, they heard about me through word of mouth because word travels very fast in this small community. And that's how it started. And when you see this post, I thought it was clear that this is just an extension of those relationships. I'm building it out into evacuations.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. Take it down. Zach, we saw some of the LinkedIn posts. I'm sure we'll see more later. But who were the type of people that responded?
Companies responded.
Okay.
But I also got responses from, we'll call them activists.
Okay.
We could call them other things, but we'll say activists.
Okay.
These are people that are more, they have a different worldview, their views that, in my opinion, aren't realistic. We can't bring everyone from Afghanistan to the U.S. or to Europe. It'd be nice if we could, but that's just not the world that we live in. So a lot of those types, these activists, not a lot, a few. I got to know a few. Go ahead.
Corporations, activists, and
also Afghans.
And Afghans. Okay. Can we make a limited publication of PX 309, Corey, please? Okay. Zach, can you take a minute to look at the messages in front of us and let me know, do you recognize them?
I do.
And what are they?
This looks like an exchange that I had with someone else. It must be a corporate contact because I can see we're talking about aircraft charter, and I'm talking.
Don't talk about the substance of what's in there.
Okay.
But
Plan software exhibit, plans exhibit 309 evidence.
1 second, Your Honor. I have no objection, but I think plaintiff objected to this on our exhibit list, and I'm just checking to make sure that's right.
Sure. Relevance.
Yes, plaintiffs objected to this on our exhibit list, but I guess now I guess they're waiving the objection.
We've become wiser, Judge.
No objection.
without objection, plaintiff's 309 will be admitted.
That's exhibit 81.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Axman. Okay.
You want it on the screen?
Please, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay. So, Zach, Corey, can you zoom out for a sec? Right, Zach, do you recognize that number way down on the bottom of the screen, CNN 00272?
I can see it.
Do you know what that means?
It means it came from CNN.
Okay, so you did not collect this document, did you?
No.
All right, so it's missing the top, right?
It is.
All right, so you have to read it to understand its context?
That's right.
And looking at it, is this a post or is this a message?
This is a message.
And is this a message with an Afghan? Wait, strike that. Let me withdraw that question, Zach. Did you hear do you recall Mr. Axelrod played this segment in his opening statement?
I do.
And do you recall in the segment this top message right here at the top? Thanks. Thank you, Corey. Appears in the segment?
I do. I remember.
And Mr. Axelrod said that it was a conversation with an Afghan. Do you recall that?
You did.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Who's the conversation with?
Conversations with, I don't know specifically, but it's a company. It's corporate.
And how do you know that?
Because we're talking about chartering an aircraft.
And what can that cost?
It depends is the answer, but they're very expensive. It depends on the size of the aircraft, but we're talking millions of dollars.
Okay.
$1 million, I'll say, as an example.
All right. Can you zoom back out, please, for me, Corey? Okay. Corey, can we take that down and let's put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 94, which has been stipulated into evidence. Can we go to the next page? Oh, actually, back up for me 1 second. So this is an email from someone whose name's been redacted to Alexander Marquardt at CNN, right?
Yes.
All right, and it says these are the screenshots, right?
Yes.
For me, explaining why I need evacuation, the second one you can see his replies, right?
I see that.
All right, let's go to the screenshot. So this is his message, right?
I see that.
All right, let's jump to the response. We can read it. I'm contacting you from Afghanistan. I was a former employee of Redacted in Kandahar, Afghan Redacted project. I have worked with Redacted since. Did you do these redactions?
No, I didn't.
Since 2017 till 2021 on U.S. contract number Redacted. I was in Redacted in Kandahar, and now I and my family are in grave danger because we face deadly threats from the Taliban. As they have control of Afghanistan, they are looking for people who worked with the U.S. forces or the Afghan government. And I was an employee of the U.S. company, and my dad was chief of command of the NDS forces. And from the first day of the Taliban in Kandahar Taliban, they came to our home looking for me and my dad. We were not home that day, but they kept coming every day until one day our house was blocked We were at my aunt's house. Taliban broke into our home, broke the front door in our house. There was my car, a 2005 Toyota Fielder. They took it away, took several things from our house. And then we were asked to leave our house, which we did, because we didn't have any other way. So we came to Kabul like a month ago. We're still hiding here, fearful for our lives. We'll also attach my HR letter, my badge, and I also have videos and pictures of our house. We'll keep going. Corey, to the next page. So it keeps going in the same vein, and he's seeking your assistance, right, Zach?
He is.
And what is the very first thing you tell him?
After that very long message, I asked, do you have a sponsor able to pay for evacuation costs?
And we don't know his name, it's been redacted. He says what?
He says, not really, but can't I pay them myself?
Corey, can you zoom out just a little bit or bring it in? Let's highlight from here. There we go. Thank you, Corey. And what are you responding to?
I told him 14.5K per person.
And what were you intending to convey with this statement?
I was trying to politely but firmly and quickly disengage from this person because I was unable to help him. And you can also see I blocked him immediately after. I didn't wait for him to say yes or no or negotiate or I can't afford it. I put the price out as a way to say it's very expensive. I didn't say because I'm only working for companies. Maybe I could have added that, but I was very busy at the time. I was working night and day, very sleep deprived, and I was doing evacuations, and that's what happened. I put the price out and I blocked him.
How does putting the price out send a firm message that you can't help?
It sends the message that this is something that is definitely expensive, extremely expensive, and it also ties into the fact that I was only working for corporations.
And could is there a message between you and CNN that talks about Afghans' ability to pay?
There is. It says that prices are, I can't quote it verbatim, maybe I should be able to at this point. I've seen it a lot of times. But prices well beyond the reach of average Afghans.
So was your intent with this message to say you can't pay?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. May I rephrase? There you go. What were you intending to convey by quoting $14,500 to an Afghan?
That it's an impossible cost that he wouldn't be able to afford to pay. I could have said more, that even if he could pay, I still couldn't have been able to help him.
Explain that to us. So I was going to ask you next. So let's say you didn't block him immediately, and you left the message chain open, and he said, no, I could pay $14,500. Would you have been able to help him?
No, I wouldn't have.
Why?
Because I was only doing these corporate evacuations for people like Mike Bloomberg, the billionaire, who has relationships, high-level relationships, government level, all over the world, who can do things like arrange immigration, arrange refugee status, that part of it, the immigration piece. I wasn't doing immigration. I was doing the operational part of extracting them.
So you extracted people out. Who did you rely on to make sure the people you extracted out could stay where they were?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Yeah, sure. So you're extracting people out of Afghanistan, and you bring them to another country. And can they just stay there?
I wasn't involved in that. That is the responsibility and the role of the client, and it wasn't something that they needed. And that's why I was doing the evacuation from the war zone. They were doing the resettlement, we'll call it, that part of it.
And so were you limiting your business to corporations only because they were the only ones who were able to pay, or was there another reason why you were only working with corporations?
That is the reason. I just explained it. They're doing the resettlement.
Okay, can we put up in a limited production PX86? And Your Honor, this is the only form we have the messages on the last 3 pages. I have no problem admitting the entire exhibit, but I'm not seeking to admit the first page. I just am seeking to admit the screenshots that are attached. Mr. Young, as you'll see, is the...
I have no objection with that. We can just make note of it in the record.
Do you want to just admit the whole thing? I have no objection.
As long as you don't talk to him about the pages that he doesn't have the foundation for.
That's fine. Okay. So,
All right, so without objection, plaintiff's 86
yes.
will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Corey, can you skip the first page and let's go to the second?
You want it on?
Please, Your Honor. And Corey, can we go down to the bottom for a second before we get down here? So, Zach, did you collect this document?
No, it says CNN and then a number, so this was CNN.
Okay, so can we go back up to the top of the page? So you say hi, and there's a response that's been redacted. Did you apply these redactions?
No, I didn't.
And then you respond, nice to meet you. And then it's another redaction. And you say, I saw your recent post in your page. Sorry, this is the redacted person speaking, right?
Yes.
I saw your recent post in your page about evacuation. Thank you, nice to talk to you. You have mentioned about special force evacuation. Is it possible to help redacted boy to evacuate? Apologies for being so fast and direct to request help. Is that the message you received?
Yes.
And you said what immediately?
Do you have a sponsor able to provide funding?
Okay, and let's go to the next page. So I think it picks up where the other one left off. Do you have a sponsor able to provide funding? And redacted says back, actually, he used to work as special force members, no specific address to provide funding. Do you see that?
I do.
How did you understand that?
I don't remember, but I'm not sure I understand it now.
But did you understand that he did not have funding? Was it clear to you then?
There's a language barrier, obviously, and he says no specific address to provide fund. But in reading it, he's saying he doesn't have funding.
Okay, so you respond, what?
I say, we can help, but there are costs associated. I'm sorry for that. What we do is very difficult.
Right, and then, Corey, can we scroll down to the end? And he says, oh yeah, sorry for asking this. How much will it cost? Yeah, I see. Is that possible to find a charity or any organizations to help?
I see that.
Did you respond?
I don't think so.
Is it because you don't care about him, Zach?
No, there's nothing I can do for this person. I've explained what my model was, and I could spend all night and probably the next day going back and forth. I still wouldn't have been able to help him. That's the reality.
Okay, thank you, Corey. So, we also talked about activists. Let's see if we can pivot there. Can we put up in a limited production PX 108? And, Your Honor, this is again a text message chain between a reporter at CNN and a third-party source. And I am seeking to use it for the final page, which is a snapshot of a LinkedIn conversation with one more before we get to activist X, sorry. Between Mr. Young and an Afghan. I have no objection to moving the entire dividend, but I'm only going to use the last page. Yep.
Well, for now, why don't we just get the last page?
Okay.
No, last page. All right. Now, the last page of plaintiff's 108 will be admitted.
Judge, for the record, it's CNN 001087. Is that admitted, Judge?
Yeah, the last page is admitted, so I'll put it on the screen.
Corey, can you put up just the last page of the screen? And can we publish it?
Yeah.
Okay. Zach, one more, and then we're going to get to the activists. Actually, Court, can you zoom out one more time? And on the bottom here, Zach, do you see the CNN number?
Yes, I do.
Did you collect this document?
No, this was CNN produced.
Okay, so let's go up to the top. And the beginning of the conversation is cut off, right?
It is.
So what is the first thing we see you say?
Do you have a sponsor able to pay for evac costs?
And what does Mr. Karimi say to you?
Yes, sir. But I have, but I don't know how he can do.
Okay. What do you take away from this?
He says he has a sponsor.
Okay, so what do you do?
So I continued our discussion.
And you quoted him a price?
I did.
$14,500.
That's right.
And you told him what it includes?
Visa on arrival.
Yeah. And then there's another paragraph. We can also offer Abu Dhabi, Albania at 4K, which includes refugee status, already negotiated with the Albanian government.
That's right.
See that?
Yes.
I thought we needed corporations for this.
So this is later
Okay.
in the process. You know, things deteriorated very quickly, but the climate changed over time, and we got better at it. Yuri got better at it. My access got better with my contact, Yuri, and he was able to expand the offerings to include air evacuation, which I thought was fantastic, and also
Foundation, you're saying?
Like, if you can lay a foundation in terms of what Mr. Young was aware of, or how he became aware of, or what basis he has to be able to testify about that, other than hearsay through Yuri.
Did you offer, at some point in time, did you begin to offer refugee status?
I did.
And were you under the impression that you could offer refugee status?
Yes, absolutely.
And how were you going to offer that refugee status?
I didn't have the specifics because I never had a requirement. I don't waste time doing that sort of thing until I get the requirement for one.
Okay, so why were you posting it? Assume someone had gone ahead and said, hey, I do want to take you up on this negotiation with the Albanian government.
Yeah.
What would you have done?
Then I would have invested the time and the effort to obtain more details, specific details about what that would look like.
And how did you know that there was a pathway you could travel down to actually eventually secure that Albanian government refugee status?
Because it was being done already.
Okay.
Objection. Foundation. Move to strike.
I'll strike his last response.
Honor, can we have a brief sidebar one more time on this?
Yeah.
Try this again.
Hang on.
Oh. Bad habits die hard, Edge.
Ready? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Okay. So, Zach, you were planning evacuation options. Is that a fair assessment of what one of the things you were doing?
Yes.
And part of planning that evacuation options, did it require researching what was available?
Of course.
And did you believe that you could secure, don't tell me why, but did you believe you could secure refugee status with the Albanian government at this time?
Yes.
And you believed and did you believe you could do that through contacts you had?
Yes.
All right. What did Mr. So can we scroll back up just because we had a break for 1 second? So do you have a sponsor? Yes. You quote him the price.
Correct.
And what does he say then?
Can you please help us? No problem, sir. I just want to save my family, my life and my family. Any place is okay. I just want to save my life.
Okay. And how did you understand this, Zach?
Now I understand that he's saying he doesn't have a sponsor at this point.
So it was a misrepresentation of.
That's right.
And again, did you not care about Mr. Karimi?
Say again?
Did you not care about Mr. Karimi?
No, that's not the case at all. I couldn't help him.
All right, thank you. Can we take down the last page of that exhibit? Okay. Can we put up as a limited production DX82? Your Honor, it's on defendant's exhibit list, so I'm not sure they'd object to us moving it into evidence, but...
Well, this is a document the plaintiff's objected to, so as long as they're plain out waiving their objection, I'm fine with it, Your Honor.
We waive our objection.
All right. On the basis of that, we'll admit defendants 38.
82.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Ezra. I think it's 82.
82, yeah.
Okay, so the 38 at the top of it is not the right number.
I think it's a deposition exam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this will be defendants 82. Will be admitted.
Thank you.
Okay. Zach, Mr. Roche and Mr. Axelrod touched on this message exchange and everything, right?
They did.
Who is this message exchange with?
It's with Jill Suzanne Kornetsky.
Okay, can we go up to the top, Corey, all the way to the top? And Zach, you ended up calling this woman a spiteful bitch, right?
I did.
And told her to fuck off, right?
I did.
I think it's important to read through the exchange, and then I have some questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Do you want to read it? Or do you want me to read it?
I'd rather, just because of my
The cough, fine. Okay. Hi, Joe. This is you, right?
That's right.
Hi, Joe. Nice to meet you. I'm a former agency CEO with strong connections in Afghanistan. Let me know if you know anyone who needs assistance with overland evac into Peshawar. For many, it's a better option than an airport, especially if they're truly in harm's way. See that?
I do.
Can we keep scrolling? Why did you reach out to Joe Kornetsky?
Can I back up on the first part?
Yeah.
You see, I said for many, it's a better option than the airport, especially if they're truly in harm's way. I just want to touch on that again. If you're being hunted by the Taliban, they controlled the airport. Initially, the only one that was operating was Kabul, and it wasn't for a long time. It's hard to get there, so that's why I said it's a better option. Okay.
And while we're up here, you say agency CEO. Do you identify the agency?
I don't.
Okay. Can you identify it for us?
I can't because it's classified.
Okay, so let's scroll up. Why did you reach out to Joe Kornetsky, Zach?
I was under the impression that she was working with NGOs and maybe needed assistance with evacuations.
And were you helping NGOs?
I was helping NGOs.
You're being hired by NGOs.
I was hired by them directly.
So she responds back, thanks, Zachary, I appreciate it, right?
She does.
Let's go down to the next message. Corey, can you help me out? All right. Evidently some time passes. Hi, Jill, just checking in. You've been having success all month running groups in Pakistan. Let me know if I can help. Right?
Correct.
And she says, you aren't the guy charging $12,500, are you?
That's what she says.
And you say, depends on the scenario. We can also arrange air vac to Abu Dhabi and Albania. It's not free, though. We don't have a nonprofit standing behind us, fleecing millions in donations to a charter aircraft from friends. It's a service, and it costs money. Right?
That's right. And I'll point out that I put nonprofit in quotes deliberately.
Okay, and this touches on the issue you were talking about earlier?
Exactly.
Okay, so let's scroll up a little bit, please. She says it costs money, but not $12,500. Those aren't break-even numbers. Zach, were you trying to break even?
No, I wasn't. I was a company working for companies. That's not what companies do. They don't break even.
So she says, good to know, though, right?
She does.
Can we go down the next page? You say to her, if you have reliable options at lower costs, for sure you should take them, right?
I did. I said that, and it's good advice.
And then, can we go down a little bit? In any case, I know the scams these others are running with their nonprofits, in quotes again, and if you have half a brain, you probably do as well, so spare me the judgment. She responds, LOL, I don't think I will spare you the judgment. Sure, there are scams. There are also mercenaries. And there are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves. Pause here for a second, Zach. You touched earlier. Are you a mercenary?
No, and I take offense at the term.
Were you offering a scam?
No, I wasn't.
And are you able to not withhold a dime for yourself?
No, I'm not able to.
So let's keep going. For $12,500, there could be a legal support for obtaining a visa and assistance, figuring out a final destination. Dumping people in Islamabad to figure it out themselves for that rate is mercenary. Do you agree with that?
That's what she says, and I was very offended. I still am.
Okay, let's scroll down. You do you. I'm sure you've already justified your cut to yourself, so nothing I will say will change that, right?
That's what she says.
And you respond back. Our costs include legal status on arrival in UAE or Albania. Charter alone is over $1 million. Anyway, keep up the good work, and I will do the same, right?
I said that, and you know, in hindsight, better judgment would have been to just not respond at all. I don't know why I felt obligated to continue engaging with this person who was obviously just attacking me. But I still tried to be civil, and I said, anyway, keep up the good work, which I assume she was doing. I don't know. I don't know if she was doing any work. And I'll do the same.
Did she let up that?
No, she kept coming back.
All right. So then she writes back. 1 million divided by 250 is $4,000. 12 times 250 is $3 million. 3 minus 1 equals $2 million. Did you make $2 million, Zach?
No, not even close.
Sounds more like a retirement plan than a mission of mercy, right?
That's what she said.
Zach, were you running a business or a mission of mercy?
I was trying to help. I was trying to do things that were expanding my corporate business. I thought I was doing something good. I still feel like I was, and I know my clients also did because they kept coming back. I know that they were willing to provide referrals for me, Audible and Bloomberg both, because they were happy with me. They said, if you ever need a referral.
Objection.
Yeah.
Okay. I had their numbers. Can I say that?
What's that?
I had their numbers, their phone
Yeah,
numbers.
but in terms of what they communicated to you, don't testify about that.
Okay. I had built a reputation specific to.
Can I ask?
That comes from, yeah. Why don't you ask another question?
How did you perceive your reputation to be at that time, Zach?
I thought it was good. I thought it was excellent.
And let's scroll down a little bit. And you say to her, I am not chartering your aircraft directly, and I'm being offered small scale capacity for the small groups of 5 to 6 PX passengers.
That's right.
I will bring forward Zach, now you kind of lost it a little, right?
I did. I'm a little rough around the edges, and I said something that I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have. And I said in any case, fuck off, and I regret it. Poor choice of words. I wasn't very nice to her. She wasn't very nice to me either. And I should have just dropped contact long before this. I don't know why I engaged with this person.
All right, let's scroll down to the next page. Does she stop, Zach?
No, she doesn't stop there.
Okay, so she says, no, you described it as I described it. The onward movement is not your responsibility or your logistics or expenses, so you're dumping people in Pakistan with a visa, and as you stated, the rest is on them. The sponsors got them to the final destination, not you. It's actually not wrong, right, Zach?
That part's right. The rest of it is work of fiction. She's kind of creating her own narrative. I don't know where she's getting her information. It's not from me.
And as you messaged, you don't require them to show you they will or can. Even if you double the cost of the charter with other expenses, you are still pocketing about $1 million for every 250 people. And did you pocket $1 million?
Not even close.
And that expense isn't even the final cost for the trio. There is nothing wrong with making a living. Zachary, you making a living? I thought she was having you run a mission of mercy.
She's confusing. I'm not sure I follow her logic.
Okay. But you're evidently planning for a life on a private island or something, right?
Sounds nice, but I wasn't, and I'm still not.
Living on a private island, Zach?
Yeah.
The transcripts don't show sarcasm, Zach. You're living on a private island?
No, I'm not living on a private island. It's very different than that.
Can we scroll down a little bit? And so you respond. We don't accept a requirement unless the sponsor demonstrates they have onward travel arranged. Is that true?
That's true.
Every U.S. company we've worked for has been thrilled with our capabilities. Is that true?
True.
In any case, lost it again, right, Zach?
I did, and again, I don't know why I continued. I did.
In any case, I don't have to defend our model to some spiteful bitch on LinkedIn, waste someone else's time, and then, Zach, you finally did.
Finally, I came to my senses, and I just ended it, and I blocked her. I should have done that way before this point.
All right, let's take down Exhibit 82. Can we put up in a limited production PX 310?
Mr. Friedman, I don't know what you want to do, or
I was going to do this last document, and then I was going to be I was going to do this last document, and and I have two questions, then I was going to be done. But I can stop now if the court wants. When were you planning to stop? I don't want to hold the jury.
I was going to shoot out of here about 5 and let them go, but we got a couple minutes. So,
you know what, Judge? I don't want to hold anybody. Let me ask 2 questions, and we'll pick up again tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, Zach. I have one more message from an activist, but I want to cover that tomorrow. Before we go, I just want to get 2 things from you. We've covered a number of names today of folks in the government and former agents in your testimony. Have you provided any information that would jeopardize their safety or their cover?
No.
And have you been careful today in your testimony to ensure that you have not said anything that would jeopardize any operations?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we will stop for today, if that's all right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, go ahead and take your notepads and put them in your folders. And go ahead, when you're leaving, just go ahead and leave them on your chairs there. Are we good? Is everybody good at 8:15 to start? Get in here about 8:30. I know we had to deal with some stuff. We got started a little bit after 8:30, but is everybody good with getting here at 8:15 in the morning? Yes?
Yes.
Y'all good with that too?
Yes.
All right, let's plan on doing that again. And just like today, when you get here at 8:15, go down to that, the lobby area, the reception area, and then the bailiff will bring you up here after that. We're going to take our recess for the day. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel. And then when you get back here in the morning, make sure your phones are off before we come back into the courtroom. Any questions or anything from the jurors? Nope. Well, you all have a good evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. But, real quick, anything else from the plaintiff before they leave?
Not at all.
No, Your Honor.
I just thank you.
Y'all have a good evening.
Y'all too. Thank you.
I was going to see if there's anything. There is. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Y'all can be seated. Is there anything we need to address before we go home for the evening? I guess I'll ask the plaintiffs first.
For the first time, Your Honor, no.
From the defense?
Let's go home.
Hey, sounds good to me. All right, then we'll be in recess tomorrow morning. I'll see y'all about 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Y'all as well.